The bus gradually came to a halt by the roadside of Qingshu town. Zhao Han, cradling his sleeping daughter in one arm and dragging a suitcase with the other, stepped down into the sweltering heat. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar street corner, he felt a pang of nostalgia. The transformation of Qingshu town over the past 7 years was indeed remarkable. Not only was there a newly constructed expressway, but even the houses lining the street had undergone a significant facelift, appearing neat and aesthetically pleasing. He wondered how the village had fared in the meantime. "Dad, you're in my way," a childish voice piped up from behind him. A little boy around 5 or 6 years old, with fair skin and a hint of baby fat, sporting a neat buzz cut and dressed in a white t-shirt and denim shorts, looked up at his father with an exasperated expression as he dragged 2 small suitcases. It turned out that Zhao Han had stood motionless at the bus door after disembarking, inadvertently obstructing his beloved son and other passengers. "Ha ha, what a handsome lad. Indeed, this little treasure is simply adorable. Did you not notice how good-looking his father is?" The other passengers erupted into warm laughter. "You rascal," Zhao Han remarked, glancing at his son, who shared the same hairstyle. He then turned to the crowd, apologizing. "I haven't been back in years and momentarily lost my bearings. I sincerely apologize." The crowd waved it off, assuring him it was no trouble at all. Zhao Han released the suitcase and, rather abruptly, grasped his son by the collar, lifting him down. Zhao Xing did not resist. He was clearly accustomed to such treatment. "Daddy, are we home yet?" The daughter in his arms stirred awake, her drowsy eyes blinking as she looked around, her rosy cheeks adorably flushed. At 4 years old, with her hair styled in 2 little buns tied with ribbons and dressed in a white dress, she appeared exquisitely charming, her half-asleep demeanor melting the hearts of many. In the presence of his daughter, Zhao Han's demeanor softened considerably, adopting a gentle tone. "Not yet, sweetheart. We still need to ride for a while longer before we reach home." "Ugh, but I don't want to ride anymore. It makes me feel dizzy," Daddy Guogua pouted, clinging to Zhao Han's neck with a look of discomfort. Zhao Han could only comfort her. "Be good, Guogua. Well, see Grandpa soon. He has kittens and puppies at his house, and you can take care of them. Okay?" "Really? Does Grandpa really have puppies and kittens?" Guogua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhao Xing's eyes also lit up, exuberantly exclaiming, "Dad, I want a puppy too." "You can forget about that first. You need to take care of yourself." Zhao Han instantly switched to a stern, fatherly tone. Zhao Xing's expression fell, his face displaying disappointment. Guogua planted a kiss on Zhao Han's cheek and then wrapped her arms around his head, saying, "Brother can have one too." All right, since Guogua says so, we'll let your brother have one too." "My Guogua is truly amazing." Zhao Han animatedly performed the traditional art of face-changing from his hometown. Zhao Xing sighed in resignation. His father was clearly a doting parent to his daughter, leaving the son feeling quite helpless. At that moment, a pickup truck laden with goods came to a stop in front of the trio, and a familiar head popped out of the window, exclaiming, "Whoa, Han Yi, who are you?" Zhao Han stared at the surprised young man before him, suddenly recalling Chun Liang. Liangzi. Chun Liang was not from the same village as Zhao Han, yet they shared a bond akin to brothers, having been desk mates from primary school through middle and high school until Zhao Han later enlisted in the military. Upon returning, the reunion with his former companion brought Zhao Han immense joy. "It's me, Han Ge. You look sturdier than before. The army really toughens a person up," Chun Liang exclaimed as he stepped out of the car, his gaze falling on the children, Guogua and Xingxing, nestled in Zhao Han's arms, a look of surprise crossing his face. "These 2 kids, they're my son and daughter. Come on, you two, greet Uncle Chun." Zhao Han replied with a cheerful smile. "Hello, Uncle Chun." The children chimed in, their voices sweet and innocent. Chun Liang, feeling somewhat awkward, rummaged through his pockets. "Well, I don't have anything for the kids. You come back after all this time and bring me 2 nephews without any preparation on my part. All right, let's skip the formalities. Have you gotten married?" Zhao Han inquired. Chun Liang grinned widely. "I got married 2 years ago and just welcomed a chubby baby boy. I was about to show off to you, but here you are with 2 kids. By the way, where's your wife? Didn't she come back with you?" "She's gone." Zhao Han's expression darkened immediately. Guogua and Xingxing sensed a shift in mood. "Dad." Guogua tightened her grip around Zhao Han. Xingxing clutched Zhao Han's hand as well. Despite their young age, the siblings were remarkably perceptive. Zhao Han smiled reassuringly. "All right, do I need comforting from you 2 little ones?" With you by my side, I find contentment for a lifetime. Guogwa will always stay with Dad. Guogwa nodded fervently, her tiny head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. I will too, Xingxing added promptly. Han go. I'm sorry, I just have a tendency to ask too many questions, Chunliang lamented, smacking his own cheek lightly in frustration. Zhao Han laughed heartily. No worries, you didn't know. By the way, how's my dad's health? His mother had passed away early, and his father had raised him single-handedly. The thought of his father being alone at home, combined with the reasons surrounding his divorce, led him to leave the army and return to his hometown with the children. It was time for the kids to meet their grandfather. Upon hearing this, Chun Liang's expression grew uneasy, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Zhao Han's smile faded, his demeanor turning serious. Chun Liang fumbled over his words. It's not a major issue, really. That rascal Wang Kuei has been trying to expand his farming business and has set his sights on your family's forest. He's been bothering Uncle Zhao quite a bit. Wang Kuei had been a classmate of Zhao Han, and they had never gotten along. Zhao Han had often been on the receiving end of a few punches from him. Drive me for a bit, Zhao Han said with a slight frown. His father was being bullied. How could he, as a son, not step up? Guogwa blinked with worry etched on her small face. Dad, is Grandpa being bullied by bad people? Xingxing, filled with indignation and excitement, exclaimed, how dare they bully Grandpa? Dad, let's go teach him a lesson. Chun Liang was taken aback. Glancing at Xingxing, he suddenly perceived how much the boy resembled Zhao Han in his youth, so combative. Truly, he was his father's son. Han, do not fret excessively. Your uncle and the others are here to support you. Wang Kuei has refrained from overstepping his bounds, and in recent days he has ceased to trouble Uncle Zhao. Chun Liang quickly reassured Zhao Han. Zhao Han replied with an air of nonchalance. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. However, Chun Liang could only respond with a look of resignation, for he did not truly believe that Zhao Han possessed such restraint. He had previously hesitated to speak, fully aware that voicing his concerns would provoke Zhao Han's temper, inevitably escalating the conflict. Yet, given the circumstances, he recognized the futility of trying to dissuade Zhao Han and simply said, let us get into the car. Chapter 2. The Collapse of Stars and Unexpected Adventures. The pickup truck swayed along the mountain road, with Zhao Han seated in the passenger seat. His precious children occupied the back, their heads poking out the window, captivated by the scenery flanking the roadside. The road meandered alongside the riverbank, where the sunlight danced upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. In the distance, majestic mountains loomed, their peaks layered like an artist's brushstrokes, while the air was filled with the melodious chirping of various birds. Having grown up in the city, the children rarely encountered such untouched, pristine landscapes. Wow, brother, look at that magnificent bird. It's so colorful, Guogwa exclaimed, her wide, sparkling eyes fixated on a bird drinking from the river. Xingxing also gazed in awe. It looks so beautiful. It must be delicious. No way. We can't eat it. Guogwa's eyes quickly welled up with tears. Daddy, my brother is so annoying. Can we not let him have a puppy anymore? All right, Guogwa has spoken. No puppy for him. Zhao Han acquiesced to his daughter, casting a reproachful glance at his son. Are you getting restless again? Hee, I was just joking. That's a golden pheasant, a protected species. If we eat it, we'd end up in prison. Xingxing replied with a cheeky grin, unscathed by his father's admonitions. My dad hasn't hit me in 3 days. In an instant, Guogwa, who had just scolded her brother, shifted her demeanor. Wow, brother, you're amazing. You knew that was a golden pheasant, and I didn't even know. Humph, of course. I'm a college student in preschool, Xingxing declared proudly. Chun Liang expressed his envy. Han, you are truly blessed with both a son and a daughter. And they are so intelligent, understanding, and adorable. Life is complete. You should hurry back and have another one. It's in line with national policy. Zhao Han chuckled in response. While compliments about him did not overly please him, praise for his children brought him immense joy, a common trait among all parents. Chen Liang shook his head. What conditions do I have to even think about having another child? Half an hour later, the vehicle halted at a fork in the road, an access point to Taoyuan village. The narrow path could not accommodate larger vehicles. Han, I'll drop these off and come find you another day. And please, do not act impulsively regarding Wang Kuei, Chun Liang cautioned earnestly. Zhao Han carried both his son and daughter out of the car, replying, "Rest assured, I will reason with him. We live in a society governed by law. I wouldn't resort to violence. Reasoning is a form of logic," Chen Liang acknowledged, feeling somewhat reassured. "Goodbye, uncle." Guogua and Xingxing waved at Chen Liang. "I'll bring you gifts next time." Chen Liang called back as he turned to leave, heading towards his home in Qinjiaping, situated below Tiyuan village with road access. "Let us go home and see Grandpa," Zhao Han said, cradling his daughter in one arm while grasping a suitcase with the other. Xingxing followed closely behind, lugging a small suitcase adorned with SpongeBob and Patrick designs. They still had half an hour of mountain trails ahead. As a soldier, and an exceptional one at that, Zhao Han had instilled discipline in his son from a young age, ensuring that Xingxing possessed remarkable physical endurance. The winding mountain path was flanked by towering trees and dense foliage. During this springtime in March, fruit trees lining the road burst into a riot of colorful blossoms, releasing a sweet fragrance into the air, while plump bees buzzed busily among the flowers. "Daddy, what kind of flower is that?" "That is a pear blossom. In due time, it will bear fruit, and father will pick them for Guogua to enjoy, won't he?" "Yes, yes, yes, father is truly wonderful." As the joyous laughter echoed ahead, Xingxing, drenched in perspiration, struggled to keep pace while dragging two small suitcases. He often harbored doubts about his origins, for why else would the treatment be so disparate? "Father, am I adopted?" he panted, gazing at Zhao Han's retreating figure. "No," Zhao Han replied, turning with a gentle smile. "If I were to adopt someone, would it be you?" "Daddy, my brother is sweating. May I help him carry the suitcase?" Guogua chimed in sweetly. Tears streamed down Xingxing's face. "Oh, my dear sister." Zhao Han decisively declined. "No, just let father carry you. Otherwise, what if Guogua's lovely floral dress gets dirty when it touches the ground?" "I got my pants dirty too," Xingxing protested. Zhao Han looked at his foolish son. "What you soil, you shall wash yourself. But if she gets dirty, it is my responsibility. Can they be the same?" Suddenly, Zhao Han squinted as a flash of light momentarily blinded him. In that fleeting instant, he saw a golden beam descend from the heavens, instinctively raising his hand to shield himself. The golden light vanished upon touching the ancestral silver ring on his hand. He furrowed his brow and touched the ring. In the next moment, a vision of a space emerged in his mind, revealing a thatched cottage and a clear spring. Yet, it vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Was it an illusion? He chuckled bitterly to himself, realizing he had read too many novels, mistaking it for a golden finger from a farming tale. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of Tiyuan village, a magnificent willow tree stood tall, its bark mottled, with tender green leaves fluttering in the breeze, exuding a subtle fragrance. "Wow, what a massive tree, like an umbrella." Guogua and Xingxing gazed in awe at the great willow. Zhao Han too felt a wave of nostalgia. During his childhood, he often played beneath this very tree with friends from the village. "Come, I will take you home." Zhao Han inhaled deeply. The path was a muddy trail, flanked by uneven houses and vegetable gardens. It was lunchtime, and people were busy gathering vegetables, with wisps of smoke curling from rooftops. Woof, woof, woof. As the barking of dogs erupted, the villagers turned their attention to the trio. Someone seemed to recognize Zhao Han, but hesitated. Zhao Han took the initiative to greet them. "Uncle Guanyun, it's me, Hanzi. I'm back." "It's Hanzi. It truly is you. I almost didn't recognize you. You've returned. Is this your son and daughter? My, how they have grown. Call him second grandpa." Zhao Han encouraged his children to greet the villagers. "Hello, second grandpa. I am Guogua. I am Xingxing." After exchanging brief pleasantries, Zhao Han led Guogua and Xingxing towards their home, situated at the end of the village. A bamboo fence enclosed the yard, which opened into a threshing ground. To the left lay a vegetable garden, and to the right, a pigsty, with several earthen houses directly facing the gate. As they approached the entrance, a large yellow dog bounded out, wagging its tail furiously, barking excitedly. "Woof, woof." The large yellow dog joyfully wagged its tail, circling around Zhao Han while barking a few times, then turning again to bark once more. "Dad, dog!" Guogua exclaimed, frightened, as he hid behind Zhao Han, clutching tightly to his pant leg. Xingxing's face similarly paled. "It's all right. That's Grandpa's dog, Zhao Han reassured him as he crouched down. The large yellow dog promptly rolled onto its side, exposing its belly and howling for Zhao Han to scratch it. Guogua's fear began to dissipate, and with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, he cautiously peeked out to observe the dog. What a ruckus during broad daylight. Who are you biting? Came a grumbling voice as a man in his 50s emerged, holding a bowl of food. Upon seeing Zhao Han, he abruptly fell silent. Chapter 3, Filial Son Xingxing. Wang Kuei visits dad. Zhao Han paused his belly scratching and looked up, flashing a smile at the newcomer. The old man initially returned the smile, seemingly at a loss for words, holding his bowl awkwardly before finally asking, "What time did you arrive?" "I got to town at 8 and coincidentally ran into Liangzi, who gave me a ride for part of the way," Zhao Han replied as he stood up, observing his father's graying hair. He felt an undeniable pang in his heart, an indescribable mix of emotions swelling within him. "Dad, is he Grandpa?" Guogua inquired, biting his finger, tugging at Zhao Han's shirt, his curiosity mingling with timidity as he gazed at the elderly man. Zhao Jiang, looking at the two familiar children, felt a surge of excitement and disbelief. "These two are your grandson and granddaughter." Zhao Han affectionately ruffled the hair of the two little ones. "Why don't you call him Grandpa?" "Grandpa," the two children chorused, running eagerly towards their grandfather without a hint of shyness. "Hey, slow down. My dear grandchildren, don't fall." Zhao Jiang chuckled, dropping his bowl and reaching out to steady them as they approached. The large yellow dog immediately dashed over, excitedly inspecting the ground as if it were a treasure trove from nature. "Grandpa, Grandpa, Dad said you have kittens and puppies at home. Can you let Guogua take care of a puppy? You must be Guogua." "Excellent, excellent. My large yellow dog just had 2 pups. They can be cared for by my dear granddaughter," Zhao Jiang responded, his eyes brimming with affection. The large yellow dog was oblivious, focused solely on its meal, unaware that its offspring had been sold off. Xingxing quickly clung to Zhao Jiang's arm, bouncing with excitement. "Grandpa, Grandpa, I'm Xingxing. I want to raise a puppy too. But Dad says I can't. Raise them. All of them. If your dad doesn't let you, I'll give him a good talking to," Zhao Jiang said, bending slightly to embrace him. "Yay! Long live Grandpa!" Xingxing exclaimed, jumping for joy, then added, "Grandpa, can you scold him now? Dad only scolds me." Zhao Han chuckled, "Oh, my devoted son, did you hear that? You are never to hit my grandchildren," Zhao Jiang declared, firmly addressing his eldest grandson. Xingxing made a face at Zhao Han, who sighed in resignation. "Dad, Zhao Xing is already quite mischievous. Don't spoil him further." Zhao Jiang ignored him, grinning as he playfully rubbed his stubble against Xingxing's face. Suddenly, 2 chubby puppies, one black and one brindle, emerged, barking loudly and struggling to run with their short legs. On the road, I stumbled several times. "Wow, there are indeed puppies." Guogua's eyes sparkled as she wriggled free from her grandfather's embrace and dashed towards the 2 little dogs. "I want the black one." Xingxing quickly followed suit. Soon, the siblings were crouched on the ground, faces alight with excitement, playfully teasing the 2 waddling little pups. From a distance, Zhao Jiang beamed at the scene, but his smile vanished in an instant upon noticing the bowl that had been licked clean by the big yellow dog. Damn beast. Such behavior was considered highly taboo in the countryside. He feigned an intent to scold the dog, which, upon noticing, tucked its tail and swiftly scampered to Zhao Han's side. "This creature, you insisted on keeping it as a pet when it was just a pup, and the moment I brought it back from your uncle's, it stole meat. I was furious and wanted to punish it, but you stopped me. Ever since, whenever I try to scold it, it hides behind you. Years have passed, yet it remains the same," Zhao Jiang remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Zhao Han smiled faintly at the recollection, ruffling the dog's head. "Time flies. We've both aged, haven't we?" Suddenly, Zhao Jiang's expression shifted as he glanced at Guogua and Xingxing, leaning towards Zhao Han and whispering, "Is this child yours with Yao Yao? Why didn't she return with you? Is something amiss?" Yao Yao, whose full name was Su Qingyao, had been mentioned to Zhao Jiang during Zhao Han's courtship with her. "She is indeed mine, but we are divorced now," Zhao Han replied with a calm demeanor. There was no animosity between him and Su Qingyao. Their prolonged separation, coupled with her unwavering dedication to her career, led to her indifference towards him and their child. Accumulating minor disputes ultimately culminated in their divorce. Zhao Zhang opened his mouth, hesitated, and then sighed, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he inquired, "When will you leave again?" "I am not leaving. I have completed my service. I will stay home to care for the child and spend time with you," Zhao Han replied with a slight smile. Zhao Jiang nodded in agreement. "That's good. The money you sent me over the years has been saved for you. It's been tough in the army. Take some time to rest." "Dad, I heard from Liangzi that Wang Kuei has taken an interest in our mountain forest," Zhao Han asked. Zhao Zhang's expression darkened. He knew his son too well. Don't go stirring up trouble. Wang Kuei is just like his father, a good-for-nothing ruffian. Just ignore him. "Uncle Zhao, who are you insulting? I am now a well-known entrepreneur in our village. How could I be a ruffian? If you slander me, I'll sue you." A nonchalant voice interrupted Zhao Jiang, and it was none other than the ruffian himself. Zhao Han turned to look. Wang Kuei, dressed in a black suit on a scorching day, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and a protruding belly, resembled a toad that had come into its own. 3 young men from his circle followed closely behind. Upon spotting Zhao Han, Wang Kuei's expression froze, childhood fears surfacing as he stammered, "Henin, when did you return? I heard you were bullying my dad. So I rushed back from the army to confront you." Zhao Han remained expressionless. Wang Kuei, forcing a grin, said, "Han, where did you get such an idea? We're buddies. Would I do something like that? Who's framing me?" "Framing you? What brings so many of you here today? Is it not to pressure my father into leasing the back mountain to you?" Zhao Han inquired casually. Wang Kuei chuckled awkwardly. "Hanzi, how could I possibly do such a thing? I heard that your pigsty collapsed, and since you weren't home, I brought some people to help Uncle Zhao with the repairs. Now that you're back, I shall take my leave and we can gather another day." With that, he turned to depart. "Stop right there," Zhao Han commanded. Wang Kuei froze, mechanically turning around, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. "Is there something else, Hanzi? Since you've come all this way, it would be remiss to let you leave empty-handed." "Go fix the pigsty," Zhao Han stated. Wang Kuei was momentarily taken aback. "Huh?" He quickly regained his composure and shouted to the 3 men behind him, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and follow me to repair the pigsty. Show some initiative." The 3, bewildered, followed Wang Kuei inside. "Brother Kuei, there are 4 of us. Why fear just one? Let's just take him down." One of them chimed in excitedly. "Shut your mouth. What do you know? That guy is a beast. A single person could take down a whole group." "Have you not heard of Zhao Han from Sanzhong?" Wang Kuei retorted sharply. "Well, in that case, let us get back to fixing the pigsty. Fighting is not advisable. We must adhere to the law." Chapter 4. The Enigmatic Space and Spiritual Spring. "Daddy, are they workers hired by Grandpa?" Guogua asked innocently while peering through the bamboo fence at Wang Kuei and his companions, who were sweating profusely as they repaired the pigsty. Zhao Han chuckled softly at her words. "They are not workers. They refuse to accept payment." I know. They are volunteers who came to help." Zhao Xingxing eagerly raised his hand. Wang Kuei, panting heavily while mending the pigsty, nearly fell over upon hearing this. "Volunteers? I am here out of my own volition." He suspected that Xingxing was mocking him. This troublesome boy was just like his father. No good. Truly, like father, like son. How infuriating. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. "I will reclaim my dignity in due time. Today's bricks feel particularly burdensome." Zhao Jiang hesitated, wanting to advise Zhao Han to let it go. But he thought better of it, and instead bent down to lift Xingxing. "Come inside with Grandpa. The sun is scorching, and if you're hungry, I'll prepare something delicious for you." "I'm hungry," Guogua exclaimed, releasing the small dog and running to Zhao Jiang, tilting her little head upward. Zhao Jiang laughed heartily. Lifting her with one arm, "Come on, Grandpa will cook for Guogua. Grandpa is so nice." Guogua kissed him on the cheek. Xingxing hurriedly followed suit, planting a kiss on Zhao Jiang's cheek as well. Zhao Jiang beamed with delight, his eyes squinting with joy, as if he had regained 10 years of youth. Zhao Han watched this heartwarming scene, unable to suppress a smile. Is life not meant to be this way? Suddenly, he felt a tug at his trouser leg. Looking down, he discovered the 2 small dogs. They were barely 30 centimeters long, reminiscent of when he first brought De Huang home. "You're just as mischievous as you were in your youth," Zhao Han chuckled, affectionately ruffling De Huang's head as he watched the little plump dog scamper around his shoes. tugging at his pant leg and shoelaces. The great yellow dog barked twice before gently grasping the little puppies by their necks and carrying them all into the nest. Zhao Han picked up the box, preparing to enter the courtyard, when suddenly, a previous vision re-emerged in his mind. It was a mysterious space, featuring a thatched cottage and a crystal-clear pond. He stood there, momentarily stunned, murmuring to himself, "Is this yet another hallucination? Have I read too many novels? If it is not an illusion, then I should be able to enter." Contemplating, he touched the ring on his hand, and in the next instant, the scene before him shifted, and he found himself standing in that very space, right in front of the thatched cottage. Zhao Han was filled with uncertainty. As a soldier, he prided himself on being a staunch materialist. Yet, this scene shattered his understanding. He reached out to touch the cottage, confirming its reality. He then approached the pond. For based on his extensive reading of various novels, he suspected the water held extraordinary properties. Crouching down, he took a sip, and the liquid was sweet and cool, refreshing his spirit. He felt the exhaustion from his journey dissipate entirely. His senses sharpened, and his strength surged. Truly remarkable. A genuine smile spread across Zhao Han's face. He rose to survey his surroundings, enveloped in mist that obscured all visibility, rendering passage impossible. The only area in which he could move was the expanse equivalent to 2 basketball courts, yet he felt content. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Would Wang Kuei and the others, currently repairing the pig pen, be terrified by his abrupt disappearance? Zhao Han resolved to exit. In an instant, the scenery transformed back to his own fenced yard. Wang Kuei and the others continued their work on the pig pen, showing no signs of disturbance, which prompted Zhao Han to ponder further. Was it possible that he had merely entered a state of consciousness? Or perhaps his soul had traversed into this realm? If that were the case, he need not fear that his sudden vanishing or appearing would frighten anyone. Through subsequent experimentation, Zhao Han discovered that by merely thinking of the space while touching the ring, he could enter it. He could also bring items from within it to the outside world and vice versa. The potential of this space had indeed expanded significantly. Hanzi, Hanzi, Zhao Han. A cacophony of voices suddenly erupted, drawing Zhao Han's attention. He looked up to see several familiar faces running towards him. Leading them was his uncle, Zhao Hai, his father's elder brother and the village chief of Tiyuan. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Zhao Han inquired. "We heard you were back, and that Wang Kuei had come to your home with some people. We were concerned something might happen, so we came to check on you." Zhao Hai replied, pressing his lips together. Zhao Han responded, "What could possibly happen to me? It's not you we're worried about, it's Wang Kuei. We feared a conflict might arise, and in a moment of anger, you might harm him," Zhao Hai panted. "By the way, where is Wang Kuei?" Zhao Han asked. Just then, a voice tinged with grievance emerged. "Uncle Zhao, I'm right here." The group turned to see Wang Kuei, drenched in sweat and carrying a few bricks. Wearing a woeful expression, Zhao Hai and the others were momentarily taken aback. With a smirk, Zhao Han remarked, "Wang Kuei came here specifically to help repair the pig pen. He was acting out of kindness, and I couldn't bear to let him make the trip for nothing." The expressions of the crowd turned peculiar before they burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, Wang Kuei proved to be quite benevolent, living up to his reputation as a renowned entrepreneur in our village. The boss even personally stepped in to assist others. Listening to the playful banter, Wang Kuei's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, clearly embarrassed. Today was indeed a monumental loss of face. He vowed to exact revenge, without doubt. "Everyone, please come inside and take a seat," Zhao Han invited. No, we just came to have a look. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way." "Hanzi, do come and visit when you have time," the crowd responded before departing, as it was just about lunchtime, and they needed to return for their meals. In the blink of an eye, only Zhao Hai remained. "You've gotten stronger, haven't you? I heard you brought back 2 children. Where are they?" Zhao Hai inquired. Zhao Han replied with a smile, "They went inside with Dad." "Uncle, come in and sit for a while. Let the children recognize you." "Very well," Zhao Hai said, casually lifting the 2 small suitcases as he made his way inside, followed closely by Zhao Han, who carried the larger suitcase. "Wow, it smells amazing. Grandfather is truly remarkable," exclaimed one child, while the other added, "Indeed, it's much more fragrant than what Dad makes. He only knows how to cook noodles and often overcooks them. Before they had even entered the house, Zhao Han overheard his little rascal of a son, Zhao Xingxing, speaking ill of him in front of his grandfather. "What mischievous words are you saying about me behind my back?" Zhao Han scolded as he entered, giving Xingxing a stern look. The boy recoiled slightly, chuckling nervously. "Dad, who is this grandfather?" Guogua asked, clutching a plump orange cat as she looked at Zhao Hai. Before Zhao Han could respond, Zhao Hai cheerfully produced 2 red envelopes he had prepared beforehand. "I am your great-grandfather. Come, let me hear you call me grandfather." "Great-grandfather," the little one called out. Yet she did not take the envelope. Instead, she turned to Zhao Han. Zhao Han encouraged, "Take it from great-grandfather. You should accept it." "Thank you, great-grandfather." The 2 children then gleefully accepted the envelopes. Zhao Hai chuckled heartily. "Zhao Han, these 2 little ones are quite sensible. You've taught them well." "Elder brother, I won't bother returning home. You should have lunch here," Zhao Zhang remarked to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded. "That is fine. I have a few matters to discuss with Zhao Han as well." Chapter 5. Casual Conversations. Zhao Han decides to become village chief. Behind the house stood verdant mountains, while in front lay a vegetable garden. A hen led her brood of chicks in search of insects within the garden, while several large geese chased 2 small, plump dogs around the yard. A lazy yellow dog lounged beneath the eaves, panting with its tongue out, its tail wagging behind. A hefty orange cat reclined on a stone pedestal at the entrance, purring softly in its slumber. Occasionally, the sounds of pigs could be heard emanating from the pig pen. In the courtyard, a cherry tree in full bloom became the favorite of bees. As the wind blew, the blossoms swayed, showering the ground with a rain of petals. Inside the main room, the family gathered around the table, which was laden with 7 or 8 dishes. All were typical home-style meals, including stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, stewed pig's feet with dried green beans, smoked sausage, chicken stewed with potatoes, smashed cucumbers, and sautéed eggplant with peppers. Although the presentation was humble, the aromas wafting from the dishes were undeniably mouth-watering. These were all organic farm-fresh meals, prepared with ingredients sourced from their own pig feed, making them all the more delicious. Guogua and Xingxing gazed intently, their eyes wide, as the 2 of them, having spent an entire day traveling by plane and car, were now famished. "Grandpa, please choose something delicious for us," Zhao Jiang cheerfully offered, serving each of them a piece of pig's trotter. "Thank you, Grandpa," Xingxing exclaimed, attempting to grab it with her hand, only to retract it swiftly as the heat scorched her fingers, eliciting laughter from everyone around. "Take your time. Let it cool before eating, or you'll have to use chopsticks," Zhao Han advised calmly. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Han. "Are you planning to leave again?" "Not anymore. I intend to manage the orchard on the back mountain," Zhao Han revealed his thoughts. After all, returning home should not mean living off others. One must find something to do. Idleness could lead to deterioration, especially now that he possessed the spatial spiritual spring, which gave him confidence in successfully running the orchard. Zhao Hai nodded. Establishing the orchard is indeed a business venture. Additionally, I have something to discuss. I am getting older and plan to appoint you as the village chief. Me? Zhao Han was taken aback. Guogua and Xingxing also turned their attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai affirmed, "It is you. There are hardly any young people left in the village, as most have gone out to work. You are young, energetic, have military experience, and possess insight. The villagers would support your leadership. In rural areas, the youth often leave for work, leaving behind mostly the elderly, women, and children. Taoyuan Village, being relatively large with nearly 100 households, still had a few young individuals remaining. Let me think about it," Zhao Han replied, having never contemplated becoming a village chief. Though the role may seem minor, it carries a significant responsibility, and he lacked experience in this area. Zhao Hai frowned slightly. "Why the hesitation? I'm not expecting you to lead the entire village to prosperity, just manage a few affairs." "All right, I shall accept the role," Zhao Han resolved. Now determined to uplift the entire village, he had established a new long-term goal to transform Taoyuan Village into the finest village. With the aid of the spatial spring, he felt confident in his endeavor. A prosperous village would also ensure that Guogua and Xingxing could live happily and comfortably there. Zhao Hai's expression softened. "That's the spirit. Do not fear the weight of responsibility. It is the legacy of our Zhao family." Oh, congratulations, Dad, on becoming an official. Xingxing playfully raised her juice in a toast to Zhao Han. The juice had been a gift from Zhao Han's elder brother and married sister during the New Year visit to Zhaojiang. Zhao Han was the third child in the family. He playfully tapped Xingxing on the head. What kind of official is a village chief? You are just infatuated with the idea of power. A village chief is still an official. Do not underestimate the role, Zhao Hai chuckled, teasing Zhao Xingxing from now on. You will be the elite official's child of our village. How do you feel about that? MMM. Xingxing nodded enthusiastically. After finishing their meal, around 2 in the afternoon, the weary Guogua and Xingxing succumbed to sleep. Zhao Han escorted Uncle Zhao Hai to the door. All right, no need to see me off. We are family, after all. Zhao Hai, his face flushed from drinking, waved dismissively and walked away without looking back. Zhao Han headed towards the pigsty and noticed that the previously crumbling area had been nearly repaired. He smiled. Wang Kuei, your efficiency is quite impressive. Of course, when it comes to serving you, high efficiency is a must, Wang Kuei replied with a forced smile. As Zhao Han observed the completion of the tile work, he casually remarked, do not entertain any thoughts about my family's back mountain. I intend to revitalize the orchard. The orchard was situated on the back mountain, and Wang Kuei, who had contracted the forest, was only willing to compensate for the timber, neglecting the orchard's value, which led to Zhao Jiang's disapproval. Rest assured, Hanzi, I shall no longer covet your back mountain. Wang Kuei spoke truthfully, for with Zhao Han's return, he dared not pursue the matter further. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Zhao Han commanded, leave. Very well, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak, Wang Kuei said, disregarding the sweat on his brow as he hurriedly departed with his companions. Brother Kuei, what is the meaning of this? We came to support you, only to toil all morning without resolution? One of his companions complained after they had distanced themselves. Resolution? How could that be? This is no longer merely about the forest. It is a matter of face. Just watch. I will reclaim my dignity, Wang Kuei asserted. But Brother Kuei, what about our wages for this half-day's labor? Wages? You dare to ask for pay as if you were building a pig pen for my family? If you seek payment, go to the Zhao family and collect it yourself. Wang Kuei stormed away in anger. The three men stood there in bewilderment for a while before one muttered under his breath, next time, I'll come to fix your grave. Meanwhile, Zhao Han made his way towards the orchard, eager to assess its condition. Following a narrow path, he arrived at the orchard, which had long fallen into neglect due to lack of care. The area was overgrown with weeds. However, the fruit trees remained alive and were in bloom. Adorned with peach blossoms, apricot blossoms, pear blossoms, and cherry blossoms, creating a breathtaking tapestry of colors. A gentle mountain breeze accompanied by the intoxicating fragrance of flowers enveloped him, as the swaying fruit trees resembled a sea of blossoms. Such a picturesque scene was truly uplifting. Zhao Han took out his phone to capture the moment and posted it on social media, captioning it, the most beautiful March day on earth. Soon, comments began to flood in. Wow, where is this? Did the captain go on a trip after retiring? What a delightful life. What place is this? Which scenic spot? The sky is so blue, and the mountains are awash with flowers. It's simply magnificent. Captain, is this your hometown? I must come to visit when I have time off. Are you eager to see the captain? I wouldn't dare expose you. You are simply enchanted by the scenery of his hometown. Reading these familiar comments, a smile crept across Zhao Han's face. Even in retirement, no matter how far apart they were, they remained like family. With beauty before him and brothers behind him, he had once fought valiantly for his country. Now, with his father still living and children thriving, how fortunate he felt in life. Chapter 6. Was someone once here? A bamboo rat captured Zhao Han casually responded to a few comments before putting away his phone and entering the orchard to inspect the trees. One cannot merely assume that the blooming flowers indicate the trees are healthy. Regardless of care, fruit trees will bloom. But the quality of the flowers and the resulting fruit can vary significantly. From a distance, the orchard appeared as a vibrant sea of blossoms, yet upon closer inspection, he noticed that the buds on each tree were rather small, and there were an abundance of axillary flower buds, suggesting that the fruit produced would likely not be of good quality. Due to a lack of meticulous care, the orchard this year has essentially been rendered futile, and the fruits are certainly unsellable. In the past, Zhao Han would have opted to abandon this year's efforts and focus on nurturing the trees for a bountiful harvest next year. However, now equipped with the spatial spring, he is inclined to experiment with nurturing the fruit trees using the spring water from within. Of course, he remains uncertain of its efficacy. Hence, he plans to select a portion of the trees for trial. The orchard, bathed in sunlight, is divided into 3 zones: pear trees, apricot trees, and peach trees. With a modest number of cherry trees, around 20, due to his fondness for cherries, which he had persistently urged his father, Zhao Jiang, to procure during his childhood. As he wandered through the orchard, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. After strolling for 4 or 5 minutes, he arrived at the northernmost cherry grove. The cherry trees are capable of growing quite tall, their numerous branches adorned with large leaves, casting a cool shade beneath, which one feels particularly refreshed. The chorus of chirping insects, rather than being a cacophony, instilled an extraordinary calm within him. Upon entering the spatial realm, Zhao Han suddenly realized he had forgotten to bring a tool for scooping water. Thus, he pushed open the door of the thatched cottage, hoping to find a basin or some similar vessel. Yet, upon entering, he was taken aback, for the interior was evidently arranged as if someone had once inhabited it, a woman, no less. Despite the cottage's dilapidated exterior, the interior revealed a different world altogether, complete with a vanity, an embroidered bed, and drapery, albeit all covered in a layer of dust. It was clear that the owner had not returned for quite some time. He couldn't help but wonder if she would ever come back, or if she was perhaps the previous occupant of this space. While the origins of the space remained a mystery, the presence of a former resident sparked a thought in Zhao Han's mind. Uncertain if the original owner would return, he resolved to maintain the existing layout, taking only a copper basin to scoop water. One basin at a time, he meticulously watered all 20 cherry trees, while also pulling out the surrounding weeds. After all, if the spring were truly effective, the weeds would surely proliferate alongside the trees. Once he finished watering, he returned to the spatial realm and began to search the cottage thoroughly. Although he intended to leave everything as it was, his curiosity about the former occupant was insatiable. Driven by this curiosity, he embarked on an exploration. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing of significance, until, on the bed, he discovered a single, curled hair. Based on his findings, he deduced that the previous owner had departed with an air of calm, for there was not a single personal item left behind. What, then, was the true nature of this space? Zhao Han furrowed his brow as he gazed at the ring on his finger, feeling perplexed yet ultimately deciding to set aside his inquiries. It mattered not how this space had come to be. What mattered was that it now served his purposes. After sipping from the spring once more, feeling the surge of strength within him, Zhao Han exited the space, leaving the orchard and heading home, planning to return in a couple of days to check on the cherry trees. As he retraced his steps, he noted that behind the orchard lay a pine forest and a bamboo grove, with his home nestled beneath the bamboo. In the rural expanse of Sichuan province, nearly every household possesses a tract of bamboo forest nearby. The ground beneath the pine trees is strewn with fallen needles, which in rural areas are typically dried and utilized as kindling. As one meanders along the narrow path through the pine grove, they are greeted by the serene sight of bamboo leaves gently cascading to the earth in the breeze. Suddenly, Zhao Han is alerted by a rustling sound, reminiscent of something gnawing. His eyes glint with excitement. It is the sound produced by a bamboo rat as it feasts upon the bamboo. The bamboo rat, a creature native to these thickets, is robust and well-fleshed, with thick, soft fur and an undeniably charming appearance. Yet, the most compelling aspect is its delectably tender meat. Having been away from home for many years, Zhao Han has not savored bamboo rat in quite some time. Licking his lips, he cautiously treads towards the source of the noise. In a short while, from a distance of 7 or 8 meters, he spots a plump bamboo rat, its fur a light brown, blissfully gnawing away at the bamboo with its large incisors, leaving a small heap of shavings on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Han quickens his pace. Propelled by his exceptional military training and enhanced physique, due to the transformative effects of the Lingquan water. His dash is akin to an arrow released from its bow. By the time the bamboo rat senses danger, it is too late. Zhao Han lunges and captures it effortlessly. The rat squeaks in protest, struggling and emitting a sound akin to a child's wail, attempting to bite him in return, with a powerful bite capable of severing a finger. It is no wonder they can chew through bamboo so effectively. However, Zhao Han swiftly seizes its tail, lifting it upside down, rendering it unable to bite him. Ah, you wish to bite me? Let us see who bites whom. Zhao Han muses, already contemplating the culinary delight that awaits. Who could resist a dish of braised bamboo rat? This particular specimen weighs at least 4 to 5 pounds, ample for a satisfying feast. He then gathers several bamboo shoots, intending to return home and request his father to prepare a dish of bamboo shoots braised with bamboo rat, ensuring that the two are intertwined in a culinary embrace. Upon his return, as he enters the yard, he finds Xingxing and Guoguo awake, playfully entertaining a small dog. Meanwhile, the large yellow dog watches from a distance, helplessly observing its offspring being whimsically played with by the children. Wow, Dad, what is that? Xingxing exclaims, the first to notice Zhao Han, dropping the little black dog from her arms and rushing over with bright eyes. Daddy, what is it? It looks so chubby and adorable. Guoguo wants to keep it. Guoguo, too, hurries over, for no little girl can resist the allure of a fluffy, plump creature. The two little dogs, yapping and bounding after her, seem to voice their discontent at being overshadowed by their young master's fleeting fascination. Zhao Han chuckles. This is a bamboo rat, but we cannot keep it, you see. This one has suffered from heat stroke. Daddy will ask Grandpa to remove its fur, add some Sichuan pepper and star anise, and give it a medicinal bath, all right? Oh, Guoguo responds, easily swayed. However, Xingxing is not so easily deceived. Dad, you're lying. You just want to eat it. How cruel of you. Wah. Woo-woo, Daddy, it's so cute. Please don't eat it. Guoguo, who had just been swayed, suddenly bursts into tears. Zhao Han, feeling a headache, shot a glare at Xingxing. You've made your sister cry again. You must comfort her. What? Xingxing was taken aback. Isn't this your doing, Dad? What does it have to do with me? Chapter 7. The sweet aroma of the bamboo rat. 3 bowls consumed with tears. What's wrong with my dear granddaughter? Why is she crying? Hearing the sounds of weeping, Zhao Jiang rushed out with a cigarette in hand, his face etched with concern and urgency. Wah, Grandpa. Daddy wants to eat the bamboo rat. Please don't. Let Guoguo keep the bamboo rat. Guoguo threw herself at Zhao Jiang's legs, choking back her sobs. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. We'll listen to Guoguo. Zhao Jiang reassured her for a moment before turning a stern gaze upon Zhao Han. How can a grown man like you make your own daughter cry? Is this how one raises a child? Dad, you're being a bit biased, Zhao Han protested, feeling a twinge of injustice as he experienced a pang of jealousy over his daughter. Zhao Jiang retorted with conviction, nonsense. I have grandchildren now. Why should I care about you? He then scooped Guoguo up and headed back inside. Dad, can you now understand how I feel? Zhao Han remarked, while Xingxing wore a look of schadenfreude. Gently ruffling his son's hair, Zhao Han said in a soft tone, Good boy, 50 push-ups. The smile on Xingxing's face gradually faded. Dad, I ask you, is this amusing? Is it really? He questioned through gritted teeth. Zhao Han, feeling quite merry, displayed an innocent smile. Isn't having children just a form of play? Son, you must play your part. If you can't handle Grandpa, how can you deal with me? Dad, since you show no mercy, do not blame me for being unkind, Xingxing said earnestly, his small face serious. Hearing this mock threat, Zhao Han laughed even more brightly. What, do you intend to bite me? Grandpa. Zhao Xing inhaled sharply, shouting before dramatically running inside with faint tears. Zhao Han's smile froze at once. Oh dear, Zhao Xing, you little rascal. I think you're the real rascal. Zhao Han retorted. You've made my granddaughter cry. And now you've upset my grandson. Are you itching for a fight? Zhao Jiang's authoritative voice echoed from within the house. Zhao Han chuckled. If I'm a rascal, what does that make you? You can scold me all you want, but don't drag yourself into it. Dad, I want to say the same to you. Xingxing stuck out his tongue at Zhao Han. You little brat. Zhao Han pointed at him as a warning before heading off to deal with the bamboo rat. I have the bamboo rat under my control. Not even Jesus can save it. I mean it. That evening, the sky was adorned with a tapestry of stars, and the full moon hung like a jade plate in the heavens, while the chirping of insects created a melodious symphony. In the courtyard, the family gathered for dinner. The large yellow dog and 2 puppies circled the table, eagerly anticipating scraps from their owner. "Daddy, where's the bamboo rat?" Guogua, holding her pink bowl with tiny hands and a spoon, her mouth dusted with rice grains, blinked her big eyes and inquired. Zhao Jiang shot another glare at Zhao Han. He had prepared dinner and was well aware that Zhao Han had already dealt with the bamboo rat. Under his father's watchful gaze, Zhao Han chuckled and picked up a piece of meat for Guogua. "Here, Guogua, try this and see if it's delicious. Taste it before you decide." Guogua scooped up a piece of meat with a spoon, puffed her little cheeks and blew on it twice before finally placing it in her mouth. "Wow, this is delicious. Daddy, what dish is this? Grandpa's cooking is really amazing." "This is a bamboo rat," Zhao Han replied. Guogua froze in place, her eyes instantly reddening, and she burst into tears. "Guogua, the bamboo rat is gone. It was so adorable. Daddy, you're so cruel." The woman's expression shifted like the weather, changing in an instant. Yes, it's truly enticing, absolutely delectable." Xingxing nodded vigorously, continuously devouring the bamboo rat meat, her mouth greasy. Zhao Jiang, filled with frustration, pointed at Zhao Han, at a loss for words, then hurriedly comforted his granddaughter. "Guogua, be good, stop crying. Grandpa will catch you a bamboo rat tomorrow." "Dad, it's fine. Just look at me," Zhao Han said with a playful grin, offering Guogua another piece of meat. Guogua, choked with emotion, gazed at the meat in her bowl, her nose sniffing as she sobbed, her little face a picture of conflict. She didn't want to eat, yet the bamboo rat smelled so delightful. Ultimately, she cried as she ate, finishing 3 large bowls despite her tears. Afterward, she wiped her mouth and, with tear-filled eyes, looked at Zhao Jiang and asked, "Grandpa, will you catch me a bamboo rat tomorrow? It's really so delicious." Zhao Jiang, both amused and exasperated, replied, All right, Grandpa will catch you another one tomorrow, so you can eat your fill." Yes, Grandpa is the best. Isn't Daddy good too?" "This bamboo rat was caught by Daddy," Zhao Han interjected, seeking recognition. Guogua pouted. Guogua won't pay attention to Daddy anymore. Daddy is bad, always bullying Guogua." Zhao Han burst into laughter, eating, sleeping, and teasing the children, such as the joy of life. After the children finished their meal, they went to watch television, perched before an old, bulky television set that received channels through a makeshift lid. Despite the outside world's rapid advancements, this small mountain village remained rooted in the past, seemingly in a different realm altogether. Once the children had left, Zhao Jiang lit a tobacco pipe and, after a long silence, said, "You should really take the children away." "Dad, what's wrong?" Zhao Han was taken aback. Zhao Jiang sighed. This village is ultimately not conducive to a child's growth, with school and any minor ailments. It's quite inconvenient. It's not like when you were young. Though reluctant, he felt compelled to make this decision for the sake of his grandchildren's futures. "Dad, you're worrying too much. I'll renovate the abandoned village school, allowing children from our village and nearby to attend. We'll also fix the village health center, and the roads will be connected to the main highway." Zhao Han had already envisioned his plans for the village's development. Once the village thrives, those who work outside will be eager to return. After all, who wouldn't want to earn a living at home? He believed the village would soon be bustling once more. Zhao Jiang questioned, "It sounds simple enough, but whether it's the school or health center, these require funds. Where will you get that much money?" "Leave that to me. I'm confident I can lead the village to prosperity," Zhao Han replied with unwavering assurance. Even without resources, he was certain that with his vision and connections, he could catalyze the village's growth. Moreover, is there still room for discussion? Zhao Jiang took a few more puffs of his cigarette, remarking, "All right, you are no longer a child. As long as you are aware of your own circumstances, that suffices." Suddenly, De Huang barked furiously at the gate, with 2 little puppies joining in the cacophony. A beam of flashlight pierced the darkness. "Brother, what brings you here at this late hour?" Upon recognizing the visitor, Zhao Jiang hurried to open the courtyard door. Zhao Hai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for trouble. I'll just speak a few words and then leave." "Uncle, what is it?" Zhao Han inquired. Zhao Hai smiled after a day of running around. The villagers have unanimously agreed for you to become the village chief. I also visited the town government to inform them. Here are the village's official seal and accounts. Henceforth, you shall be the leader of our 100-odd households in Taoyuan village. Thus, at the age of 25, having just returned from military service, Zhao Han officially assumed the role of village chief of Taoyuan village. Chapter 8. The future of the village is the world's first village as the rooster crowed. Heralding the dawn, Taoyuan village, which had lain in silence throughout the night, seemed to awaken in an instant. In the hazy morning mist, some individuals ventured into the fields with hoes or sickles, while others led cattle up the mountains, and a few rode old motorcycles to transport goods to the market. Breakfast in the countryside is usually served around 9 or 10 o'clock. As most villagers rise at 5 or 6 to commence their labor and return only after completing a certain amount of work. Consequently, breakfast is often akin to lunch in terms of its significance. Lunch is typically consumed in the afternoon around 2 or 3, while dinner is enjoyed in the evening around 8 or 9 after the day's labor is finished. Therefore, all 3 meals are regarded as substantial, as those engaged in strenuous physical work cannot sustain themselves without proper nourishment. Previously, Zhao Jiang followed this routine, but now he must accommodate the sleeping habits of his grandchildren. Thus, he rises at 6 to prepare breakfast. Dad, let me take care of it. Zhao Han, accustomed to an early schedule from his military days, also rose early. Zhao Jiang, chopping vegetables, glanced at him and retorted, "The stars say you can barely boil noodles without burning them. If I let you cook, will I still have a meal?" Dad, ignore his nonsense. I only burned them that one time, Zhao Han replied, slightly embarrassed. As a child from the countryside, how could he possibly be incapable of cooking? That incident was merely a rare mishap, yet the little rascal, Xingxing, insisted on reminding him of it. On another occasion, he indeed burned the food. Xingxing, fully dressed, emerged from the bedroom. Zhao Jiang was startled. "My dear grandson, why are you up so early? Quickly return to bed. Breakfast will be ready shortly, and I will call you when it's time." "Dad, it's all right. Xingxing's routine is similar to mine. He needs to rise early for exercise," Zhao Han explained. Zhao Jiang immediately grew anxious. "Child, what exercise? He is only 5 years old, in a crucial phase of growth. He must ensure he gets enough sleep." "Dad, when I was young and slept in, you would wake me with a broom to cook. This disparity in treatment is quite evident," Zhao Han remarked with a hint of melancholy. Xingxing echoed his father's sentiment, his tone and demeanor mirroring Zhao Han's. "Dad, you treated me the same way." "Ahem. This is what we call tradition," Zhao Han replied. Upon noticing that Xingxing appeared to be in good spirits, Zhao Jiang waved his hand dismissively. "All right. You two hurry and wash your faces, especially you, Zhao Han. Don't be in the way while I prepare breakfast for my dear grandson." After a brief moment, outside the courtyard, Zhao Han and his son Xingxing squatted on the stone steps brushing their teeth. Left brush, right brush, up brush, down brush, rinse and gargle, gurgle. Bow down, spit, phew. Each of their movements was perfectly synchronized. "Are you ready?" Zhao Han inquired. Xingxing stood at attention, always ready. "Then let us run and familiarize you with the village," Zhao Han declared, and with that, he dashed outside. Xingxing mirrored his father's posture and followed closely behind. Taoyuan village is a rare flatland nestled deep within the mountains, so although the paths are narrow, they are remarkably even. On either side of the road were either houses or vegetable gardens, lush green rice paddies, and various fruit trees. "Zhao Han, what are you doing out here so early in the morning?" a villager asked. "Just taking my son out for some exercise and to get familiar with the village." Xingxing, "This is Granny Wang." "Hello, Granny Wang." "Oh, this little one is quite sensible. Hansi, I heard you're the village head now?" Villagers greeted Zhao Han along the way, and he introduced Xingxing to them. They finally halted at the abandoned village school at the edge of the village. "Dad, why aren't we running anymore? What is this place?" Xingxing curiously surveyed his surroundings. It was a flat expanse with several crumbling earthen houses topped with cracked blue tiles and an old, weathered basketball hoop with a wooden backboard that had turned white and broken. Zhao Han's eyes brimmed with nostalgia. This was the very place where your father attended school for the first time. Taoyuan Village School had once flourished, drawing children from nearby villages to attend elementary school here. However, as no teachers were willing to come, the students eventually had to go to town, leaving the village school in disrepair. Oh, so it's a school? But it looks so run down. Xingxing pouted, expressing his disdain. Zhao Han chuckled softly. Just wait. Soon it will no longer be dilapidated. One day, you and your sister will attend the same school your father once did. He was determined to develop the village and transform Taoyuan into the world's foremost village. He envisioned bringing in the finest teachers. And even if it meant revitalizing this school, he aspired to make it a highly sought-after institution. He aimed to lead the entire village to prosperity. Zhao Han could earn money, but he would not simply hand it out to the villagers. Instead, he intended for them to be self-sufficient. At most, he would create conditions for them to earn a living. Thus, he had a grand idea. Nowadays, city dwellers are increasingly drawn to the countryside. In the future, he planned to center his efforts around his own orchard, establishing a pick-your-own ecological base to attract visitors. If the spiritual spring proved effective for fruit trees, he could envision his orchard's fruits causing quite a stir. By then, he wouldn't need to worry about attracting visitors. Once there was a flow of tourists, villagers could establish agritourism businesses or supermarkets to generate income. Once he amassed more wealth, he could completely transform Taoyuan Village into a premier tourist destination. With its mountains, waters, and beautiful scenery, the village could thrive in tourism, aquaculture, and agriculture, all while avoiding environmental pollution and fostering wealth. With wealth, he could repair schools, hospitals, and attract talent with high salaries. What's not to gain from that? Moreover, his years in the military had helped him cultivate a robust network of connections, enabling him to secure a series of policy supports that would greatly benefit Taoyuan's development. Certainly, imagination is a beautiful thing, yet reality can be harsh. All endeavors must be approached gradually. Taking overly large strides may lead to unforeseen troubles. For instance, let us first establish a modest goal: to repair the village road. Renovate the village school before the autumn term begins, and subsequently hire a few teachers. Prior to this, both Xingxing and Guogua must attend the town's kindergarten like the other village children, Guogua in the senior class and Xingxing in the preschool. Although it is within his capability to teach them himself, attending kindergarten is not merely about acquiring knowledge. It is essential for them to learn how to interact with their peers, for solitude without companions can be quite disheartening. Once the siblings have spent half a year at the town school and the village school is ready, they will be able to attend primary school right in the village. Thus, he must also purchase a motorcycle to facilitate daily commutes for the two children during this half-year period. Dad, look, there are fish in the river. Xingxing suddenly interrupted Zhao Han's thoughts. Zhao Han turned to gaze into the river and spotted a carp gliding gracefully across the water's surface. This display was nothing short of a challenge to Zhao Han, a seasoned angler, and it was simply intolerable. After breakfast, I will take you fishing. Zhao Han swiftly lifted Xingxing, placing him upon his shoulders, and dashed homeward. Yeehaw! I'm riding a horse! Xingxing exclaimed joyfully, his laughter ringing out like crystal chimes carried away by the morning breeze. Upon returning home, breakfast was already prepared. However, Zhao Han was both amused and exasperated. Cold fish mint salad, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stewed pork with dried potatoes. Was this truly the appropriate fare for breakfast? Dad, why so many meat dishes so early in the morning? It's far too greasy, Zhao Han remarked helplessly. Zhao Jiang, donning an apron, set down a plate of spicy chicken on the table, grinning widely. You may not eat, but Xingxing and Guogua need their nourishment. If they cannot finish, they can save it for lunch. They are at the stage of growth. There exists a kind of hunger that only a grandfather can perceive. What conditions do we have? We can hardly manage a breakfast with 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetables. Zhao Han shook his head. Zhao Jiang, hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. It's not your money being spent. Why complain so much? One cannot say that. My elder brother and sister have settled in the city, and I am responsible for your care. Isn't your money essentially mine? Zhao Han replied with a serious demeanor. Zhao Jiang retorted with irritation, Dream on. I will bequeath my wealth to my grandchildren. Zhao Han never imagined he would one day vie for inheritance with his own children. Does this mean I could eventually inherit both Grandpa's and Dad's money? Xingxing asked eagerly. Zhao Han playfully slapped his hand, then went to wake Guogua, as she had a habitual tendency to linger in bed. Grandpa, I will help you. Xingxing hurried to assist his grandfather with the food. My eldest grandson is truly considerate, Zhao Jiang beamed, finding his grandson far more agreeable than his son. Zhao Han entered the room only to find Guogua sleeping soundly in her panda pajamas, her posture impeccably straight. A smile crept across his face. This little one was pretending to be asleep again. All right, no more pretending. Get up quickly. How did you know I was pretending? Guogua opened her eyes, grinning mischievously. Zhao Han pinched her cheek and remarked, You sleep at such odd angles, with your limbs and body in complete disarray. When was the last time you slept in a normal position? Guogua covered her small face, surprised that her peculiar sleeping posture had been exposed. Pouting, she replied. But Guogua doesn't want to get up. No way, you must rise. How can you skip breakfast? Zhao Han would not indulge her. Guogua's eyes twinkled mischievously. Then let me kiss Daddy. Perhaps he will let me stay in bed. Absolutely not. You haven't even brushed your teeth. Your mouth is all stinky. Daddy won't allow it. Zhao Han feigned disgust, although in truth, the child had no foul breath. Guogua lunged at him, clinging to him and planting several kisses on his face. I want to kiss Daddy. Guogua isn't stinky. It's Daddy who is stinky. Bad Daddy 1T let Guogua sleep in. After some playful banter, upon hearing that breakfast would be followed by a fishing trip, Guogua complied and got out of bed. Guogua and Xingxing should help Grandpa after breakfast, okay? Grandpa is getting old and can't work as fast alone. Zhao Jiang teased the two children. Xingxing looked conflicted, nibbling on the end of his chopsticks. Grandpa, can we go tomorrow instead? Dad said he would take me fishing after breakfast. Guogua also wished to fish but timidly lifted her head. Guogua can't work. Zhao Jiang chuckled. All right, you two needn't worry about work. Grandpa can still manage. Dad, how much land do you still have? Didn't I tell you to stop farming? Zhao Han frowned. Zhao Jiang shrugged. In the countryside, who retires at 50. Besides, I don't have much land, just a small vegetable patch and some corn. Zhao Han's expression softened a bit. As long as it wasn't too much land. He understood his father, who had been a farmer all his life, could not sit idle. I plan to renovate the village school before September, seeking support from the town government to reopen it. Before that, we need to send Xingxing and Guogua to the kindergarten in town. Zhao Han mentioned the schooling plans. Zhao Jiang did not object. The children must interact with others. Buying a motorcycle won't take much time for pickups and drop-offs. Besides, kindergarten starts late and ends early. Let us proceed as you suggest. Daddy, will Guogua make new friends at the new kindergarten? Guogua asked eagerly. Xingxing scoffed. Dad, can I not go? Those kids are too childish. His intelligence, independence, and exceptional maturity made him somewhat disdainful of his peers. You must look after your sister. What if someone bullies her? Zhao Han countered with authority. Fine. Xingxing relented, letting out a sigh. Sigh. Girls are such a hassle. Coughing. Zhao Jiang nearly choked and shot a warning glance at Zhao Han. Is this what you've taught him? Can a 5-year-old really say that? Zhao Han denied it. How could it be me? You probably picked it up from some book. Xingxing had a penchant for reading and was adept at self-learning. Though he was merely in preschool, he could already solve math problems meant for first and second graders. He truly required no concern from Zhao Han. After finishing their meal and washing the dishes, Zhao Han took the bamboo fishing rod from home and set off with his two children to fish. Xingxing and Guogua donned straw hats and wore matching blue overalls adorned with a bear motif, each carrying a bucket and a bag of snacks as they trailed behind him. Xingxing, Guogua, where are we going? Zhao Han inquired. Fishing. Guogua replied in a sweet, childlike voice. Oh dear, if Guogua catches a fish. Shall we give one to the auntie? Zhao Han suggested. Yes. Guogua will give the biggest one to the auntie, and she will cook it for Guogua, okay? The little girl was quite shrewd. Along the way, many villagers teased the two children. Upon reaching the riverbank, Zhao Han confidently settled into a chair and directed the little ones. Go over to the field and help Daddy dig up some worms for bait. Eagerly, they rushed off, unperturbed by the prospect of encountering worms. Fear of such things often develops later in life. Daddy here. Xing, her small hands muddy, presented a red worm to Zhao Han. Was soon followed, her chubby face beaming with pride. Daddy, look. I caught two, more than my brother. What a childish boast, Xing scoffed. Was stuck out her tongue playfully. Zhao Han baited the hook and cast it into the river, needing no additional preparation, for this wild river was rarely fished, leaving the fish oblivious to the dangers of the world. Today, Zhao Han intended to teach them that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Before long, the float began to sink. We have a bite. Daddy, pull it in. Xing and Guogua jumped with excitement, pointing at the water. Zhao Han calmly lifted the rod, and with a splash, a splendid carp emerged, shimmering in the sunlight. Hurry, put it in the bucket. Guogua hurriedly stumbled over with the bucket in her arms. Meanwhile, as Zhao Han enjoyed fishing with his children, Wang Kuei, who had suffered humiliation the previous day, was plotting his comeback. Chapter 10. The county leaders come to offer their support, and Wang Kuei stands dumbfounded after a long day's work. Wang Kuei returned home feeling sore all over, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. With each twinge of pain, his anger and resentment toward Zhao Han intensified. He was determined to exact revenge. While he could not take on Zhao Han with a few men, what about 30 or 50? Thus, early the next morning, he went to town and paid to hire about 30 ruffians, preparing to confront Zhao Han. Of course, he was somewhat clever. Instead of bringing knives or clubs, he armed them with sickles and hoes. After all, these were farming tools, not weapons, which would provide him with an excuse should the police intervene. Unbeknownst to Zhao Han, who had enjoyed a fruitful morning of fishing, he returned home with his children. How many fish did you catch, little Xing? I caught over 10. Grandpa Wang. You should take one home. Xing generously offered. Oh, I couldn't possibly, he chuckled. But it is customary for the younger generation to show respect to their elders. You should take it, Grandpa Wang. Well then, I shall not be polite. Come to my house for dinner another day. I've caught a wild boar. And Zhang, would you like some fish? Uncle Wang remarked. Along the way, the stars deliver fish to those they encounter. You are quite generous. Using the fish I caught to curry favor, Zhao Han playfully tapped his head. Star, with a cheeky grin, replied, But Dad, your fish is indeed mine, just as you told Grandpa. Scram. Zhao Han lightly kicked him. At noon, as Zhao Jiang had not returned from the fields, Zhao Han took to the kitchen to prepare a dish of sauerkraut fish. Star and Guogua, accompanied by two little puppies, were in the yard chasing chickens and ducks, creating quite a commotion. Meanwhile, a group of unexpected guests strolled into the village, the majority of whom were middle-aged men. What a picturesque place. No wonder someone as talented as Comrade Zhao Han emerged from here. Indeed, this place is splendid. Mayor Chun, on his way back from tending to cattle, happened upon this group and recognized one of the balding middle-aged men as the mayor of Qingshu town. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Mayor Chen's face lit up with a smile as he approached, saying, Old Zhao, come here. Let me introduce you. This is County Director Wu from Taiping County. And this is Minister Liu from the county's armed forces. Greetings, County Director Wu, Minister Liu, and esteemed leaders, Zhao Hai stammered, startled, as he quickly tossed the cow's reins aside to greet them, feeling a mix of anxiety and curiosity about what these prominent figures were doing in Taoyuan village. Mayor Chun continued, esteemed leaders, this is Comrade Zhao Hai, the former village head of Taoyuan, and also the uncle of Comrade Zhao Han. Village head Zhao? Your family has truly nurtured a talent for the nation, County Director Wu exclaimed, shaking Zhao Hai's hand warmly. Zhao Hai was utterly bewildered. This is old Zhao. You should promptly take our leaders to Zhao Han's home. They have come specifically to pay their respects to him, Mayor Chen said with a gentle smile. Zhao Hai was even more confused. Pay respects to Zhao Han? You may not be aware, but your nephew is quite exceptional, having accomplished numerous feats. Such a living hero deserves our attention after his service. Otherwise, it would be our dereliction of duty, Minister Liu stated solemnly. Zhao Han's military experience was extensive, and the last unit he served in was classified. However, his previous achievements during his service were public knowledge. Furthermore, the first-class merit he had applied for from his superior before retiring had finally been approved, with the military honor being sent to the county's armed forces for delivery to Zhao Han. The leaders had made a special visit due to Zhao Han's recognition by the county. Zhao Han was taken aback. He only knew his nephew was a soldier but had not realized the extent of his prowess, even garnering the attention of high-ranking officials. However, he quickly regained his composure, his face radiating pride and excitement as he led the way. News of Zhao's third son being a hero spread rapidly throughout the village. This child, Hanzi, has always been capable. He has brought honor to Taoyuan village. He has truly made something of himself. Indeed, he has achieved merit, leaving behind his military rank to return as village head, never forgetting his roots. As Zhao Han's family enjoyed their lunch, suddenly, the large yellow dog beneath the table, gnawing on a bone, along with its two puppies, dashed to the yard's entrance, barking wildly. A cacophony of voices soon filled the air. Second brother, Zhao Han. Come out quickly. The county leaders have come to pay their respects, Zhao Hai called from a distance. Zhao Jiang, perplexed, asked, what kind of visit? Let us go see. Zhao Han suggested, sensing something significant. As they stepped out of the main room, they saw Zhao Hai entering with several unfamiliar faces. Eldest brother? Zhao Jiang inquired. Confusion etched on his face. Before Zhao Hai could introduce anyone, County Mayor Wu stepped forward and grasped Zhao Jiang's hand. You must be Zhao Han's father. On behalf of the entire populace of Taiping County, I wish to express our gratitude. It is thanks to your nurturing that we take pride in the accomplishments of Taiping County today. Zhao Jiang, taken aback, could only respond with a bewildered, ah? Zhao Hai chuckled. Second brother, your son Zhao Han has made quite a name for himself in the army, earning commendations. Now that he has discharged, the county leaders have come to honor him. Realization dawned on Zhao Jiang, and a wave of pride and exhilaration washed over him, though he struggled to maintain his composure. This child has never mentioned it to me. Comrade Zhao Han, you are a hero, a source of pride for Taiping County, and indeed for all soldiers. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to us. Minister Lu saluted Zhao Han. Zhao Han stood at attention and returned the gesture, expressing, I am grateful for the concern from the party and the nation. I shall remain steadfast and true to my service. The military honor medal for your recent commendation has arrived, and it is a testament to your glory. Minister Lu presented a box, gazing deeply at Zhao Han. A first-class honor, a living testament. Being a former soldier himself, he understood the profound significance of this medal. Zhao Han accepted the box with both hands and opened it to reveal a radiant red five-pointed star glistening in the sunlight. The star was filled with excitement, inexplicably stirred, yet overwhelmed with joy. Guogua stood quietly and obediently at the side. Zhao Han. A voice filled with malice and fury erupted. Mayor Chen's expression shifted dramatically, and everyone furrowed their brows and turned to look. Wang Kuei, brandishing a sickle, stormed in, flanked by 30 ruffians armed with farming tools. He froze in place, his expression stiffening as he recognized County Mayor Wu and the others. Had he just been overly aggressive? Wang Kuei, what are you doing? Mayor Chen thundered, his voice laced with fury. Wang Kuei, sweating profusely, forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. I heard Zhao Han was going to reopen the orchard, and fearing he might struggle alone, I brought some people to help him with weeding. See, I even brought my sickle. Chapter 11. Heroes of the Nation. The despairing Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei had never felt such despair. Why was the county mayor at Zhao Han's home? It felt like a robbery. Upon entering, he discovered a room full of armed soldiers. What a shock. He was grateful he was wielding a sickle and hoe, for otherwise, he would have had no excuse. Help! Mayor Chen scoffed, his tone dry and unyielding. I believe you are here to stir trouble. Do you think he is so easily deceived? No, absolutely not. That is not the case at all. Wang Kuelian repeatedly denied, shaking his head like a rattledrum. Mayor Chen, I truly came to assist. Zhao Han is an old classmate of mine. If I do not help him, who will? Mayor Chen, he genuinely came to help. Just yesterday, he repaired my pig pen. And today, he has brought others to assist with the weeding at my home. Wang Kuei is indeed a warm-hearted person. Zhao Han remarked with a hint of amusement. Labor offered on a silver platter should never be squandered. The orchard is vast. Relying solely on his own efforts would mean toiling for ages. Now that Wang Kuei has brought so many people, he has saved on labor costs, and Zhao Han truly ought to express his gratitude. Wang Kuei has been exceedingly kind to him. Sensing that Zhao Han did not wish to pursue the matter further, Mayor Chen sighed. Comrade Zhao Han is truly magnanimous. Indeed, echoed County Head Wu, who first cast a warning glance at Wang Kuei, then turned to Zhao Han, saying, Comrade Xiao Zhao, you are a hero, a person of remarkable merit. Now that you have retired, should anyone dare to bully you, it would be a slap in the face to our county committee and government. Please, do not hesitate to inform us of any issues. Let the government handle them. This was both a show of support for Zhao Han and a caution against him acting impulsively in a moment of anger, which could lead to regrettable consequences. Wang Kuei trembled at these words, his back damp with cold sweat, bewildered and fearful. After all, Zhao Han had merely served as a soldier for a few years. Why was even the county head treating him with such deference? Wang Kuei was both astonished and terrified. Thank you for your concern, leaders, Zhao Han said as he invited everyone inside. Please, come in. No, the military merit has been delivered, and we have met. There is a meeting this afternoon, so we shall not impose further. Should you need anything, you may find Mayor Chen, or come to the county government to see me. County Head Wu waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Han did not insist, knowing that those from the military are straightforward. Allow me to see you off. He then escorted County Head Wu and the others as they departed. As Mayor Chen passed by Wang Kuei, he paused momentarily, snorted coldly, humph. Wang Kuei. Zhao Han is a national hero who has earned first and second-class honors multiple times. Today, he is choosing not to hold you accountable. But should you dare to overreach again, do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, he disregarded Wang Kuei's bewilderment and strode off to catch up with County Head Wu and the others. Wang Kuei's head buzzed. He finally understood why County Head Wu and the others had come. Multiple first-class honors. What does that even mean? Even a simple rural landlord like him could grasp the weight of a first-class medal. As the saying goes, third-class honors are awarded standing, second-class lying down, and first-class to family members. And Zhao Han has received first-class honors multiple times. He stands alive here today. Is he even human? His heart was filled with relief. Fortunately, County Head Wu and the others were present. Otherwise, he would have dug his own grave today. After watching County Head Wu and the others leave, Zhao Han turned and entered the yard, walking up to Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei snapped back to reality, forcing a flattering smile. Hanzi, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold my missteps against me. Hold you accountable for what? Did you not specifically come to assist me? Zhao Han replied with a wry smile. Wang Kuei's lips twitched, as if struck by a sudden realization, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, I am here specifically to assist you today. We have brought all the necessary tools, so just instruct me on how to proceed. Internally, he felt a pang of anguish, yet he maintained a facade of cheerfulness, lamenting the fact that he had spent several thousand yuan to hire a group of people to toil in the fields for Zhao Han. You are aware of my orchard, right? Please clear the weeds and give it some water. I will come to inspect the work shortly, Zhao Han said with a warm smile. Wang Kuei gritted his teeth and nodded. All right. Kuei, back in school, I often used to bully you. But I never anticipated that you would help me repair the pig pen and renovate the orchard. It truly touches my heart. Old classmate, Zhao Han said, visibly moved, as he patted Wang Kuei's shoulder. Shrimp and pig hearts are also needed. Wang Kuei felt as though he could spit blood, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears, and replied in a feigned bravado, This is what I ought to do. Yet why do I see tears welling in your eyes? Zhao Han inquired, leaning in closer with a feigned look of confusion. Wang Kuei suppressed the impulse to punch him, managing to squeeze out a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. I am simply overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears of joy for our reconciliation. Ah, I see. Zhao Han responded with a sudden understanding, waving his hand dismissively. Off you go. Rest assured, I will ensure the work is completed to your satisfaction, Wang Kuei declared, turning to the group and shouting. Why are you all standing there? Come with me to work. The group of miscreants exchanged glances, wondering why they had gathered. After all, they had come to avoid labor. Whether mingling in society or toiling in the fields, it seemed they were doomed to labor. Yet, given the circumstances, they dared not disobey Wang Kuei, who was perceived as a leader among them. Thus, one by one, they trudged along, heads hung low, wielding hoes and shovels in Wang Kuei's wake. A peculiar scene was about to unfold in the orchard, a motley crew of teenagers. With hair dyed in hues of yellow and red, clad in tight pants and trendy shoes, and adorned with fierce tattoos, laboriously fetching water and weeding under the sun. Who says that hands wielding knives cannot grasp hoes? Look, their heads resemble a rainbow, Guogua remarked, pointing at the departing group of miscreants. When various colors of hair come together, it indeed resembles a rainbow, does it not? Zhao Han ruffled her little head. They are hardly like a rainbow, at best. They are rainbow beans. Dad, I want to be a soldier when I grow up, Xingxing said, gazing intently at the military medal in his father's hand. Parents are the finest role models for their children. Zhao Han chuckled. All right, then grow up quickly, and I will personally take you to enlist. Yes, yes. Xingxing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Guogua chimed in. Guogua also wants to be a soldier. The army wouldn't accept a little crybaby, Xingxing retorted, pouting. Guogua's eyes turned red. And she began to cry on cue. You little rascal. Zhao Han shot a glare at Xingxing and swiftly scooped up Guogua. No need to cry, Guogua. You can also become a soldier. Daddy will take you too. Don't take Gidge. Guogua choked out. Zhao Han nodded. Yes, yes, let us not take your brother. He bullies you after all. Yuck. Xingxing made a face. Guogua pouted, turning away to ignore him. Chapter 12. The Proud Old Father. Sichuan-style pickled fish, let me take a look at your medal, Zhao Jiang said, gazing at Zhao Han. Dad, Zhao Han handed over the medal. Zhao Jiang carefully accepted it with both hands. Zhao Han found it amusing and remarked, Dad, there's no need to be so cautious. It's just a medal. I have several more in my box. Enough nonsense. This is the honor you earned with your life. It is bestowed upon you by the nation. Zhao Jiang shot him a glare, gently caressing the smooth surface of the medal. After a long pause, he sighed, You've endured quite a bit, haven't you? Zhao Han was taken aback, uncertain how to respond. Adults often dread the sudden concern and inquiries from their parents. Outsiders only see your brilliance and offer their congratulations, while it is only family that genuinely worries about your well-being. Hey, kid, your father is asking you something. Why are you still silent? Zhao Hai urged. Snapping back to reality, Zhao Han took a deep breath and managed to smile. When it comes to military service, hardship is inevitable. Keep it safe. This is something that can be passed down through generations in our Zhao family. Zhao Jiang closed the box and returned it to Zhao Han, his face beaming with pride. Although his heart ached for the struggles his son had faced over the years, the old father did not voice it. Nonetheless, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride for his son's achievements. This is my son. Suddenly, Zhao Hai remembered something, slapping his thigh in exclamation, Oh dear. My cow is still at the village entrance. Don't let it eat anyone's vegetables. I must be off. In rural life, if someone else's livestock caused trouble, it inevitably led to quarrels. Goodbye, great uncle. Guogua and Xingxing chorused. Goodbye, Xingxing. Goodbye, Guogua. Zhao Hai called as he rushed out, turning to wave, Zhao Han. Bring the kids over for dinner tomorrow night. All right, Zhao Han replied. Zhao Jiang turned to head and sighed. I shall prepare dinner. Zhao Han quickly entered the house ahead of him. Dad, I'll cook today. You can play with Guogua and the others. Fine. Come here, Guogua. Grandpa will weave you a grasshopper. Zhao Jiang opened his arms to embrace Guogua. I want one too, Xingxing exclaimed. Everyone will have one. Everyone will, Zhao Jiang said, his face radiant with joy. Watching this scene, Zhao Han felt a wave of nostalgia, reminiscent of his childhood when he would cling to his father, begging him to weave grasshoppers. Time flew by, and now his own children had grown so much. Although his father could still weave grasshoppers, he had aged. Shaking his head, Zhao Han entered the kitchen, which was essentially just a stove set up in the main room, what city folk would call an open kitchen. He scaled, gutted, and filleted the fish, chopping the bones into pieces. The fish meat and bones were marinated separately with scallions, ginger, and cooking wine to eliminate any fishy odor. After removing the scallions and ginger, he dusted the fish with a bit of starch. He then selected a few pieces of his homemade pickled vegetables from the jar, ensuring they had not been trampled underfoot. The pickled vegetables were chopped and stir-fried in the pot until fragrant. Then water and a splash of the brine were added along with salt and chicken essence for seasoning. Once the broth boiled, he added the fish bones, cooking them until done, then removed them to add the fish fillets, simmering gently until cooked through. Once the fish fillets were ready, he plated them, sprinkling chopped garlic on top. A drizzle of hot oil caused a sizzling sound, instantly releasing the aromatic scent of garlic. Finally, he garnished with chopped scallions. The fish was a milky white, the scallions a vibrant green, and the rich broth shimmered with a layer of oil, making it utterly mouth-watering. A pot of exquisite Sichuan-style pickled fish has been prepared, and due to the abundance of fish, there is no need for additional dishes. It is sufficient for 4 people. Dad, call Guogua and Xingxing to dinner, Zhao Han called out toward the outside. Soon, Guogua and Xingxing came bounding in, each holding a wobbly grasshopper, their faces beaming with pride. Daddy, look. This is the grasshopper Grandpa made for us, and it can move. This was crafted from the tender leaves of the palm tree, which are plentiful in Sichuan province. Villagers often use these leaves as ropes for binding items. Grandpa made one for me when I was young. You are merely playing with the remnants of what I had. What is there to boast about? Zhao Han replied without lifting his head. Guogua pouted, slightly disheartened. But upon catching sight of the pickled fish, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she nearly leaned over the table. Is this the fish you caught today, Daddy? It smells so good. You're amazing, Daddy. You both contributed to this fish. It was your help that enabled me to catch it, Zhao Han smiled. Guogua's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she bounced in delight. Then I am just as skilled as Daddy. Humph. You only caught the worms. I actually caught a fish, Xingxing declared proudly. Guogua stuck her tongue out at him. Well, I can still eat. Ha! Take that, silly brother. All right, my 2 little treasures, stop the ruckus. Come, Grandpa will wash your hands. After that, we can eat, Zhao Jiang said as he brought over a basin of warm water. The 2 children hurriedly rushed to wash their hands. Afterward, they eagerly sat down to eat. Be careful, there are bones in the fish. Daddy will help you pick them out, Zhao Han advised. I can do it myself, just help my sister with her bones. She's so clumsy, Xingxing retorted. You're the clumsy one. Guogua shot back angrily. Zhao Han placed a piece of fish in Guogua's small bowl. All right, eat quickly, ignore your brother. Guogua is obedient, right? Daddy? Am I a good child? Guogua looked up, seeking praise. Zhao Han sighed in exasperation. Yes, Guogua is the best. Now, hurry and eat. Guogua beamed as she savored a piece of fish, her eyes crinkling with delight. It's so delicious. Zhao Han also tried a piece, finding the fish tender and elastic. It crumbled easily with a bite, the garlic and sour flavors bursting forth, tantalizing and delectable. Guogua helped Grandpa pick out dishes, behaving like a little adult as she leaned over the table to serve Zhao Jiang. Xingxing, not wanting to be outdone, declared. Xingxing is also helping Grandpa and picking out even more. Guogua picked more than you, brother, Guogua insisted. Her competitive spirit ignited as she continued serving Zhao Jiang. The 2 children playfully competed to fill his bowl. That's enough. Grandpa can serve himself, Zhao Jiang said, bemused by the overflowing bowl of fish. Zhao Han admonished. Everyone sit down and eat properly. Children should behave like children. Only then did the 2 little ones obediently take their seats. Hurry up and eat. After dinner, Daddy will take you to the orchard to play. Zhao Han's tone softened. Yay! The 2 children nearly leaped up. But a stern glance from Zhao Han made them shrink back into their seats. While the Zhao family enjoyed a harmonious lunch, Wang Kuei in the orchard was nearing exhaustion. After all, since he established the farm, he has made some money, yet he has always relied on hired hands for labor. When has he ever toiled himself? Nevertheless, he cannot afford to slack off now. He must exert himself to complete today's tasks, as he has no desire to return tomorrow. Such misfortune. The burden of toil is indeed overwhelming. Observing the newly formed blisters on his hands, Wang Kuei gripped the sickle, his face a mask of indignation as he howled at the heavens. Chapter 13. The Star That Kills the Heart. The orchard bears fruit. It was a little past 4 in the afternoon. Dusk was approaching. The weeds in the orchard had been thoroughly cleared. Wang Kuei, panting heavily, sat on the ground, hacking at the earth with his sickle, sweat cascading down his brow. Brother Kuei, It's rather frustrating that after coming to repair the pig pen yesterday, today we're back here to clear the weeds and water the fields. One of his comrades, who had fought alongside him in the pig pen, exclaimed, tossing a borrowed bucket onto the ground, his face etched with resentment. Wang Kuei was equally incensed, but could only grit his teeth and mutter threats. That scoundrel Zhao Han. I never thought he'd turn out to be such a soldier. Otherwise, I would make him regret it. Hey, Brother Kuei, stop talking. It wouldn't be good if Han heard. The young man who had just complained suddenly changed his expression, frantically signaling to Wang Kuei. He had spotted Zhao Han approaching, cradling his son and daughter, a smile adorning his face. Wang Kuei felt even more furious upon hearing this. Sensing a slight against him, he raised his neck defiantly and shouted, "So what if he hears it? Does he truly think I fear him? Even if he were here, I would still dare to say that if it weren't for his connections, he would know my strength." "Greetings, Brother Han." The young man beside Wang Kuei quickly stood up, raising his voice intentionally. Wang Kuei, startled, sprang to his feet, his face paling at the sight of Zhao Han. Zhao Han, with a knowing smile, replied, "I heard your words from quite a distance. What is it that you wish for me to know about your prowess?" "I was merely saying that if you had been here just now, you would understand how capable I am at work. Next time there's labor to be done, remember to seek my assistance." Wang Kuei stammered, his complexion shifting from green to white as he attempted to defend himself. Zhao Han raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Indeed. I can vouch for that." Brother Kuei means just that." The companions of Wang Kuei nodded vigorously. Zhao Han chuckled, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Now that you mention it, I'm quite intrigued. Kuei, I see there are still many trees that need watering. Why not demonstrate your skills and let me witness your prowess?" Wang Kuei's face paled further, as fetching water required a trek down to the river, a strenuous task indeed. Yet, under Zhao Han's watchful gaze, he could only swallow his discomfort and respond, "Very well, Han, just watch closely. Brother Kuei, here's the bucket." His loyal little brother promptly handed over his bucket and yoke. Wang Kuei shot him a fierce glare before hoisting the yoke and empty bucket. Trudging towards the river down the hill, his silhouette appeared exceedingly desolate. "Daddy, he looks so pitiable," even Guoguo remarked, noticing the forlorn figure of Wang Kuei. The star corrected her, "He is not pitiable, he is a volunteer." Volunteers willingly assist others and feel pride and satisfaction in their contributions. He is quite happy now. Wang Kuei nearly stumbled in disbelief. Damn this notion of volunteering. Happy? I just want to throttle you. Is it true? Can one find joy in such labor? In Guoguo's small mind resides a vast ocean of perplexity. The stars nodded affirmatively, recalling what the teacher had once said, assisting others brings joy, which embodies the spirit of volunteering. "If you don't believe me, just ask him," Guoguo exclaimed from Zhao Han's embrace, cupping her tiny hands into a trumpet shape as she called out, "Uncle Pang, do you feel happy when you help our family?" Wang Kuei, taken aback, turned around to reveal a smile that was more painful than a frown. "Happy. Uncle is indeed very happy." Yet, his demeanor suggested he was on the brink of tears. Guoguo pouted, her little face etched with confusion. Star, ever eager, raised his hand to answer, "I know. Uncle is so overwhelmed with joy that he is moved to tears." He tilted his head back, exuding a self-satisfied expression of cleverness. Wang Kuei, exasperated, muttered, "What the hell is this joy-induced weeping?" If it weren't for Star's tender age, he would suspect this child of deliberate provocation. The others struggled to contain their laughter, but under Wang Kuei's imposing presence, no one dared to laugh out loud. They all bowed their heads, their faces flushed with suppressed mirth. "Ahem, let's not disturb Uncle while he works. Daddy will take you to see the cherry blossoms." Zhao Han interjected, wary of provoking Wang Kuei further. He turned with the two children in his arms, eager to observe any changes in the cherry trees after the infusion of the spiritual spring. Though only a day had passed, and changes, if any, would take time, he could not suppress his anticipation. Upon arriving at the cherry grove, Zhao Han was astonished to see that even in such a short span, the cherry trees had undergone significant transformations. The blossoms had grown larger and more vibrant. Remarkably, some flowers had already transformed into tiny fruits. Could the spiritual spring water actually hasten maturation? Zhao Han could no longer contain his elation. We are going to strike it rich. This spiritual spring water is not only effective, but its impact is also remarkably pronounced. My plans for developing Peach Blossom Village can proceed smoothly now. Guogua and Star exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend their father's sudden exuberance. "Daddy, what are you laughing about?" they inquired in unison. Zhao Han kissed each of them on the cheek, his face beaming with joy. Happiness needs no reason. At this rate, the cherries will ripen in just a few days, and selling them will yield a substantial profit. In this day and age, everything requires money. Furthermore, since the spiritual spring water proves effective, we must also irrigate the other fruit trees in the orchard. A single application for each tree will suffice. Thus, although there are numerous trees, it is not a daunting task. It can easily be accomplished in a day. "Daddy, it's so beautiful here. Can we take a picture?" The innate desire for photography seemed to be embedded in the girl's very genes. Zhao Han could hardly refuse. He called over a volunteer with golden hair to assist in capturing the moment, posing with Star and Guogua beneath a cherry tree adorned with blossoms. Shortly thereafter, he shared the photo on his social media, evoking envy among the unattached individuals for his bountiful children. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Jiangzhou, in the office of a manager within a certain skyscraper, Zhao Han's ex-wife, Su Qingyao, gazed vacantly at the innocent smiles of their daughter and son captured in his post. She instinctively reached out to caress the screen. Could it truly be her own choice? Su Qingyao could not help but doubt herself for a fleeting moment, but her gaze swiftly regained its composure. "No, I am not mistaken. I am inherently destined for greatness. Zhao Han's complacency cannot keep pace with my ambitions. Thus, is it not justifiable for me to forsake him in pursuit of a brighter future? Indeed, my decision is sound. Once the company goes public, I shall emerge as a formidable woman of immense wealth, admired by all. Meanwhile, Zhao Han is destined for mediocrity, forever toiling in the fields of rural obscurity. The chasm between us shall only widen. He is unworthy of me." Chapter 14. Wang Kuei's resolve broken. Feeding the great yellow with spiritual spring as the sun dipped below the horizon, the tasks in the orchard were finally completed, leaving the diligent Wang Kuei utterly exhausted on the ground. He had single-handedly fetched water to irrigate the last few dozen trees, making countless trips up and down the mountain. His legs felt as if they belonged to someone else. "How about that, Hanzi? I told you I am quite the worker," Wang Kuei gasped, lying on the ground, breathless. Zhao Han replied with a smile. "Indeed, impressive. I'll be sure to call upon you for future tasks, as you previously stated." Wang Kuei thought to himself, wishing he could slap himself. "Why did I have to run my mouth? Why are you silent? As old classmates, you wouldn't refuse a little help, would you? Surely, your earlier words were not mere flattery, right?" Zhao Han's smile was innocent and disarming. Wang Kuei forced a smile. "Of course, my words hold weight. Just give me a call when you need assistance, and I'll be there in a heartbeat." He had already resolved that upon receiving a call from Zhao Han, he would claim to be unavailable. "It's not that I don't want to help. It's just that I'm coincidentally busy today. Surely, that cannot be held against me. All right. Let us exchange phone numbers and add each other on WeChat." Zhao Han cheerfully pulled out his phone. As Zhao Han prepared to leave, the little star approached Wang Kuei earnestly, saying, "Thank you, Uncle, for helping our family. The teacher says that volunteers who help others without expecting anything in return are truly great people." Wang Kuei exclaimed, "Was that intentional? Are you doing this on purpose?" His frustration nearly made him spit blood, his complexion fluctuating between green and white, his finger trembling as he pointed at her. After a long pause, he managed to utter, "Your teacher speaks wisely." "Thank you, chubby uncle," Guogua chimed in, her voice sweet, and she even performed a mock bow. In the eyes of the two children, Wang Kuei was indeed a good man who helped their family without charge. Seeing the sincere expressions of the children only deepened Wang Kuei's sense of grievance. His lips twitched as he remarked to Zhao Han, "These kids are truly understanding and well-behaved." Yet, the more he acknowledged this, the more wounded he felt. "You have set a fine example for them," Zhao Han teased, then bent down to pick up Guogua while taking Xingxing's hand. "Come, let us head home." "Goodbye, uncle." The two children turned back, smiling and waving at Wang Kuei. He lethargically waved in response. Goodbye? I never wish to see your family again. You all can just step off. Wang Kuei gazed vacantly at the sky. If he is guilty, the law shall punish him. Why must this family be sent to torment him? Ah, the overwhelming sorrow and indignation have no outlet. And Wang Kuei emits a sharp cry akin to that of a groundhog, echoing through the mountains. As he reaches the courtyard, De Huang bounds out with his 2 pups, barking excitedly and circling around Zhao Han. Xing Xing wriggles free from Zhao Han's grasp, eager to play with the little black dog, primarily focused on the pup. Daddy, Daddy. Put me down. I want to play with the dog. Guogua struggles in his arms. Zhao Han bends down and gently places her on the ground. As her feet touch the earth, Guogua can't contain her excitement and rushes towards the little flower dog, scooping it up in her embrace. Did you miss your sister? Little flower? The small dog wriggles in her grasp, perhaps not fully comprehending her words. Zhao Han watches this scene with a smile on his face. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. The spirit spring water is effective for humans, and it also benefits fruit trees. But what about other animals? His gaze falls upon De Huang. The large dog leaps towards him, but upon noticing its master's attention, it promptly sits down. All right, Xing Xing, Guogua, put the dog down and wash your hands. It's almost time for dinner. Zhao Han decides to send the 2 children away first in order to conduct his experiment. Oh, Guogua sets the little flower dog down and pats its head. Sister is going to eat. You must behave, okay? I'll bring you a bone later. And you, little black one, must also be good, or I'll punish you later, Xing Xing adds as she releases the little black dog, then skips into the courtyard with her sister to wash their hands. The 2 pups initially want to follow, but Zhao Han swiftly catches them by the scruff of their necks. The little dogs whine and struggle. He takes all 3 dogs into the space. Suddenly, in an unfamiliar place, the 3 dogs are momentarily bewildered but soon dash towards the spirit spring. Wait, Zhao Han calls out, then fills a basin with water and places it before the 3 dogs. The large dog and the 2 pups eagerly drink. Their tongues lap at the water, though not as dexterously as Zhao Han's, a fact he recalls vividly from his time with Su Qingyao before their divorce. Soon, all 3 dogs are satiated, and visible changes rapidly manifest. Their fur gleams more brightly. De Huang's physique appears to have grown larger, his eyes shining with newfound vigor, shedding some of his previous clumsiness for an air of majesty. The 2 little dogs also gain some weight, becoming quieter and sitting peacefully beside De Huang. Zhao Han perceives a newfound intelligence in the trio. Tentatively, he commands, stand up. All 3 dogs transition from a sitting position to standing simultaneously. Zhao Han's eyes light up, and he issues several more slightly complex commands, which the dogs execute flawlessly. It is evident that they fully comprehend his words. The spirit spring has not only transformed their bodies, but has significantly enhanced their intellect. Such are the wondrous creatures that cannot speak. Can you understand me? Zhao Han poses a question that seems rather foolish. Woof woof. The 3 dogs look up and bark in response. Ha ha ha, good dogs, truly splendid dogs. Zhao Han chuckled as he patted the head of the large yellow dog, then led them out of the mystical space. This spiritual spring was truly extraordinary. He intended to let his father, Zhao Jiang, partake as well, considering his advancing age and declining health. Moreover, he thought of Xingxing and Guohua. Children are prone to injuries and colds, and the spring water could enhance their constitution. Naturally, to prevent any unforeseen consequences from excessive consumption, he decided to administer only a modest amount. A slight boost to their health would suffice. What are we doing outside? It's time for dinner, Zhao Jiang called out. Upon seeing the 3 dogs, he paused momentarily. Has the yellow dog gained a bit of weight? It seems so. Perhaps it's been eating well lately, who knows? Zhao Han replied dismissively. Zhao Jiang paid little mind to it, merely intrigued, and continued, hurry up, it's time to eat. Xingxing and Guohua are waiting. The 2 kids must be famished. Tomorrow, I'll head into town to buy a motorcycle and inquire about the children's schooling. As they walked toward the courtyard, Zhao Han responded to his father. Take the kids with you. They enjoy the hustle and bustle. Let them experience the market, Zhao Jiang suggested. All right, Zhao Han agreed. Chapter 15. Taking the kids to the market. First encounter with Yang Shui. Dinner is served. Dinner is served. The moment the father and grandfather entered, the two children, already ravenous, were filled with excitement. Guogua expertly distributed the chopsticks. This is for Grandpa, this is for Dad, this is for my brother, and this one is mine. My little Guogua is truly thoughtful, Zhao Jiang said with a warm smile, patting her head. Delighted by the praise, Guogua beamed, her eyes narrowing with joy, and hurried off to help serve the food. Children relish compliments and are eager to act when they feel appreciated. Dinner consisted of leftover pickled fish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried meat with chili, and sauteed potato slices. Simple, home-style dishes that were nonetheless quite palatable. Zhao Han finished first, feigning a trip to refill his glass, but instead discreetly poured 3 small cups of the spiritual spring water. Here, Dad, have a drink, and you too should have a sip as well. Don't choke with how quickly you're eating. The glasses were ordinary glass cups, filled only halfway with the spring water. The 3, without a second thought, drank eagerly. After consuming the water, Guogua and Xingxing felt no immediate change, engrossed in their meal. However, Zhao Jiang sensed a notable uplift in his spirit, as if his long-standing ailments had vanished. He attributed this newfound vitality to the joy of having his son and grandson back, believing that his elation had rejuvenated both his spirit and health. Once dinner concluded, Zhao Han mentioned his plans for the next day, causing both Xingxing and Guogua to leap with joy. Observing their interaction, Zhao Han noted that Guogua's speech seemed markedly clearer and her responses quicker. Surely, this was the result of the spring water. If it weren't for the fear of drawing unwanted attention, he believed he could amass great wealth simply by selling the spring water, knowing they would visit the town. The children were brimming with excitement and rose early the next morning. Even Guogua, uncharacteristically, did not linger in bed. As Zhao Jiang prepared breakfast, Zhao Han helped Guogua change her clothes and neatly braided her hair. Once the braid was completed, Guogua eagerly dashed outside, exclaiming, "Grandpa, Grandpa! Come quickly and see how beautiful Guogua's new outfit is, complete with a little bear. Oh dear, whose granddaughter is this? She is truly stunning. It's my little Guogua." Zhao Jiang chuckled as he embraced his beloved granddaughter, who had rushed over. Guogua indulged in affectionate antics in her grandfather's arms until Zhao Han called her to wash her face. Reluctantly, she departed from her grandfather's embrace, skipping merrily to the washroom to brush her teeth and splash her face. Today, she donned a white long-sleeved sweatshirt adorned with a bear motif, paired with a coffee-colored pleated skirt, and sported a small bear crossbody bag. Her 2 long braids swayed playfully behind her, making her look utterly adorable. After finishing breakfast, it was time to set off. "Is Grandpa not coming?" Xingxing inquired. Zhao Jiang, seated on the doorstep, shook his cigarette pipe and replied kindly, "Grandpa will stay behind to feed the pigs at noon. When you return, you must share the day's adventures with me. All right?" Xingxing nodded in agreement. Guogua, cradled in Zhao Han's arms, waved goodbye to her grandfather, saying, "Goodbye, Grandpa." "Goodbye, Guogua," Zhao Jiang waved back, as he watched the 3 of them leave the courtyard. He finally stood up to grab a dustpan and scattered corn to feed the chickens, clucking to attract them. Meanwhile, Zhao Han took the 2 children onto the highway and caught a tractor heading to the town to sell goods. After a bumpy ride, they arrived in the bustling town of Qingshi at 9 in the morning. It was Monday, a market day, and the streets were alive with activity, brimming with people. In many rural towns in Sichuan province, specific market days exist. Qingshi town sees bustling crowds on Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, drawing vendors who set up stalls to sell their wares. "Wow, Daddy, there are so many people." Xingxing and Guogua were both astonished. For some, it may have been their first experience witnessing such a lively rural market, where the streets were so crowded that movement felt nearly impossible. This was no exaggeration. Yet, in recent years, as economic development has led many to seek work elsewhere, such scenes have become increasingly rare. Only in larger towns like Qingshi, surrounded by numerous villages, can one still witness such vibrant gatherings. "Let's first inquire about the kindergarten," Zhao Han suggested. Before their arrival, he had already gathered information. Currently, there were 3 kindergartens in town, 1 public and 2 private, with the private institutions generally regarded as superior. The Jintang kindergarten was considered the finest and most expensive in the area, frequented by families from Taoyuan village, making it the obvious choice for Zhao Han. Candied hawthorn. 5-pound roosters for sale. The streets were alive with vendors shouting and haggling. Shoppers engaged in negotiations that appeared almost combative, yet once an agreement was reached, both parties would quickly revert to a friendly demeanor. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Han arrived at the kindergarten, with both children in tow, each savoring a stick of candied hawthorn. Kindergarten schedules varied, but Jintang kindergarten commenced classes at 9 in the morning. However, it was not uncommon for children to arrive late. As the parents dropped off their children, the entrance of the kindergarten appeared somewhat congested, filled with an array of electric scooters, motorcycles, tricycles, and small cars. Most of the parents were elderly individuals and women, predominantly alluring young mothers. After all, the men were typically engaged in labor outside. Thus, Zhao Han's remarkable height and handsome visage instantly made him the most striking figure amidst the crowd. Not to mention, Guogua and Xingxing were exceptionally adorable. Whose children are these? I've never seen them before. This girl is truly beautiful, and the little boy resembles his father in looks. Countless young mothers stole glances at Zhao Han, as he exuded an air of capability. The teacher at the kindergarten, tasked with picking up the children, approached him with curiosity. Hello. I don't believe I've seen your child before. Are you here to enroll them? Her name was Yang Shui, a 23-year-old teacher and the principal of the kindergarten, who had returned to establish this institution shortly after graduating from university 2 years prior. Gazing at the tall and handsome Zhao Han, her heart raced, and she felt a flutter of emotions, her tongue tinged with excitement. Such handsome men were a rarity in the small town. However, it was unfortunate that he already had children. Since kindergarten is not compulsory education, there is no formal enrollment process, as long as one pays. Admission is granted at any time. Yes, Zhao Han nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Shui sought to salvage the conversation, feigning nonchalance as she inquired, why didn't the child's mother come? We had a falling out, Zhao Han replied. That's quite fortunate. Yang Shui's eyes brightened. Zhao Han thought to himself, is this woman perhaps showing interest? Yang Shui quickly realized her blunder, her toes awkwardly tapping inside her high heels. What I meant to say is that it's quite a pity. By the way, what is your name? My surname is Zhao, and my name is Zhao Han, he responded. Yang Shui playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Then, Zhao Deji. Why don't we discuss this in my office? She then bent down, her warm smile directed at Xingxing and Guogua. These two children are simply adorable. I like them very much and would be delighted to welcome them to our kindergarten. The tuition fees are quite negotiable. May I hold their father as well? Chapter 16. The astonished Yang Shui in the principal's office. Zhao Han sat on the sofa with the children. Zhao Deji, would you like some tea? Yang Shui placed a cup of tea on the coffee table before him and turned to Xingxing and Guogua. What would you two little treasures like to drink? Annie has yogurt, mineral water, and black tea. I would like mineral water, Xingxing replied. Guogua raised her hand. I want yogurt. Yang Shui fetched a bottle of black tea and yogurt. Thank you, Auntie, the two children said as they stood to receive their drinks. Yang Shui felt her heart melting. So well behaved. Zhao Deji, how did you raise these two? How old are they? They are so understanding and adorable. She perceived Zhao Han as her ideal partner. Not only was he handsome, but his children were also charmingly well-mannered, making her think that marrying him would spare her the need to have children of her own. The boy is 5, and the girl is 4. They haven't been explicitly taught much. They're naturally quite perceptive. Hearing praise for his children made Zhao Han swell with pride. Yang Shui then asked, would you be so kind as to tell Annie your names? I'm Guogua. I'm Xingxing. What lovely names. Yang Shui smiled as she gently ruffled the hair of the two children before taking a seat beside Zhao Han. Overwhelmed by the pleasant fragrance wafting from her, Zhao Han found himself momentarily perplexed. Shouldn't she be sitting across from him for a discussion? Maintaining her composure, Yang Shui, with her long, slender legs clad in black stockings, slightly askew beneath her short skirt, spoke with her lips parted ever so slightly. Brother Zhao, although our Golden Sun Kindergarten has only been established for 3 years, it has already gained considerable renown throughout Taiping County. In many underdeveloped towns and cities, Most kindergartens merely serve as places to drop off children. However, our institution offers comprehensive instruction in language, mathematics, and English tailored to children of various ages. As Yang Shui elaborated, Zhao Han gained a deeper understanding of Golden Sun Kindergarten. It was, in essence, a bilingual kindergarten. While it may lack competitiveness in larger cities, such a high-quality educational establishment represented a significant advantage in smaller locales. This explained why he had noticed a multitude of luxury cars at the entrance earlier. Furthermore, Zhao Han discovered that the tuition fees were surprisingly low, leading him to question whether she was operating a charitable endeavor. Would this not result in financial losses? Ultimately, Zhao Han agreed to enroll the two children. Yang Shui breathed a sigh of relief. She had, in truth, misled Zhao Han by underreporting the tuition fees, fearing he might find them exorbitant and withdraw his interest. How could she continue to approach him otherwise? For the sake of the man, operating at a loss was a trivial matter, akin to educating her own children. Brother Zhao, before Xingxing and Guoguo can officially enroll, they will need to complete a few simple assessment tasks, as I need to ascertain their current knowledge levels, Yang Shui added. Even if they did not perform adequately on the assessment, she would still ensure their enrollment, simply lowering the passing criteria if necessary. Zhao Han nodded in agreement. Of course. Please wait a moment, she said before standing to leave. Once Yang Shui had departed, Zhao Han turned to the children, asking, "So, do you both like it here?" "I like it. It's so big, and there are so many little friends." "Aunt Yang is really nice," Guoguo exclaimed, eagerly nodding while sipping her yogurt. Xingxing, resembling a miniature adult, rolled his eyes at Guoguo's enthusiasm. "You were won over by a yogurt? Come on, Dad, I'm fine with whatever. I also think it's quite good here. The environment is pleasant, the education is excellent, and most importantly, the principal is very beautiful." Yang Shui's tall figure and exquisite features, especially her long legs, were quite pleasing to Zhao Han's eyes. Of course, he held no ulterior motives. He simply appreciated her beauty, as he was not contemplating remarriage at that time. Before long, Yang Shui re-entered with 2 internal examination papers from Golden Sun Kindergarten. "I apologize for the delay, Brother Zhao. Please have the little treasures complete these 2 papers here." She handed him the assessment sheets and pens. Guoguo seemed fine, but Xingxing furrowed his brow upon glancing at the paper. "It's okay if you can't solve them," Yang Shui reassured with a gentle smile, having noticed his reaction. Since the peak enrollment period had passed, the initial assessment papers were no longer available, so she had resorted to utilizing 2 slightly more challenging graduation papers instead. After all, it was merely a formality. The stars remained silent, and he furrowed his brow, finding the questions too simplistic to possibly warrant any difficulty. With a slight huff, he immersed himself in the tasks at hand. Yang Shui, however, shifted her focus entirely onto Zhao Han. "Brother Zhao, from which place do you hail? I have never encountered you before." "I'm from Taoyuan village. I was in the military and have just recently been discharged," Zhao Han replied, casually resting his leg over the other. Yang Shui's eyes sparkled with interest. "A soldier, how wonderful. Brother Zhao, allow me to pour you another cup of tea." "No, thank you," he replied. "Then may I buy you a pack of cigarettes?" she offered. "I do not smoke." "How about some food, then?" "That would be unnecessary." Zhao Han found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the director's excessive enthusiasm. Even salespeople were not so proactive with clients. Furthermore, the kindergarten tuition was modest, and she could hardly be making a significant profit to warrant such fervent attention. Yang Shui, a novice in matters of affection, grew somewhat impatient after being rebuffed several times, exclaiming, "Then what does Brother Zhao desire? Just say it, and I shall fulfill your wishes." Zhao Han coughed lightly. "Your kindergarten is indeed quite enthusiastic, but I require nothing." He offered a slight smile. Yang Shui soon realized her misstep and fell silent, leaving the office enveloped in a tranquil stillness, save for the soft rustle of pen against paper. "Finished," Star exclaimed, halting his pen. Yang Shui was taken aback by the swiftness, but soon deduced that perhaps those who struggled had not attempted the questions at all. "Let me take a look." She picked up Star's paper, her expression frozen in disbelief as a smile faltered on her face. Not only had he completed the paper, but he had also answered every question correctly. And his handwriting was commendable. Is this the work of a 5-year-old? One must remember that the graduation exam from Jinyang Kindergarten includes numerous arithmetic problems typically given to first and second graders, along with simple English questions. Yet Star had managed to finish it all. What's wrong, Teacher Yang? Zhao Han inquired. Yang Shui swallowed hard, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Zhao Han. Star answered every question correctly. Is that problematic? Zhao Han responded, puzzled. Yang Shui was momentarily taken aback, emphasizing, this paper contains English questions, elementary arithmetic, and general knowledge inquiries. Star completed it all flawlessly. It dawned on Zhao Han that Yang Shui was highlighting Star's exceptional abilities, having previously attended a bilingual kindergarten and possessing a certain intellectual acumen. Yang Shui was at a loss. Is this what one calls intelligent? Well, I suppose I am unable to comprehend genius. Aunt Yang, I have finished too, Guoguo exclaimed, raising her paper excitedly before Yang Shui. After a brief glance, Yang Shui noted the poor handwriting, releasing a sigh of relief. Grateful that at least Guoguo appeared to be a typical child. However, upon closer inspection, her expression became one of shock. Guoguo had also answered every question correctly. Heavens! Are today's children truly prodigies? Chapter 17. The enraged Zhao Han. Star's perfect score was anticipated by Zhao Han. Yet, Guoguo, the underachiever, achieving a perfect score was entirely unexpected. But he quickly realized the credit lay with Ling Quan. Guoguo and her peers had already acquired a foundational knowledge from their previous bilingual kindergarten, with Ling Quan enhancing her intelligence. Achieving a perfect score under such circumstances was hardly surprising. Thus, he quickly accepted this reality. However, Yang Shui found it difficult to come to terms with it. She had begun to doubt her very existence. This was not mere genius. It was an anomaly. As a preschool educator with extensive experience interacting with young children, she understood precisely the intellectual stage of a 4 or 5-year-old. Xingxing and Guoguo far exceeded her comprehension. She had never encountered such astute children. Teacher Yang? Noticing her momentary daze while still holding the exam papers, Zhao Han gently reminded her. Yang Shui snapped back to reality, offering a wry smile as she said, I apologize. Zhao Degu. It's just that Xingxing and Guoguo are remarkably intelligent. They have truly astonished me. Yay! Guoguo is as clever as her brother, Guoguo exclaimed, gleefully lunging toward Xingxing. Xingxing scrunched his nose in disdain, but he too was surprised. Had his foolish little sister actually become smarter? Teacher Yang, you flatter them. From now on, I hope to rely on you for these two children, Zhao Han replied with a modest smile. Yang Shui took a deep breath. It would be my honor. Subsequently, Zhao Han assisted in processing the enrollment for Xingxing and Guoguo, paying for a semester's tuition. With the weekend approaching, Zhao Han agreed to bring them back for class the following Monday. After finalizing the paperwork, Yang Shui confidently said, Zhao Degu, let us exchange WeChat. If anything arises concerning the children, we can communicate directly. As she spoke, her heart raced. It was the first time she felt so apprehensive asking a parent for their WeChat, as it had always been for professional matters. This time, however, her interest lay in the parent himself. All right, let us also exchange phone numbers. Zhao Han thought it inconceivable that she might be drawn to him. After exchanging contact information, Yang Shui escorted the three of them to the door. Zhao Degu, take care. Xingxing and Guoguo, goodbye. We shall see each other next Monday. Goodbye, Auntie. The two little ones waved. From now on, you should call her teacher, Zhao Han corrected gently. There's no need for that, Zhao Degu. Auntie is perfectly fine, Yang Shui retorted, biting her crimson lip. The sight of her pearly teeth grazing her soft, rosy lips was irresistibly alluring. With youthful vigor, Zhao Han quickly averted his gaze. Then we shall take our leave. With that, he departed, holding the two children close. A gentleman conceals his intentions. Had he lingered, he might have revealed too much. For wealth often invites scrutiny. Xingxing and Guoguo nestled against Zhao Han's shoulders, still waving at Yang Shui, clearly enamored with their teacher. Children are inherently sensitive. They can perceive genuine kindness. Yang Shui reciprocated their smiles, continuing until Zhao Han's figure melted into the crowd. After which she turned on her white high heels and re-entered the kindergarten. Her steps now appeared significantly lighter, her elegant, slender silhouette resembling a graceful butterfly. Meanwhile, After leaving the kindergarten, Zhao Han walked towards the motorcycle dealership. Daddy, young Ani is wonderful. Can we let her be our mother? Guo chirped innocently. Zhao Han's mouth twitched. What does this little girl know? A mere yogurt has won you over? Indeed. How embarrassing. Xingxing chimed in, teasing Guo before abruptly changing his tone, boasting. At least it should take a whole box of yogurt. Zhao Han pondered. Well, even if intelligence has improved, children will always remain children, their words often unreliable. Am I worth merely a box of yogurt? Why the need for a mother? Is it that I, their father, am unkind? He sought to comprehend his children's thoughts. Guo pouted. All the other kids have mothers, but only my brother and I do not. Humph. I don't really care. I'm no longer a 3-year-old. Xingxing turned away. Zhao Han chuckled softly. Indeed, you are no longer a 3-year-old. You are a 5-year-old. Dad! Xingxing exclaimed, flustered. Zhao Han laughed heartily, bringing an end to the topic of seeking a mother, as he had no intention of remarrying. Upon arriving at the motorcycle shop, Zhao Han spent 10,000 yuan on a sleek black Yamaha, moving the young shop owner to tears, as it was the first sale since opening. They agreed that Zhao Han would return later to ride it. With noon approaching, he decided to take the children out for a meal before heading back to Taoyuan village. What would you like to eat? He inquired. Qingshu town, being the largest town in Taiping County, was bustling with various small shops. I want to eat dumplings. Xingxing raised her hand. Guo chimed in, I want rice. Then we shall have rice. Zhao Han indulged his daughter. Xingxing rolled her eyes, brimming with feigned resentment. Zhao Han chuckled. All right, later I shall buy some skins and make dumplings for you at home. Humph. Xingxing turned away in a haughty manner. Yet the slight curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. The trio found a small eatery for lunch. After their meal, Zhao Han took his 2 little ones to buy a plethora of snacks and some vegetables. Only then did they head back to the motorcycle shop for a ride. With Guo was seated in front and Xingxing behind. A clear violation of traffic regulations, though such matters often go unnoticed in small towns. The motorcycle roared to life, and both Xingxing and Guo were filled with excitement, exclaiming with glee. Zhao Han rode cautiously, mindful of his children's presence, opting for a slower pace for safety. However, there was a vehicle ahead moving even slower, a BMW 3 Series, which was crawling along at a mere 20 or 30 miles per hour on a road with a 60-mile speed limit. Zhao Han revved the throttle, attempting to overtake it. Unexpectedly, as he accelerated, the BMW did as well, catching him off guard, prompting him to quickly decelerate and abandon the overtaking maneuver to avoid a collision. Dad! Both Guo and Xingxing gasped, startled by the sudden decrease in speed. Zhao Han reassured them, it's all right, it's all right. Internally seething, he dismissed it as an accident. But when the BMW slowed again, he prepared to attempt overtaking once more, only to find that the BMW accelerated again, blocking his path and forcing him to stop. At that moment, Zhao Han realized the BMW was intentionally toying with him, igniting a surge of anger within him. Such foolishness he had only witnessed in the news before. And now, he found himself facing it firsthand. If he were alone, it would be one thing, but with his son and daughter in the vehicle, the consequences of such reckless driving could lead to a grave accident. Every father would feel a surge of fury in such a situation. Zhao Han, with a stern expression, pulled the car to the side and lifted his 2 children out. Wait here for Daddy. He then approached the BMW 3 Series, which had indeed slowed down once again. Chapter 18. The iron fist of justice. Inside the BMW sat 3 men and 1 woman, the atmosphere thick with the stench of alcohol. It was evident that the trio had indulged, for in such a remote town, even drunk driving went unchecked. He's coming. Hurry, turn off the dash cam. Ha ha. We have something to do today. If he dares to stir trouble, we'll teach him a lesson. As Zhao Han strode towards them, his anger palpable, the 4 within the vehicle became increasingly animated, their flushed faces reddening further. Turn off the dash cam, and then stop the car. As Zhao Han approached to knock on the window, the door swung open and the 3 disembarked. The pungent odor of alcohol wafted towards him, prompting a frown. No wonder they felt invincible on the road. There are always fools who, after a few drinks, believe themselves untouchable, thinking they can act without consequence. What do you think you're doing? The four surrounded Zhao Han, the aggressors playing the victim. Drunk driving, huh? Zhao Han had no desire to engage with a group of inebriates, so he took out his phone, intending to report them. In this town, it was rare for anyone to check for drunk driving, but a report could change that, especially with the nationwide crackdown on such behavior. How dare you call the authorities? As Zhao Han retrieved his phone, one of the young men with bleached hair cursed and lunged to snatch it away, but Zhao Han deftly evaded him. Listen, smarten up. There are no cameras here, and our dash cam is off. In other words, beating you here would be without consequence. The four displayed menacing smiles. Zhao Han paused, glancing around before responding with a smirk. No cameras? No dash cam? So what's your point? He would not suffer such indignities. With newly acquired skills in hand-to-hand combat, Zhao Han calmly stowed his phone. He then raised his fist and delivered a powerful blow. How dare you not know how to drive? The young man with bleached hair was struck squarely in the nose, blood gushing forth as he cried out, collapsing against the vehicle. Yungu, are you all right? The only woman shrieked, rushing to support him. Clutching his face, the young man howled, Get him! Without hesitation, the other two men lunged at Zhao Han. Today, I'll finish you. Zhao Han easily sidestepped, delivering a kick that sent one flying, while his other hand seized the punch aimed at him, twisting it forcefully with a sickening crack, fracturing the man's bone. Ah, my hand. The injured man screamed in agony. Zhao Han then knocked him to the ground with a swift kick. You should be grateful nothing worse happened. If my son or daughter had been harmed, I would have buried you alive. A father's love is the most enduring force in the world. For the sake of their children, they can endure anything. Yet, they are also the most ferocious when their children are threatened. How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am? I am the son of Wang Liang. The yellow-haired man, bloodied and furious, shouted at Zhao Han. By this time, he had nearly sobered up. Zhao Han narrowed his eyes slightly. He had heard of Wang Liang, the notorious local thug, known for his misdeeds even before his enlistment. Now, he was surely wealthier, and provoking such a person was a troublesome affair. Wang Liang, born of a nefarious background, could resort to any vile act. Yet, Zhao Han merely chuckled, patting the yellow-haired man's face. Do you know who I am? He had faced terrorists without fear. How could he possibly be intimidated by a mere thug? Who are you? Wang Yun was taken aback, pondering if this man's father was more formidable than his own. Zhao Han lifted a foot and struck him squarely in the face. You don't know? Well, that's just as it should be. Wang Yun collapsed, unconscious from the blow. Zhao Han's gaze swept over the remaining three, who dared not meet his eyes, burying their heads like ostriches, trembling in fear. A bunch of societal refuse, Zhao Han muttered, before turning and leaving. Father is amazing. Dad is so powerful. Xing Xing gazed at Zhao Han in admiration, mimicking boxing stances and throwing a few punches, quite convincingly, as he had taught her. In contrast to Xing Xing's excitement, Guoguo rushed to embrace Zhao Han, her face etched with concern. Daddy, please don't fight anymore. Guoguo is scared. Thus, it is true that daughters are like warm blankets. I won't fight anymore, Zhao Han reassured her, for who could resist such a lovable daughter? Guoguo, with utmost seriousness, extended her tiny pinky. Pinky swear, 100 years without changing. All right, let's seal the deal with a stamp, shall we? Zhao Han replied, a look of helplessness on his face. Guoguo giggled, After sealing the promise with his daughter, Zhao Han lifted them back into the vehicle and sped away. After Zhao Han's departure, passers-by noticed the injuries of the yellow-haired men and assumed an accident had occurred, promptly calling the police. The town's precinct responded quickly. What happened here? Did you crash while driving under the influence? Upon approaching, the two officers caught a whiff of alcohol and initially thought it was an accident involving a drunk driver. But the absence of collision marks on the vehicle left them perplexed. Officer, we were assaulted. You must apprehend the culprit. A woman shrieked. The overwhelming scent of alcohol made the police frown in distaste. Did you see what the assailant looked like? The woman paused before answering. He was very handsome. The officer thought to himself, what a ridiculous situation. Fine, let me see your dashcam footage, the officer sighed. It was just turned off, came the reply. The officer raised an eyebrow. Did drinking dull your wits? This place has no surveillance, and you turned off your dashcam? Finding evidence will be quite the challenge. Did you deliberately provoke someone? How considerate of you to turn off the dashcam in advance, the officer pressed. The woman stammered, unable to articulate a response. After all, they had intended to instigate trouble and certainly did not wish to leave evidence of their own wrongdoing. Yet, they never anticipated being countered so effectively. All right, let us set aside the matter of violence for now. You are suspected of driving under the influence, and you must accompany us for further inquiry. Zhao Han remained oblivious to the subsequent events, as he had already returned to Taoyuan village. The roar of his motorcycle drew the attention of many villagers. Oh, Han Zi has returned and bought a new vehicle. One exclaimed, "This bike looks splendid, far more attractive than my own. How much did it cost?" "About 10,000 yuan. Just for convenience in picking up and dropping off the children," Zhao Han modestly replied. "My goodness, a motorcycle costing over 10,000? Little Han must have struck it rich in the army." Another villager remarked. Indeed, Han Zi has truly prospered. For the villagers, a motorcycle priced at over 10,000 yuan was an extravagant notion, almost beyond comprehension. After all, Han Zi's bike was a high-end model, undoubtedly more expensive than an ordinary motorcycle. The few young people in the village gazed enviously at the sleek black Yamaha Zhao Han had dismounted from. What young person does not admire a fine machine? Chapter 19. The thief of cherries. Before Zhao Han even reached the entrance, De Huang had already dashed out, wagging his tail in eager greeting. Two little dogs accompanied him, their short tails wagging adorably. Zhao Jiang emerged from within upon hearing the commotion. "Grandfather." Guoguo waved eagerly from the motorcycle. Zhao Jiang smiled. "My eldest granddaughter and grandson have returned. How was the town?" "It was delightful. Guoguo even had candied hawthorn today," she exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Feigning displeasure, Zhao Jiang responded, "Then why didn't you bring me any candied hawthorn?" "Guoguo?" Guoguo's gaze shifted guiltily. Star, without hesitation, revealed. "She intended to bring you some, but she couldn't resist eating it on the way. Brother had some too." Guoguo blurted out. Star countered, "You ate it first." "Regardless, brother also had some, haha." All right, no need to argue. Grandfather does not particularly care for candied hawthorn. I was just teasing you." "Let me carry you both down," Zhao Jiang said, lifting them off the motorcycle. Zhao Han parked the bike and informed, "The registration is complete. Star and Guoguo will officially begin classes next Monday." Zhao Jiang inquired, "How much did this motorcycle cost?" As he touched the machine, Zhao Han, with a playful glint in his eye, replied, 3,000. "That seems reasonable." Zhao Jiang nodded. "Father is lying. You are not being honest. It clearly cost 10,000. Guoguo pouted, betraying Zhao Han. "This little cotton-padded jacket has a leak." Zhao Han retorted, 10,000. Zhao Jiang's voice rose several decibels as he glared at Zhao Han. "Is this how you spend your military discharge benefits? Spending 10,000 on a mere motorcycle? Do you have so much money that you know not how to use it? There will be plenty of expenses for Star and Guoguo in the future." All right, Dad, that's enough. I'm no longer a child." Zhao Han anticipated this reaction. Zhao Jiang's frustration mounted. "You know you are not a child, yet you still act foolishly, spending recklessly. Weren't you planning to repair the road? Save that money for a small car in the future. It's truly infuriating." "Then let us not discuss it. Dad, you needn't worry about finances. I am confident I will earn a substantial income," Zhao Han asserted, recalling his childhood habit of inflating prices. Zhao Jiang, amused despite his anger, replied, "Do you think the god of wealth is your father? You cannot simply declare that you will earn a fortune." He held no faith in such statements. "Just wait and see," Zhao Han replied, offering no further explanation. Zhao Jiang let out a helpless sigh, expressing his exasperation. "Well, what can I say? By the way, the tuition fee remains at 3,000, right?" 3,000? Zhao Han was taken aback. It was then Zhao Jiang was left stunned as well. "What? Has the price increased? Isn't it 3,000 per semester for one person? Wasn't it 1,000 per semester?" Teacher Yang had only collected 2,000 in total, leaving Zhao Han in a state of confusion. Zhao Jiang scrutinized him from head to toe, then revealed a knowing smile. "Oh, perhaps since the semester has already been in session for over a month, Teacher Yang decided to lower the price for you." "That makes sense," Zhao Han mused, though he felt the discount was rather excessive. Teacher Yang is truly kind-hearted. Zhao Jiang cleared his throat. "Well, Our Zhao family values gratitude and reciprocity. Since Teacher Young has shown kindness, why not treat her to a meal when you have the chance? All right, I understand. I'll take my things inside now. Zhao Han carried his belongings toward the courtyard. Once Zhao Han entered, Zhao Jian quickly turned to Xingxing and Guoguo, asking, "Tell Grandpa how Teacher Young spoke about your father." I'll do it. Guoguo raised her hand and earnestly recounted the entire episode. As Zhao Jiang listened to the various accounts of Zhao Han's behavior from Yang Shui, his smile broadened. However, when Guoguo mentioned Zhao Han's altercation, his smile gradually faded. With a sigh, Xingxing looked at her sister, who was chattering away, thinking how troublesome her sibling was. "Zhao Han, get out here," Zhao Jiang bellowed towards the inside. "Dad, what now?" Zhao Han emerged with an innocent look, puzzled as to why his father was once again angry. Xingxing couldn't help but relish the moment. "Dad, little sister told Grandpa about you hitting someone." Zhao Han exclaimed, "My dear daughter, you are truly a source of paternal distress. What on earth happened?" Zhao Jiang demanded. Zhao Han recounted the events, and by the end, Zhao Jiang's anger dissipated, leaving only concern. "Wang Liang is not a good person. Don't worry, Dad. I know how to handle it." Zhao Han dismissed Wang Liang with a wave, not taking him seriously at all. Zhao Jiang sighed, "As long as you're aware." As time passed, evening arrived, and the family went to Uncle Zhao Hai's house for dinner. Since Uncle's children were not home, he and his wife were delighted to host Xingxing and Guoguo. During the meal, Zhao Han shared his preliminary plans for Taoyuan village, garnering Uncle's support and vowing to rally all the villagers to assist in the implementation of his plans, as Uncle held considerable influence in the village. 2 days later, on the weekend, the morning was shrouded in mist, with the mountains lush and green. If one listened closely, the gentle sound of a stream could be heard. Zhao Han made his way to the orchard, treading on the morning dew. Da Huang ran ahead, stopping intermittently to wait for him before darting off again. Zhao Han was heading to inspect the cherry grove. He had come to check on it 2 days prior and noticed that some cherries were beginning to ripen. The ripening effect of the Lingquan was remarkably potent. Today, he intended to see how many had ripened, as he needed to send some cherries to the county on Monday when he took the children to kindergarten, and of course, he wanted to bring some for Yang Shui as well. However, picking cherries would be a task for tomorrow. Today, his priority was to irrigate all the fruit trees with the Lingquan. Upon entering the cherry orchard, one is greeted by the sight of lush green leaves adorned with an abundance of red and yellow fruits, exuding a heady fragrance that tantalizes the senses. The cherries here are larger, more vibrant, and more aromatic than those typically found in the market, and their taste is simply exquisite. More importantly, they possess remarkable health benefits. Zhao Han picked one, and, upon tasting it, felt a wave of sweetness burst upon his tongue, clearing his mind significantly. He was certain that once these cherries hit the market, they would become a sensation, which is precisely why he planned to sell them in the county rather than in the town. He understood the necessity of establishing a reputation first. Furthermore, the affluent in the town were few. Pricing the cherries too high would deter potential buyers. To his astonishment, Zhao Han noticed that a significant number of cherries were missing from one tree, accompanied by broken branches and scattered leaves on the ground, along with a trail of disorderly footprints. The prints appeared to belong to some tree-climbing creature, yet he could not discern its identity. Thus, he resolved to stake out the orchard that very night. The audacity of this thief was astonishing. For now, however, he turned his attention to watering the other fruit trees with the miraculous spring water. Moving from tree to tree, he carefully poured the water, repeating the process tirelessly. He didn't even return for lunch, only completing the irrigation by the afternoon. Dinner was also skipped, as he arranged for Zhao Jiang to deliver his meal. He was determined to catch the cherry thief. Zhao Han concealed himself behind a small slope at the edge of the orchard, alternating between playing on his phone and waiting for the intruder. Chapter 20. Capturing the Golden Snub-Nosed Monkey. He vowed that he had never exhibited such patience, not even when he secretly watched the village widow bathe as a child. To avoid revealing his position with the light of his phone, he ceased using it altogether once darkness enveloped the surroundings. As an exceptional soldier, remaining concealed in one spot for several days was well within his capabilities. Lying behind the small hillock, he focused intently on the cherry orchard a mere 10 meters ahead, his breath steady and elongated, as if even his heartbeat had slowed its rhythm. At last, a rustling sound emerged, and a dark figure agilely ascended one of the cherry trees. Thanks to the moonlight, Zhao Han discerned that it was a monkey, although its species remained unknown to him. As the branches of the fruit tree swayed, the monkey snapped off a branch laden with cherries, which fell to the ground. Glancing around cautiously, it swiftly began to drag the branch away. Now was the moment. Zhao Han sprang forth with the swiftness of a leopard. The monkey, feeling the rush of air behind it, let out a startled cry, its fur bristling in alarm, and it abandoned the branch to flee. However, Zhao Han's exceptional physical prowess, augmented by the miraculous spring water, had reached an extraordinary level. Thus, as the monkey took merely 2 steps, he seized its tail and yanked it back, grabbing it by the neck. It was then that Zhao Han realized the cherry thief was none other than a Sichuan golden snub-nosed monkey. Alas, a first-class protected species. My goodness. This situation was both astonishing and delightful. The golden monkey struggled incessantly in Zhao Han's grasp, emitting a series of panicked cries. In the distance, shadows flitted among the branches of the trees, undeniably indicating the presence of a troop of golden monkeys. Stop your wailing. It was you who pilfered my cherries. And now you dare to play the victim, Zhao Han scolded. The golden monkey, held aloft in his hands, gazed at him with a pleading expression, its small golden-furred hands clasping together in a gesture of supplication. A sudden thought crossed Zhao Han's mind. Could this monkey have gained intelligence from feasting on the cherries watered by the spiritual spring? After all, golden monkeys are inherently intelligent creatures, frequently descending from the mountains to interact with humans, and consuming these cherries might have further enhanced its wits. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Han plucked a cherry from a nearby tree and inquired, "Do you enjoy this?" The monkey nodded eagerly, its innocent gaze fixed upon Zhao Han, appearing adorably foolish. Unlike the mischievous monkeys of Amei Mountain, often subjected to online ridicule, golden monkeys are known for their intellect and gentleness. They never resort to stealing from humans. Zhao Han smirked. Now that you've become so clever, even understanding human speech, it seems you've devoured half the cherries from that tree. The golden monkey averted its eyes, displaying signs of guilt. So, you took advantage yesterday and brought your entire troop tonight? Zhao Han glanced at the restless group of monkeys in the nearby woods. Had he not been vigilant, it was likely that this cherry grove would have been thoroughly ravaged by them. Noticing Zhao Han's menacing tone, the golden monkey grew increasingly anxious, even fearful. As the aura of danger emanating from Zhao Han was honed from the depths of blood-soaked battles, Zhao Han grasped the monkey's chin, forcing it to meet his gaze. Having eaten my cherries, you must work for me to repay your debt. Is there any issue with that? The monkey fervently shook its head in protest. Zhao Han's lips curled into a smirk. If you commit to working diligently by my side, I shall provide you with cherries daily. Do you understand? The monkey's eyes sparkled with delight, chattering incessantly as it danced and gestured excitedly. It took Zhao Han a moment to comprehend its meaning. Are you saying that your troop is also willing to heed my commands? He queried, half in speculation, half in hope. The monkey nodded vigorously. Zhao Han was overjoyed. His intent in capturing this monkey was to harness the entire troop for labor in his orchard. To have the monkey propose such an arrangement was serendipitous. After all, labor costs have become exorbitantly high these days. Why not take advantage of free labor, especially when it could become a unique attraction for visitors to Taiyuan Village? He envisioned a future where monkeys would till the fields, maintain cleanliness, and transport goods. The unscrupulous capitalist in Zhao Han concocted 100 ways to exploit the monkey's surplus value. All right, summon them all over, he said with a warm smile, gently placing the monkey on the ground. As soon as it touched the earth, it called out joyfully towards the nearby forest, prompting several responses from within the trees. The echoes of the gibbons resonated incessantly, creating a scene reminiscent of a high-level conference at Huagua Mountain, with the cacophony of monkey calls filling the air. Gradually, 1, 2, 3, and then a large group of golden monkeys emerged from the forest, amounting to no less than 40 or 50. Zhao Han was astounded. Although he knew his hometown was home to golden monkeys, he had never encountered such a multitude. However, these monkeys appeared rather foolish. lacking the cleverness and agility of the one at his feet. Yet, this posed no concern. As long as they were provided with fruit nourished by the spirit spring, they too could evolve into highly intelligent beings. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The golden monkey at his feet turned, gazing up at Zhao Han with anticipation in its eyes. Zhao Han gently patted its head, saying, I shall bestow upon you a name. From now on, you shall be called Gigi. Guard this orchard diligently with your companions, and ensure no other creatures dare to pilfer. You must also oversee the others to prevent any theft. I shall return daily to reward you. At present, only the cherry trees bore fruit in the orchard. Simply feeding the monkeys would not suffice. Hence he could only afford to distribute small portions of cherries as rewards. Once the other fruit trees yielded their bounty, the monkeys would be free to feast to their heart's content. Naturally, Zhao Han needed to entice them, much like a capitalist illustrating grand visions to employees, lest they take advantage of his absence, reminiscent of the lessons learned from son Gigi's experiences in the peach orchard. Zhao Han entered the space and drew forth a basin of spirit spring water. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Gigi instantly became animated. However, Zhao Han merely allowed it a fleeting glance before retracting it back into the space, stating, If you behave, I shall reward you with this water in the future. Your performance will determine your fate. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Gigi nodded vigorously, its furry hand confidently thumping its chest in allegiance. Here, consider this a reward. Distribute it among your kin as you see fit. I must take my leave. Zhao Han handed Gigi the branch it had previously broken, and Gigi leapt about in excitement. The sound of monkey calls echoing behind him, causing a slight smile to curve Zhao Han's lips. If he could not deter this troop of monkeys, he would instead recruit them to safeguard against other animals, while also putting them to work. This strategy could be deemed a win-win. He would triumph twice, basking in the glory of dual victories. Chapter 21. This dialogue is quite indecent. When Zhao Han returned home, it was already 9 in the evening. You're back so soon. Did you catch the cherry thief? Zhao Zheng inquired, observing his son. Zhao Han casually replied, A troop of monkeys, we have come to an agreement. So there's no need for concern. You've made a deal with monkeys? Zhao Zheng looked at his son as if he were out of his mind. Zhao Han replied earnestly, Dad, aside from mosquitoes, all creatures possess a spirit, and I can speak their language. You speak nonsense, Zhao Zheng retorted. Dad, I want to see the monkeys. Guogua gazed at Zhao Han with eager eyes, while Xingxing was also restless with anticipation. Zhao Han nodded, saying, I will show you tomorrow morning. Now, hurry off to bed. Yes, yes, yes. The two little ones complied promptly, thrilled at the prospect of seeing the monkeys the next day. Zhao Zheng furrowed his brow, pondering. What is the deal this year? The cherry trees have borne fruit so swiftly. Who knows? It's merely a month earlier than usual, Zhao Han responded dismissively. One cannot claim that your son possesses some hidden advantage, can they? Zhao Zheng chuckled, remarking, It is indeed peculiar. This year, I have neither tended to the orchard nor applied any fertilizer, yet the fruits are remarkably large, sweet, and visually appealing. Tomorrow, I shall harvest some to sell in the county and establish our reputation. Zhao Han went to assist his daughter with her morning routine. Zhao Jing inquired, Why head to the county? I intend to price them higher. No one in the town would purchase them. And the sparse population here does not favor the expansion of our reputation. Zhao Han articulated his plan. What price do you have in mind? Zhao Jing asked. 100. Zhao Han replied. Zhao Zheng pondered. That price seems reasonable. In fact, he suspected it might even be a tad too low. After all, the quality of their cherries this year was unparalleled, with sizes comparable to egg yolks. 100 for a single cherry? Zhao Zheng exclaimed. Have you lost your mind? Who would buy that? I am not insane. Our cherries are indeed worth that price, and such a strategy will create buzz and enhance our fame, Zhao Han earnestly explained. Zhao Zheng countered. While you may generate some buzz, who would be foolish enough to buy it? Oh, father, you misunderstand. The wealthy in the city are not deterred by such a price, and once they taste our cherries, they will surely deem them worth every penny. Zhao Han asserted with unwavering confidence, aware of the cherry's remarkable properties. Zhao Zheng remained skeptical but chose not to argue further, saying, You will soon realize your folly. The following day, Monday, at 6 in the morning, Zhao Jiang rose to prepare breakfast. Zhao Han ventured into the orchard to pick cherries. Chirp, chirp. Upon seeing Zhao Han, Gigi scampered out of the orchard with 2 monkeys, hopping joyfully. Where are the other monkeys? Zhao Han inquired. Gigi gestured towards the forest, indicating that he had sent them back, which was prudent to prevent them from damaging the blossoms in the orchard. Help me fill the basket, selecting the larger ones. Zhao Han instructed, handing over the fruit basket. Gigi took the basket and dashed toward the cherry grove. After about 10 minutes, Gigi returned with 2 monkeys, carrying a basket brimming with cherries. The 3 monkeys eagerly gazed at the basket, clearly anticipating a treat. Zhao Han chuckled and shook his head, taking a handful from the basket to share among them. The 3 monkeys erupted in excitement, leaping about joyfully. Come back with me for a moment to get acquainted, Zhao Han said to Gigi, primarily fulfilling his promise to his son and daughter to show them the monkeys, for a father must honor his word. Chirp, chirp. Gigi called out to the 2 monkeys, then followed Zhao Han, carrying the basket. He now evidently held a position of authority among the troop. Wow, how does this monkey listen to you so well? Uncle Zhao Hai, herding cattle, was taken aback by the sight, initially thinking he was imagining things. Zhao Han grinned. This monkey is quite the glutton. Indeed, this troop of monkeys had inhabited the mountains near the village for some time, often descending in search of food. It seems Hanzi has become the monkey king. The sight of monkeys working was indeed a rarity. The villagers, who had ventured out to labor in the fields early that morning, were taken aback by this unusual spectacle, engaging in lively discussions. As Zhao returned home, his dog, De Huang, along with his 2 pups, rushed out of the courtyard, barking incessantly at Gigi. Gigi, in turn, bared his teeth at the 3 dogs. Enough, De Huang, Zhao admonished sharply. At once, De Huang tucked his tail and fell silent. Zhao Jiang, witnessing this scene, was astonished, exclaiming, Goodness, you really have made a pact with the monkeys. A golden monkey. Oh, what an adorable creature. I wish to pet the monkey. Guogua and Xingxing dashed over, playfully teasing Gigi, who trembled in response. It's all right. They're just playing with you. Zhao comforted Gigi before addressing Xingxing and Guogua. This is Gigi, my pet. Daddy is so amazing, Guogua exclaimed with admiration. Zhao reveled in his daughter's adulation. Zhao divided the cherries into 2 portions. One packed in a bag as a token of gratitude for Yang Shui, and the other placed in a basket for sale in the county. After breakfast at 7:30, Zhao rode his bicycle, accompanied by Xingxing and Guogua, towards the town. Gigi had temporarily escaped the chaos, swiftly darting into the woods, his once sleek fur now in disarray from the children's playful antics, as children are far more mischievous than monkeys. The journey was swift, and within half an hour, they arrived. It was just past 8, while the kindergarten opened at 8:30. Zhao had to call Yang Shui to request her assistance in watching the children, as he was eager to head to the county. Brother Zhao, Xingxing, Guogua, Yang Shui called out, her home being quite near the kindergarten. She soon approached, waving with a smile. Today, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a light blue sleeveless dress paired with a white cardigan. As she ran, her skirt and hair fluttered like a breath of spring in March. Aunt Yang, Guogua and Xingxing jumped joyfully, waving at Yang Shui with delight. Yang Shui first pinched Xingxing's cheek before turning to Zhao, saying, Brother Zhao, you go ahead and take care of your matters. I'll look after Xingxing and Guogua. Thank you. This is a bag of cherries from my orchard, Zhao offered, presenting a bag of cherries. Yang Shui graciously accepted it, her eyes widening in surprise. They are quite large. Isn't that good? Zhao inquired. Oh no, I was merely surprised. I do prefer larger ones, Yang Shui replied, suddenly blushing, realizing how the conversation could be misconstrued. Clearing her throat, she said, I should be going now. Zhao, realizing his own inadvertent folly, took his leave. Yang Shui nodded, her face still flushed. Goodbye, Daddy. Guogua and Xingxing called out, waving. Goodbye, my little ones. Be sure to listen to Aunt Yang at school. I will come to pick you up in the afternoon. Chapter 22, 101. The frenzy of cherries. Taiping County is not far from Qingshi Town, which explains why parents from the county willingly transport their children daily to the Golden Sun Kindergarten. A drive takes merely half an hour to reach the county, and motorcycles are also classified as motor vehicles. Due to varying traffic policies across different regions, motorcycles are permitted on highways in some areas while prohibited in others. In Taiping County, motorcycles are indeed allowed on the highway. Thus, Zhao Han arrived in the city at 8:40. Taiping County is not large, with a resident population of just over 500,000. However, even in a smaller city, it is still a city. There are many impoverished individuals, but also a fair share of affluent ones. Furthermore, owing to the scarcity of high-end consumer venues in this small town, the activities of the wealthy are confined primarily to 2 shopping plazas in the city center. Zhao Han rode his motorcycle to one of these plazas and set up his modest stall outside. He was not the first. Numerous vendors selling fruits and offering fortune-telling services lined the plaza's exterior. The traffic in this small town was chaotic, with stalls established in every nook and cranny. And the city management turned a blind eye to the situation. Zhao Han lifted the cloth covering his basket of cherries. These cherries were a vibrant red, each only slightly smaller than an egg yolk, glistening under the sunlight. They appeared exceedingly tempting, evoking a sense of desire. "Young man, these cherries are quite large, aren't they? They look splendid. How much per pound?" inquired an elderly fortune-teller nearby, astonished that fruit could incite such cravings. Zhao Han produced a pre-prepared sign proclaiming, "Tao Yuan cherries. 100 yuan each." The fortune-teller, upon glancing at the sign, nearly lost his sunglasses in shock, exclaiming, 100 yuan each. Why don't you just go rob someone instead? This exclamation successfully drew the attention of passers-by, quickly gathering a larger crowd. Wow, 100 yuan each? These cherries, while appealing, are exorbitantly priced. Clearly, this is a tax on stupidity. Only a fool would buy them. Zhao Han retorted, "These cherries are exceptional. They enhance beauty for women, bolster vigor for men, and increase intelligence for children." He followed up with a clever rhyme. The fortune-teller chuckled, "Young man, you're quite the storyteller without a script. I could claim to predict love and fate too, but who would actually believe me?" The crowd erupted in laughter. "You have lovely cherries, but 100 yuan each is too steep. You might fare better selling them at 100 yuan per pound, suggested someone from the crowd. Zhao Han simply smiled in silence. In truth, given the exquisite flavor and purported benefits of these cherries, he considered 100 yuan each a bargain. Step aside, step aside." A few ruffians pushed their way through the crowd. "What's this? 100 yuan each? Are the skins made of gold or the pits?" The leader of the group cursed. Zhao Han smiled at him. "Brother, in this day and age, where else can you find cherries? They all come from greenhouses. If you find them too pricey, I wonder who would actually buy them. Are these cherries sweet? Let me taste one first," the ruffian said, reaching for a cherry. Zhao Han swiftly seized his hand, his expression turning icy. "Are you looking for trouble? Ah, let go of me. Let go." The ruffian screamed, his face contorting in pain. At this moment, everyone realized that this handsome young man possessed genuine skill. Zhao Han coldly snorted and released him. As the ruffian was about to utter a threatening remark, his phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he nodded eagerly, saying, "Master Liang, I'll be there shortly. I'm in the midst of a purchase. Yes, yes, yes." After hanging up, he turned to Zhao Han with an impish glimmer in his eye and declared, "I'll take 3,000 yuan worth." The crowd gasped in surprise, astonished that someone would actually make a purchase. Zhao Han, too, was taken aback that his very first transaction was with this rogue. Without hesitation, he counted out 30 cherries for him. "Ah, earning this money isn't easy," he mused. The ruffian tossed down 3,000 yuan in cash, uttering a cryptic remark before turning to leave with his 2 underlings. Zhao Han sensed the underlying threat, but merely furrowed his brow, dismissing it from his mind. A small boy squeezed to the front, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the cherries. "Mommy, I want to eat cherries," he exclaimed. "We have some at home. Why are you running around? You'll be late for school." A glamorous woman, looking both exasperated and harried, pushed her way into the crowd, grasping the boy's hand to pull him away. Yet the boy stubbornly resisted, insisting, "No, I want to eat this big cherry. I want cherries." The woman, clearly at her wit's end, exclaimed in frustration before glancing at the cherries herself, her eyes lighting up. "Handsome, how much are the cherries?" 100 each. Zhao Han pointed to the sign. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. 100 each? Are you insane? Just because you're good looking? You're selling cherries, not yourself. The crowd erupted in laughter. Mommy, I want the big cherries. I want. The boy continued his tantrum. With no other option, the woman reluctantly pulled out her phone to transfer money to Zhao Han. Give me 1,000 yuan worth. 1,000 yuan to make her son obey was worth it. Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you next time. Zhao Han smiled as he packaged the cherries and handed them over. The woman shot him a glare, muttering, This time, I'll chalk it up to bad luck. I'll be crazy to return. The boy eagerly bit into a cherry, exclaiming, Wow, Mommy, this is so delicious. He then offered a piece to his mother. Mommy, you must try this. It's really tasty. Watching her son feed her fruit. The woman felt that the 1,000 yuan had been well spent, and she didn't even mind the saliva on the fruit as she opened her mouth to receive it. Suddenly, she froze in place, savoring the sweet, spring-like nectar bursting on her tongue and the unique texture. At that moment, she had never felt such tranquility. It was as if she had swallowed the essence of spring itself. Her spirits lifted. She eventually regained her composure, looking at Zhao Han with newfound clarity. She suddenly understood why his cherries commanded such a high price. They were truly worth it. I'll take 10,000 yuan worth, she declared. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Has she gone mad? How could she make a second purchase so soon? Surely, she must be an accomplice. No, that woman is wealthy. I've seen her in the county news. She is a businesswoman. So, the cherries are really worth that much? If the rich think so, surely they must have more sense than us. Darn it. I'll buy one to try. Give me 5. I want 20. The scene suddenly erupted with fervor. Some individuals surged forward clutching cash, while others brandished their phones to scan for payments. Nearby, a fortune teller observed this spectacle, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. He found himself grappling with the realization that he no longer understood this society. Were there truly so many affluent individuals? Was I the sole impoverished soul among them? Chapter 23. The allure of wealth. When the wealthy declare a product to be exceptional, the common populace tends to believe them, convinced that if the affluent endorse it, it must indeed possess merit. This phenomenon is known as the celebrity effect, which Zhao Han expertly exploited. After a wealthy woman expressed her desire to purchase cherries priced at 10,000 yuan, the surrounding crowd descended into a frenzy of competition. Once they savored the cherries, they would instinctively begin to promote Zhao Han, eager to share their experience. After all, who would wish to flaunt their extravagant purchase on social media? The basket of cherries was swiftly depleted. They're gone. I'll be back tomorrow to sell more. Zhao Han shouted, his voice ringing out. Gone. How could they be gone? The disappointed customers protested, their discontent palpable. We waited for so long. Wow, these cherries are absolutely divine. It's no wonder they're so expensive. I'd argue they're even underpriced. Another exclaimed. Indeed, they are extraordinary. I can scarcely find words to describe how delectable they are. The moment I finished, I felt invigorated, my mind cleared, and my spirits lifted. Those fortunate enough to have acquired cherries eagerly relished them, exclaiming in delight, which only served to further incite envy among those who had missed out. Can we buy some first tomorrow? One suggested. Exactly. We can't be left behind after waiting all morning today. What time will you arrive tomorrow? Everyone should head home now. I'll return at this time tomorrow, Zhao Han reassured them, eventually persuading the disgruntled individuals to disperse. He then prepared to close up shop and leave, while the other vendors looked on with envy, wishing for similar success in their own enterprises. Hey, young man, please wait. The fortune teller implored, grasping Zhao Han's sleeve. What is it? Zhao Han inquired as he turned. Ahem, I'm inquiring on behalf of a friend. Do your cherries really possess the power to enhance vitality? The fortune teller asked, his voice lowered in embarrassment. He was skeptical, yet with so many praising them, he pondered the possibility that these cherries might indeed hold such qualities. It was akin to spending 100 yuan on a vitality supplement. Zhao Han smiled knowingly. Might I ask if this friend you speak of is actually yourself? Don't say such things. You're slandering me. Be careful, or I might sue you for defamation. The fortune teller's indignation flared, much like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Look, he is flustered. Zhao Han chuckled heartily. Why not buy a few tomorrow and see for yourself? I must be off now. He mounted his motorcycle, revving it before speeding away. Young Banzian. You can't possibly believe those cherries have such miraculous properties, can you? One vendor remarked. Young Banzian scoffed. What a joke. Do you think I'm as foolish as those others? They're merely a bit tastier than average, nothing extraordinary. Indeed. I cannot fathom why so many fools would part with their money. Another vendor shook his head. Yang Banjian remarked, as for us wise individuals, we simply shall not purchase. It is imperative that we refrain. The other vendors echoed his sentiments. At the First People's Hospital of Taiping County, in a single patient room, Wang Yun lay weakly on the hospital bed, clad in a patient gown, having just been beaten by Zhao Han. He had actually recovered long ago, yet he insisted on remaining in the hospital to feign vulnerability, beseeching his father for vengeance. Father, you must avenge me. When have I ever endured such humiliation? Wang Yun choked out, resembling a child despite being in his 20s. Wang Liang hurriedly soothed him. All right, do not weep. Rest assured, Father will certainly seek retribution for you. Wang Liang, a ruffian who had never completed elementary school and a single father, had indulged Wang Yun to an alarming degree since childhood. Father, why have the cherries not yet arrived? Wang Yun feigned wiping non-existent tears. Just as Wang Liang was about to suggest making a phone call, a flurry of hurried footsteps could be heard outside, and 3 thugs who had just purchased cherries from Zhao Han rushed in. Master Liang, young Master Yun, the cherries are here, the leader of the thugs announced, holding up a bag of cherries. Why does it take so long to procure cherries? Wang Liang reproached with displeasure, his gaze falling upon the bag of cherries, momentarily stunned. And then he erupted in incredulous laughter. Wang Ergu, you have some audacity. Do not tell me that this mere bag of cherries is worth 3,000 yuan. His subordinates were greedy, and while he typically turned a blind eye, this was excessive. They were treating him as a fool. Master, I would not dare deceive you. It truly is 3,100 yuan each. I had no desire to buy them, but they wouldn't let me leave without purchasing. Look at the marks on my wrist. They were inflicted by that person, Wang Ergu replied, a look of grievance on his face. Inwardly, he sneered, you little brat, daring to disrespect me. You will not know how you perish. Wang Liang glanced at the bruises on his wrist and muttered, damn it, he crossed the line. Hand over the cherries. Wang Yun commanded. Wang Ergu promptly complied, young Master Yun. Wang Yun casually took a cherry and bit into it, and then he froze, staring blankly at the ceiling. Son, what has happened? Wang Liang gasped, fearing something was amiss with the cherry. Wang Yun suddenly sat upright. Wow, Dad, this cherry is extraordinary. It is unbelievably delicious. Just one bite, and I feel completely revitalized. Wang Liang and Wang Ergu exchanged bewildered glances. Was one cherry truly so remarkable? Let me try, Wang Liang said, half in disbelief as he sampled a cherry, and to his astonishment, he exclaimed, by God, this is no ordinary cherry. It is a celestial fruit. Wang Ergu nearly drooled, his mind racing with confusion. Could these cherries truly be that remarkable? Father, this is worth a fortune. Such exquisite goods cannot possibly be sold at a street stall. We must seek collaboration with the seller. Wang Yun displayed a modicum of intelligence. Wang Liang quickly grasped the situation, his eyes sparkling as he burst into laughter. Indeed, my son is truly astute. Wang Ergu, take me to that person immediately. However, when they hurriedly arrived at the entrance of the market, Zhao Han had already departed. However, after hearing the other vendors recount the recent fervent scene, Wang Liang's heart burned with even greater fervor. This was a golden opportunity to amass wealth. He resolved to arrive early the next morning to stake out the vendor and discuss potential collaboration. As for whether such a partnership could be established, that was hardly a concern. In Taiping County, no one could refuse Wang Liang. That day, the words peach blossom cherry began to flood the social circles of Taiping County. Many in the county town learned that there was someone selling cherries at the exorbitant price of 100 yuan each, and there was demand without supply. Chapter 24. A meeting with county head Wu Zhao Han did not anticipate that the cherries would sell so rapidly. It was only 10 in the morning, and Xingxing and Guoguo would not finish school until 4 in the afternoon. Returning to Qingshi town at this hour was premature. Therefore, Zhao Han decided to pay a visit to the county government. He wished to discuss his development plans for Taoyuan village with the county head and seek some policy support. As for why he did not approach the town head, it was because the finances of Qingshi town had always been in the red. Seeking funding from the town was simply out of the question. On his way, Zhao Han stopped by a public restroom. While attending to his needs, he calculated his earnings for the day, a total of 32,700 yuan. Earning 1 million a month was not a dream. The money came too easily. He suddenly thought of his ex-wife, the woman who had devoted herself entirely to her career and was obsessed with wealth. If she knew how effortlessly he was making money now, he wondered what her reaction would be. But then he chuckled softly. The past was the past, and holding on to it served no purpose. 20 minutes later, Zhao Han arrived at the county government. "Hello, comrade, please sign in. What brings you here?" The guard stopped Zhao Han. "I'm looking for County Head Wu. Could you please give him a call and let him know I'm Zhao Han?" "Zhao Han, is it? Please hold on." The guard scrutinized Zhao Han for a moment before retreating to the guardhouse to make the call. A short while later, he returned, his smile even more welcoming. "Comrade Zhao Han, County Head Wu is waiting for you in his office, the first room on the left on the 3rd floor." "Thank you." Zhao Han replied with a slight smile and parked his motorcycle beside the government building. As he walked to the 3rd floor, he discovered 6 or 7 individuals standing outside the county head's office. They glanced at Zhao Han, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, before returning their focus elsewhere. Zhao Han smiled in response. Perhaps it was his demeanor that elicited a positive impression, for one middle-aged man inquired, "Which department are you from, young brother? Or which township?" "Hello, elder brother. Neither. I am the village head of Taoyuan village," Zhao Han replied calmly. "The village head?" The others exchanged glances, some barely suppressing laughter. A mere village head sought an audience with the county head? "Young brother, you might want to convey your concerns to the town government. County Head Wu is quite busy. We have been waiting for 2 days, and you, a small village head, are hardly a priority," the middle-aged man who first spoke advised with a chuckle. Just then, the office door swung open, and a tall young man with a buzz cut stepped out. Secretary Yang was quickly approached by several individuals outside the door. Raising his hand to signal for silence, he surveyed the crowd and inquired, "May I ask who is Zhao Han?" "I am," Zhao Han replied, stepping forward briskly. Secretary Yang offered a courteous smile and said, "Mr. Zhao, the county magistrate requests your presence. Please, enter." The onlookers outside, who had been waiting for quite some time, stared at Zhao Han in astonishment, their faces a picture of disbelief. "Am I truly the fool?" Zhao Han disregarded their stares and proceeded into the office alongside Secretary Yang. What background does this person have? Could he really be just a village chief? Surely not. This village chief is rather impressive, the group outside murmured amongst themselves. Upon entering the office, Zhao Han immediately spotted County Magistrate Wu, who was busy reviewing documents behind the desk. His face bore a dark hue, evidently a sign of insufficient rest. After all, managing the livelihood of an entire county, especially a poverty-stricken one, must entail considerable pressure. "Xiao Zhao has arrived. Take a seat." Magistrate Wu greeted warmly. "Xiao Yang, brew a cup of tea." "Certainly," Secretary Yang replied, preparing a cup for Zhao Han. "Thank you, Brother Yang," Zhao Han said politely as he accepted the tea. "It is my pleasure." Secretary Yang smiled slightly before Magistrate Wu waved him off. "You may return to your duties," he instructed, and Secretary Yang nodded respectfully before leaving. "Xiao Zhao, it seems you have come with a purpose," Magistrate Wu said directly. Zhao Han smiled wryly. "Indeed. County Magistrate Wu, you are correct. I am here today to seek the county's support for the development of our Taoyuan village." "Oh, it appears we may see some action." Xiao Zhao, the village chief, is eager to make things happen. "Please, go on," Magistrate Wu said, interlocking his fingers on the desk, intrigued by the young hero who had gained recognition in the city. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Han articulated, "Our preliminary plan focuses on developing agriculture, reopening the village school, and constructing roads, all of which necessitate the support of the county." "Agriculture, you say? I recall your family operates an orchard. It's not an easy endeavor. Do you possess the confidence to succeed?" Magistrate Wu inquired thoughtfully. Poverty-stricken counties typically relied on agriculture, and previous attempts had often ended in failure, leading him to believe that Zhao Han was still too young for such ambitions. Zhao Han chuckled softly. In the past, we lacked the means. But now we certainly have them. Taoyuan village has unique geological characteristics. Our fruits mature early. The cherries from our orchard ripened today, and we sold a batch that was quite popular. Taoyuan village cherries, Magistrate Wu murmured, and then his eyes brightened. The exorbitantly priced Taoyuan cherries that flooded my social media feed today, are those yours? Zhao Han readily affirmed. Magistrate Wu was astonished. You truly sold them for 100 yuan each and sold out? This isn't just hype, is it? County Magistrate, I would never lie in your presence. It's the truth. Zhao Han asserted confidently. Magistrate Wu erupted into laughter. Then you are on your way to wealth. No, wait. Taoyuan village is on the path to prosperity. The ability to sell cherries at such a high price indicates their value and underscores the superior quality of the fruits produced in Taoyuan village. Zhao Han corrected him. To be precise, it is our Taiping County that will prosper. Once Taoyuan village develops, how can it not uplift the county's economy? Director Wu stood up with great enthusiasm, repeatedly exclaiming words of praise. Common prosperity, common prosperity. I agree to reopen the village school. Furthermore, the county has approved the road repair funds for your village. This is all the economic support the county can provide. However, in terms of policy, whatever you need, I shall provide. Go ahead and take action. Taiping County is impoverished, but if Taoyuan village manages to thrive, the economy will truly take off. After all, there are people clamoring for those cherries worth 100 yuan each. How could development be a concern? With your assurance, Director Wu, I feel more confident to proceed. Zhao Han replied, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected news of road repair funds. To achieve prosperity, we must first repair the roads. Taiping County is indeed impoverished, and for the county finances to allocate funds for road repairs is already quite commendable. Moreover, it is not a lack of funds he faces. As long as the county can provide policy support, that would suffice. Subsequently, the two engaged in further conversation, exchanging personal contact information before sharing a meal together. Soon, the county government compound buzzed with news of an impressive village chief who had gained the county chief's favor. In the afternoon, Zhao Han strolled around the county, purchased a few items, and then returned to Qingshu town to pick up the children. Chapter 25. An incident in the orchard by 3:30 in the afternoon. Many parents were already waiting outside the Golden Sun kindergarten to pick up their children. Zhao Han was among them. Tall and handsome, he leaned against a black motorcycle, holding a helmet in one hand while casually using his phone, eliciting blushes and heartbeats from the young mothers nearby. Are you here to pick up your child too? I haven't seen you before. A young woman wearing a white short-sleeve shirt and blue-fitted jeans approached him, her demeanor radiating springtime allure, her flirtatious glances captivating. It was evident she sought Zhao Han's assistance with the plumbing issue. However, Zhao Han maintained an air of indifference, responding, "Today is my child's first day at school." It is well known that women can be quite perceptive. Sensing the coldness in Zhao Han's tone, the young woman pouted and turned away, swaying her hips as she left. Soon, at 4 o'clock, the school bell rang. Children of all ages burst from their classrooms, chattering excitedly like a flock of chicks breaking free. Teachers guided their classes in an orderly fashion onto the playground to avoid chaos. "Daddy, Daddy." Guoguo waved enthusiastically at Zhao Han from the line. He shook his helmet in response. Yang Shui smiled at Zhao Han and waved, and he reciprocated her smile. Before long, it was time for the preschoolers to be dismissed. Xing Xing and Guoguo dashed towards Zhao Han, clinging to his legs and chattering about their day. They were both thrilled to be attending the new kindergarten. Yang Shui approached Zhao Han, her ample bosom swaying gently, captivating the eye. "How are they doing? Are they well behaved?" Zhao Han inquired, affectionately ruffling the heads of the two little ones. Yang Shui nodded. "They are very well behaved, not crying or causing trouble. They are still getting to know the other children, but I believe they will settle in soon." "I appreciate your help," Zhao Han said. Yang Shui flashed a sweet smile, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "So, how will you thank me?" "You tell me," Zhao Han replied readily. Yang Shui blinked. "Invite me to dinner tonight." Perhaps another day. Zhao Han glanced at his watch. Yang Shui felt a flush rise to her cheeks and exclaimed, "Pa, you rogue." Zhao Han was momentarily taken aback. It took him a while to clarify. "What I meant was, another day? I meant the same," Yang Shui replied, struggling to suppress her embarrassment and shyness. "Ah, I'm going to die." Zhao Han smirked slightly. "If your face weren't so flushed, I might actually believe you. This woman has quite the risque imagination." Yang Shui quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, the cherries you brought me this morning were delightful. Could you bring me some more tomorrow? I'm willing to pay." She had never tasted cherries so exquisite and only realized afterward that she should share them with her family. "What do you mean money? They're just homegrown fruit." "I'll bring you some tomorrow," Zhao Han replied. Yang Shui smiled bashfully. Then, "Thank you." Zhao Han placed 2 newly purchased small helmets on Guogua and Xingxing and instructed, "Say goodbye to Auntie." "Goodbye, Auntie Yang." The 2 little ones waved. Yang Shui smiled gently. "See you tomorrow." Then Zhao Han rode off with the children on his motorcycle. Yang Shui stood there, watching them leave, a smile blooming on her lips. She unilaterally declared herself in love. "What are you staring at, so enraptured?" A woman suddenly appeared behind her and playfully tapped her shoulder. Yang Shui was startled and turned to see the woman with a ponytail. "Ying, you scared me." She lightly patted her chest, her heart racing. "Kiki, let me help you calm down," the woman named Ying said with a mischievous grin as she reached out her hands. Yang Shui blushed and dodged. "You lecherous woman. Surely, you don't have feelings for that guy on the motorcycle?" Ying asked seriously. Ying was Yang Shui's close friend, a doctor at the county hospital, who would visit Yang Shui whenever she had time off. Yang Shui retorted, her cheeks still flushed. "How could that be? He has a family. You can't be a homewrecker." Ying warned, "You mustn't joke about such things." Yang Shui instinctively countered, "He is divorced." "Oh, and you say you don't like him," Ying teased, having just been testing her. "Shashiwe, a single father from a small town hardly deserves you. Don't gamble with your future. Let me introduce you to a promising young man from the city. Wouldn't that be better?" "Oh dear." "Let us not discuss that now," Yang Shui said, a bit irritated as she waved her hand and turned toward the kindergarten. Promising young man? She had no interest in such notions. At 4:40 p.m., Zhao Han arrived home. Da Huang was still there, eagerly welcoming him. "Xiaohua, were you a good dog at home?" Guogua, acting like a little adult, squatted down to pat the dog's head. Xiaohua barked in response. "How childish. Dogs can't talk," Xingxing scoffed, running into the yard with her little backpack. In the yard, Zhao Jiang was washing vegetables. Upon seeing Xingxing, he beamed widely. "My grandson is back from school. Wait until I finish cooking, then we can eat." "Hurry up, Grandpa. I'm already starving." Xingxing patted her little belly. Children always get hungry quickly. They are growing, after all. Zhao Han entered the yard, carrying Guogua's backpack, casually remarking, "All you do is eat." "Humph." Xingxing made a face. "Grandpa, hurry and boil the water. I want to eat it. It bit me." Guogua exclaimed, dragging a large goose by its neck into the yard, the goose honking and flapping its wings in protest. Zhao Han was utterly astonished by the scene before him. His daughter's combat prowess was truly remarkable. It is well known that geese are formidable adversaries for children. "What? How dare it bite my granddaughter? It's simply intolerable," Zhao Jiang declared, ready to slay the goose as a sacrifice. Zhao Han frowned. "Father, why would you kill it for no reason? Just indulge her. I shall do as I please, as long as my dear granddaughter is happy." "It's none of your concern," Zhao Jiang retorted without hesitation. Zhao Han felt a pang of disillusionment. Such is the affection of grandparents. Had he dared to express a desire for goose in his youth, he would likely have been met with a hearty dish of bamboo shoots and stir-fried pork instead. At that moment, a beautiful golden monkey leaped down from the rooftop, appearing flustered and chattering incessantly, gesturing towards the back mountain. "Wow, it's Gigi," Guogua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the monkey, promptly releasing the goose to rush towards it. "Guogua, wait." Zhao Han admonished his daughter, sensing Gigi's urgency. Guogua, looking dejected, halted, twisting her fingers and pouting as she gazed at Zhao Han and Gigi. Observing Gigi's excitement, Zhao Han inquired, "Are you saying something has happened in the orchard?" Gigi nodded vigorously. Zhao Han's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed outside, grabbing a shovel for precaution at the door. Gigi quickly followed, with Dahu also sprinting after them. Upon arriving at the orchard, Zhao Han beheld a group of monkeys surrounding a robust wild boar. The boar was coated in mud, its long tusks protruding menacingly. Weighing an estimated 300 pounds, charging about while emitting grunting sounds. The monkeys hurled stones at it, skillfully maneuvering to prevent it from invading the orchard. Upon noticing Zhao Han and Gigi's arrival, the alarmed monkeys raised a cacophony of calls. "Well done," Zhao Han encouraged, ruffling Gigi's head. Allowing the boar to rampage through the orchard would spell disaster for the entire area. Gigi proudly chattered in response. Zhao Han instructed, "Tell your kin to withdraw. Leave this beast to me." Gigi called out twice, prompting the monkeys to disperse and retreat to the orchard's edge. The boar charged towards Zhao Han, snorting fiercely. Wild boars are ferocious creatures that will attack humans. In the wild, one would prefer to encounter a lone wolf rather than a wild boar. Without firearms, a solitary person facing a frenzied boar would find their fate uncertain. However, Zhao Han was no ordinary individual. As the boar charged, splattering mud, he discarded the shovel and prepared to engage it barehanded, eager to test the limits of his strength. As the boar drew nearer, Zhao Han seized the moment. Executing a slide kick, as he fell, he expertly grasped the boar's tusks and yanked with all his might. With a thunderous crash, the boar let out a piercing cry. Flipped onto its back, one of its tusks snapping in the process. Rolling a few times on the ground, the boar scrambled to its feet and bolted into the forest. Clearly terrified by Zhao Han's display of power. Animals, much like humans, possess an innate instinct to seek benefits while avoiding harm. When confronted by a formidable adversary, they seldom dare to engage directly. The sounds of chattering filled the air as the wild boar took flight, while the golden monkeys bared their teeth and emitted menacing calls. Hurling stones at the creature, Zhao Han swiftly pursued, executing a leap to land upon the boar's back, seizing its neck and toppling it over. With one leg pinned upon the beast, he unleashed a barrage of punches upon its head. The wild boar, after enduring several blows, bled profusely from its orifices, its struggles dwindling until it lay lifeless beneath Zhao Han's might. The monkeys, witnessing the demise of the wild boar, erupted in joyous chattering, frolicking around him in exuberance. After all, they were now under Zhao Han's command. What was wrong with appeasing their master? The orcs would never submit as slaves unless their every need was catered to. Zhao Han chuckled, wiping the blood that had splattered upon his face, and hoisted the boar upon his shoulders, making his way home. After taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled the eager monkeys gazing at him. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Each of you shall receive 10 cherries." Instantly, the monkey troop erupted in delight, scrambling towards the cherry grove to pluck the fruits from the trees. After indulging in the cherries, the monkeys experienced a significant boost in intellect. Now capable of comprehending Zhao Han's words, Gigi also gathered 10 cherries and picked up the discarded shovel, bouncing along behind him. "Goodness, little Han, where did you procure such a massive wild boar?" An elderly man clad in blue attire, with his trousers rolled up and a hoe in hand, remarked in astonishment. Zhao Han replied, "It came down from the mountain, seeking to ravage my orchard, and I brought it down, Uncle Chun. This beast is too large for me to consume alone. Please inform the villagers to come and share the meat. I have matters to discuss." The wild boar, not having been bled out, carried a potent odor, and with summer approaching, lacking refrigeration at home, meant it would spoil if not distributed among the families. Little Han is ferocious. To take down a wild boar single-handedly, in ancient times, you'd be deemed a valiant warrior. Uncle Chin praised, giving a thumbs up. Zhao Han chuckled in response, having already earned such a reputation during his military service. Woof, woof. The dog, De Huang, caught a whiff of blood and barked furiously, darting out of the yard, with Xing Xing and Guogua following closely behind. "Grandpa, Grandpa, Dad has returned with a monster." Guogua squealed upon seeing the wild boar on Zhao Han's back, turning to flee into the yard. "That's a wild boar." Xing Xing attempted to explain but had no time. All he could do was shake his head at his foolish sister. Soon, Zhao Jiang emerged, with Guogua clutching his pants and hiding behind him. "Grandpa, look, that monster is still bleeding. It must have been Dad who killed it." Zhao Jiang stood in shock. His mouth agape, stunned that his son had brought down a wild boar weighing at least 300 pounds. My son is more formidable than a beast. Such strength is truly frightening. Dad, stop dawdling. Quickly, heat water to scald the pig's hair, Zhao Han declared, tossing the wild boar into the yard. Zhao Jiang snapped back to reality, hurriedly preparing to heat the water. Zhao Han then retrieved the yellow barrel, a large wooden tub used for scalding and dehairing the pig during butchering. On their first encounter with the slaughtering of a pig, Xingxing and Guogua, filled with curiosity and excitement, trailed closely behind Zhao Han. They scarcely spared a thought for Gigi, who found herself cornered by the fierce barks of Da Huang, a dog with whom she had a tumultuous relationship. Gigi produced a handful of freshly picked cherries, instantly capturing Da Huang's attention. With a pointed gesture towards the ground, she beckoned him. Although Da Huang's gaze was fierce, he ultimately complied, sitting obediently and panting. Gigi tossed a cherry, and Da Huang leapt up to catch it, wagging his tail in delight. Zhao Han was taken aback by this spectacle, marveling at how quickly the monkey had learned to use food to train the dog. It was a clear demonstration of intellectual superiority among species. Hanzi, your monkey has truly become cunning, using cherries to command the dog. A young man named Lu Hai entered, equipped with a set of butchering tools. Upon witnessing Gigi feeding Da Huang cherries, he expressed his astonishment. Lu Hai had inherited his father's legacy as a distinguished pig butcher. Renowned throughout the villages, and during the festive season, his earnings flourished. This was the reason for his presence in the village. Upon hearing from Uncle Chun that the villagers were gathering at Zhao Han's home to distribute wild boar meat, he came to assist with the slaughter. Da Huang turned towards Lu Hai, baring his teeth in a warning. Lu Hai, taken aback, thought to himself, is it just my imagination? Or does your dog actually understand me? Shaking off the thought, he approached Zhao Han for assistance. Hello, Uncle, Guogua and Xingxing chimed in unison. Lu Hai chuckled. Hello there. Would you like to learn how to butcher pigs with your uncle? No. The two children dashed away in a flash. Soon, more villagers arrived to lend a hand, some bringing their own ingredients, ready to prepare a festive pig feast at Zhao's house. The yard buzzed with activity. Life in the countryside often sparked quarrels over trivial matters, yet it was filled with warmth and camaraderie. Chapter 27. The Pig Feast, rallying donations from the village. 1, 2, 3, go. Lu Hai and two other young men hung the freshly skinned wild boar on a wooden ladder with iron hooks, before Lu Hai began the process of gutting it. Xingxing and Guogua, torn between fear and curiosity, hesitated to watch the slaughter. Other village children teased them, with Xingxing indignantly retorting, I'm not scared. You are. You are. They chanted playfully. Children, in their innocence, quickly formed bonds within the close-knit village, chasing and playing in the yard, their laughter ringing out. The women preparing vegetables smiled as they observed the scene, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Meanwhile, the elders gathered beneath a walnut tree outside the yard, smoking their leaf cigarettes and discussing matters of national significance. A makeshift stove, constructed from yellow clay and stones, had been set up in the yard, where Zhao Han tended to the fire. Meow. A plump orange cat rubbed against his leg. You've finally come home, Zhao Han said, scooping the cat into his lap. This feline had only made a fleeting appearance when he first arrived home, disappearing for several days thereafter. In the rural countryside, cats often mysteriously vanish for days on end, only to return as if it were a commonplace occurrence. This particular ginger cat, unfortunately, missed out on the essence of the spiritual spring water. Zhao Han resolved to take some time to feed it. The ginger cat nestled on Zhao Han's lap, relishing his gentle caresses, emitting a soothing purr. Hanzi, do you smoke? Wang Kuei approached with a grin, producing a cigarette and offering it to him. Residing in the village, Wang Kuei had initially been excluded from their gathering due to the friction between him and the Zhao family. Yet here he was, merrily bringing a large jug of wine. Zhao Han glanced at him and replied, I do not smoke. Not smoking is good, very good, Wang Kuei retorted awkwardly, retracting the offer. Zhao Han then inquired, is there something you wish to discuss? Hanzi, remember the misunderstanding we had some time ago? I won't dwell on it now. Just observe my actions moving forward. Wang Kuei articulated with careful consideration. Zhao Han acknowledged with a nod, neither affirming nor denying. Hanzi, I understand your skepticism, but trust me. I genuinely wish to mend our differences. Wang Kuei reiterated his intentions. Zhao Han stood up, suggesting, then you shall tend to the fire. All right, Wang Kuei chuckled. Assuming Zhao Han's previous position by the fire, clad in a suit, he soon found himself drenched in sweat. After more than 2 hours, a dozen tables and chairs had been assembled in the yard, brought in from various homes. The centerpiece of the feast was the wild boar dish, accompanied by an array of other delicacies contributed by the villagers, including steamed pork, crispy fried meat, stir-fried intestines, braised pork with preserved vegetables, longan meat, and sandwiched meat, among others. The presentation may have been humble, but the aroma was enticing, and the children, including Guogua, seated at their own table, were already drooling. Initially, Zhao Han intended to join the children's table. However, realizing the elderly gentleman would only drink and not partake in the food, he squeezed into their table instead. Before we begin, I have a few words to share, Zhao Han announced, rising with a small glass of white wine in hand. The wine, a premium quality brought by Wang Kuei, was contained in a plastic jug and had cost 100 yuan per jin. Instantly, all eyes turned to Zhao Han. He continued, all of you present are my uncles, aunts, and elder relatives. This is my first gathering upon my return. And since you have entrusted me with the role of village chief, I promise not to disappoint you. I have negotiated with the county, and funds will be allocated for road construction in our village, with the money arriving shortly. Therefore, let us complete our tasks promptly so we can collectively assist in the roadworks. The sooner we finish, the sooner we will enjoy the convenience. The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations. Zhao Han is truly capable. He secured the road funds immediately upon his return. Once our Tiyuan village is connected by road, it will be a great convenience. Zhao Han is remarkable. Indeed, selecting Zhao Han as our village chief was the right choice. Let us raise a toast to him. Zhao Han joined them in a toast, then signaled for silence to share his plans for reopening the village school. However, the restoration of the school would require collective funding from the village. While he could easily finance this endeavor himself, it was essential for the community to participate in public initiatives, ensuring that no one would later assume it was his sole responsibility to fund any developments in the village. He is merely a big spender, not someone who wishes to be a fool. I will donate 50,000 to repair the village school. Wang Kuei took the lead, earning Zhao Han's newfound respect. This fellow truly seems determined to reform. Moreover, his breeding farm has been quite profitable. With Wang Kuei setting an example, other villagers also contributed, donating 300 or 500 each. After all, their children need an education, and having a school in the village would undoubtedly be more convenient. Zhao Han concluded, as the village chief, we cannot allow poverty to hinder education. I will personally contribute 300,000. A gasp echoed through the crowd, astonished by Zhao Han's remarkable generosity. Yet they were equally filled with admiration. From that moment, Zhao Han earned the respect of all the villagers, establishing himself as the authority in Taoyuan village. After 9 in the evening, the banquet concluded, and once the villagers finished tidying up, they departed. The Zhao family's courtyard returned to tranquility. Where did you get 300,000? Is it really necessary to spend that much on a primary school? Zhao Zhang's face was etched with worry. Zhao Han replied calmly, Father, didn't you notice that my basket was empty when I returned today? Zhao Jiang was taken aback, staring incredulously at Zhao Han. Did you sell it? In high demand, Zhao Han smiled. Zhao Jiang trembled with excitement, swallowing hard. How much did you sell it for? It was 320,000. Zhao Han stated succinctly. Zhao Zhang's pupils dilated, feeling parched and his heart racing. He muttered the figure repeatedly. 320,000. 320,000. Father, if you can't handle 320,000, what will you do when it's 3 million or 30 million? Zhao Han teased. Zhao Jiang nearly fainted. Oh my heavens, how could one possibly spend that much? He had never seen how thick 100,000 yuan stacked together was, let alone 3 million or 30 million. It felt like an impossible dream. There are countless ways to spend it. I intend to transform Taoyuan village into the world's premier village, Zhao Han declared, rising to gaze at the moon, filled with ambition. In that moment, Zhao Jiang acknowledged his own aging. He looked at Zhao Han's upright figure, his heart swelling with pride and satisfaction, yet tinged with a sense of melancholy. His son had truly succeeded and become capable, yet he could no longer assist him. The heart of a parent is often so conflicted, yet brimming with love for their child. Chapter 28. The Ascendance of Yang Shui on Tuesday morning. The birds chirped in a more serene melody. Zhao Han went to pick a basket of cherries before taking Guogua and Xing Xing to kindergarten. He arrived around 8 o'clock, only to find the kindergarten doors already open. Yang Shui stood at the entrance, clad in a white suit, her hair elegantly styled, exuding a touch of sensuality and maturity. The curve-hugging skirt accentuated her figure, and her long legs, encased in sheer stockings, were undeniably alluring. "Brother Zhao, you're here?" Upon spotting Zhao Han's motorcycle, her eyes sparkled, and she hurriedly approached with a cheerful smile. "Good morning," Aunt Yang, Guogua, and Xing Xing greeted her. "Good morning, my little treasures." Yang Shui smiled coyly, gently cradling the children as she lifted them from the car. Zhao Han gazed at her and remarked, "Why are you opening the door so early today? Were you perhaps waiting for me?" "Of course not," she replied, attempting to mask her guilt with a playful tuck of her hair behind her ear. "I merely rose early today to open the door." Zhao Han, convinced, responded, "I see. I thought you had come specifically to greet me." Yang Shui's cheeks flushed slightly, and she chose not to respond to his comment. "By the way, I brought you some cherries," Zhao Han said, handing her a bag filled with the fruit. Yang Shui gasped, "So many. They are not valuable. Just take them and enjoy." Zhao Han replied casually. Yang Shui smiled. "Whoever becomes your girlfriend will at least enjoy the freedom of having fruit." "Then, Aunt Yang, would you like to be my father's girlfriend?" The clever little Guogua suddenly chimed in. Both Yang Shui and Zhao Han were taken aback. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhao Han scolded his daughter, then turned to Yang Shui, apologizing. "I am truly sorry, Teacher Yang. Please do not take it to heart. Children speak without restraint." Yang Shui, increasingly fond of Guogua, replied, "Thank you for your support for your teacher. I shall repay you with more math problems." Guogua stuck her tongue out playfully from behind the stars. "Teacher Yang, I still need to head into the city to sell goods, so I'll take my leave now." Zhao Han said. "Wait," Yang Shui called out suddenly. "Is there something else?" Zhao Han inquired. "Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal?" "I am free today," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, her lips pressed tightly together. Zhao Han hesitated, scratching his head. "It just so happens that I need to go into town today, but the kids, it's fine. Mr. Zhou has already arrived. He.s. in the office." Yang Shui interjected quickly. The teacher, summoned by her phone call, was currently in the office greeting Yang Shui's ancestors. "Well then, Teacher Yang, please get in the car. But first, you need to accompany me to sell goods. We can only have lunch after that. It might be a bit dull," Zhao Han said. "No problem at all," Yang Shui replied enthusiastically as she climbed onto the motorcycle, wrapping her arms around Zhao Han, feeling the warmth and softness behind him. Zhao Han couldn't help but be distracted, thinking, "Teacher Yang is truly captivating." Yang Shui looked at the stars and Guogua, "You two hurry inside. Don't run around. Be obedient and help Auntie put the cherries in the office." "Auntie, you're hugging my dad. That is so embarrassing," Guogua teased, poking her cheek with her finger. Yang Shui's face turned crimson. "You little rascal. Once I become your mother, just wait and see how I'll handle you." She teased back. "What are you talking about? Hurry and go inside." Zhao Han glanced at his precious daughter with exasperation. "It's nothing, Dad. You should go." The two little ones giggled as they ran into the kindergarten. Zhao Han felt a bit awkward. Teacher Yang, could you loosen your grip a little? I'm afraid I might fall." Yet, Yang Shui tightened her embrace, a playful smile gracing her lips. Zhao Han thought to himself that Teacher Yang's allure was quite overwhelming. However, he said nothing and simply accelerated. Brother Zhao, slow down. Your speed is too fast. I can't handle it. Is this speed appropriate?" Just like that. It's just right." Half an hour later, the motorcycle entered the city. Zhao Han gradually slowed down. "Brother Zhao, look at all those people. What are they doing, forming such a long line?" Yang Shui pointed towards the lengthy queue outside the shopping plaza. A smirk appeared at the corner of Zhao Han's mouth. "They are waiting for me." "Waiting for you?" Yang Shui was puzzled. "Indeed. Those individuals were indeed waiting for Zhao Han. Some were those who failed to make purchases yesterday, while others were drawn by the rumors. Among them, the so-called fortune teller. Yang Banshan, who had mocked those who believed in him, was surprisingly at the front of the line. Yang Banshan, you were truly cunning. You told us not to buy. But you were afraid we would take your spot, weren't you? You are quite the sly one. Indeed, how wicked of you. The vendors behind him sneered at Yang Banshan. Hey, our elder brother shouldn't be so harsh on the second brother. Aren't you all the same? Yang Banshan retorted. The other vendors suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. They had been the ones declaring that only fools would believe and buy, yet here they were, queuing up long before. And then they all found themselves in this awkward situation together. He's here. Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Han. Hurry up. I want 1,000 yuan worth. Yang Banshan pulled out 1,000 yuan in cash, as cash transactions were swifter. Little boss, I want 3,000 yuan worth of cherries. I want 2,000. Everyone excitedly waved their cash. This scene was utterly astonishing. Yang Shui was dumbfounded. All transactions were in thousands. Were Zhao Han's cherries truly that popular? Brother Zhao, it seems you didn't bring that many cherries, Yang Shui suddenly realized. Zhao Han merely smiled meaningfully. Upon arriving at yesterday's stall, Zhao Han parked his motorcycle. He helped Yang Shui off the bike and said, I need you to help me collect the money. Oh, sure, Yang Shui nodded. Zhao Han addressed the crowd. Quiet, everyone. Please calm down and line up in order. It's still 100 yuan each. Cash is preferred. Otherwise, use the QR code. Yang Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. She suspected she had misheard. 100 yuan each. Who would buy cherries at such a high price? Enough talk. Give me 10. Yang Banshan rushed to shove money into Yang Shui's hands. I want 20. Others in the back also began to thrust money forward. Yang Shui was flustered in the whirlwind of the moment. The spectacle before her exceeded her comprehension. It was utterly astonishing. If each cherry was selling for 100 yuan, then Zhao Han must be earning tens of thousands effortlessly each day. Moreover, the cherries Zhao Han had gifted her were worth several thousands as well. It was only then that she realized the high value of the cherries Zhao Han had given her. Chapter 29. Customers demand refunds. Enemies reunited. What a booming business. Inside a Mercedes parked by the street, Wang Liang watched the crowd waving their cash with envious eyes. Isn't this faster than all his hard work? Dad, as long as we collaborate with that person, all this money will be ours in the future. Wang Yun was exhilarated. Wang Liang took several deep puffs from his cigarette to calm his tumultuous emotions. What do you think would be the best way to collaborate? He inquired. Is that even a question? Naturally, we should purchase his fruit trees outright and merely employ him to tend to them, Wang Yun replied without hesitation. It was evident that their intention was to exploit the other party completely. This approach was consistent with the modus operandi of the Wang father-son duo, who typically resorted to coercive tactics to pressure those without connections. Wang Liang chuckled as he flicked the ash from his cigarette, shamelessly stating, "We are doing this for his own good." A mere farmer who suddenly acquires such a substantial fortune would struggle to adapt. Farmers should focus on cultivating their land. Business matters are best left to us professionals. The two shared a knowing glance and erupted into laughter. Father, shall we go meet him now? Wang Yun asked. But the throngs of people before them obscured his view. He remained unaware that the seller of cherries was Zhao Han, the very individual who had left him bruised and humiliated on that fateful day. Wang Liang shook his head. There is no rush. We shall wait until the crowd disperses. Too many eyes can lead to complications. Thus, the father and son remained in their vehicle, biding their time. At the entrance of the nearby shopping mall, Zhao Han had successfully sold out of cherries for the day. We're all out. Sold out again today. Those who missed out can come back tomorrow. Sold out again. What is going on? I couldn't buy any yesterday. Can't you sell a bit more each day? Exactly. Is this some sort of trick? Selling in such limited quantities. It's like a hunger marketing scheme. Give me my money back. The agitated customers, especially those who had already paid, were unable to suppress their frustration and demanded refunds. In the face of their ire, Zhao Han remained remarkably composed, for he was indeed orchestrating a hunger marketing strategy to bolster his reputation and elevate the allure of Taoyuan cherries. Please, everyone, remain calm. You might consider following my personal WeChat account, Taiyuan fruit industry. Our orchard not only offers cherries but a variety of other fruits as well. Any pertinent updates will be posted there. Although the crowd was still irate, they begrudgingly took out their phones to follow the account. The account was newly registered by Zhao Han the night before, so there was currently no information available. At present, only cherries are ripe in the orchard. And with a limited number of cherry trees, we can only sell a restricted quantity each day. I will provide timely updates on the account, so please stay tuned. After soothing the disgruntled customers with a few more words, they gradually dispersed, murmuring their dissatisfaction. Brother Zhao, you are truly remarkable, Yang Shui exclaimed, clutching a bag of money. Her gaze fixed intently on Zhao Han. In a buoyant mood, Zhao Han stepped out of the car and replied, "Women always say such things." "You are incorrigible," Yang Shui retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment as she discerned the underlying implication in his words. Amused by her bashful demeanor, Zhao Han could not help but burst into laughter. Yang Shui shot him a glance filled with a mix of indignation and charm, then added, "Brother Zhao, I had no idea the cherries you gifted me were so expensive. Let me settle the payment. I cannot take advantage of you." "Enough, do not be so formal. Don't think I am unaware that you still owe tuition fees for Xingxing and Guogua. That balances it out." Zhao Han feigned displeasure. Yang Shui explained, somewhat sheepishly, that her affection for the stars and Guogua was merely a reflection of her deeper feelings for their father. Of course, such sentiments were not to be disclosed. Thus, as we exchange pleasantries, there is no need for excessive formality between us. Zhao Han laughed heartily. Yang Shui nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes, Zhao Gu, it is still early. Where shall we go now?" "Let us first head to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. I need to register the trademark for Taiyuan fruit industry," Zhao Han casually remarked. Presently, he found no issue with setting up a stall, but to ensure the fruits from the orchard garnered substantial sales, a company registration was imperative. Otherwise, it would be classified as an unregulated product. In the future, the fruits from Taiyuan village would be marketed in two distinct modes: external sales and visitor-picking orchards. Across the street, within a Mercedes-Benz, Wang Liang discarded his cigarette, but as the crowd dispersed, remarking, "I did not expect such a young lad. His girlfriend is quite beautiful. Let us go meet him." "It's him." Wang Yin seethed. Wang Liang was taken aback. "You know him?" With reddened eyes, Wang Yin replied, "Dad, he is the one who assaulted me on the road a few days ago." Zhao Han was someone he would never forget, even if turned to ash. "What?" Wang Liang was astonished at the coincidence, but his expression quickly hardened. "In that case, let him surrender the fruit trees as compensation for your injuries." Initially, he had planned to offer the young man a sum to buy the trees outright and another to hire him for their maintenance. However, discovering that this was the very individual who had hospitalized his son changed everything. There was no longer anything to discuss. He was prepared to offer nothing. Yet he still intended to claim the fruit trees. "Drive the car over," Wang Liang commanded, his face betraying no emotion. The driver started the vehicle. As Zhao Han and Yang Shui were about to depart, their path was obstructed by a black Mercedes. "Hey, do you remember me?" Wang Yin leaned out of the window, his tone laced with sarcasm. Zhao Han smiled. "Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" This provoked Wang Yun's fury, but Wang Liang swiftly pulled him back. Fixing a cold gaze upon Zhao Han, "Let us find a place to talk," he said. "Lead the way," Zhao Han replied, unflustered. This matter had to be resolved. If not, he was prepared to deal with the individuals involved. Wang Liang raised his thumb in approval. "You have guts." He gestured for the driver to proceed. "Zhao Gu." Yang Shui expressed concern, as the hostile demeanor of the other party was evident. Zhao Han offered a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, everything will be fine." Yang Shui felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Following the Mercedes on his motorcycle, Zhao Han arrived at a tea house. They ascended to the upper floor to sip tea and converse. Throughout, Wang Liang maintained a calm demeanor, yet exuded an air of dominance, while Wang Yun's animosity was unabashedly apparent. Once dismounted, Zhao Han turned to Yang Shui, saying, "Wait for me downstairs. I will be right back." "I will go with you," she responded, grasping his hand tightly, her pale face filled with determination. Wang Liang chuckled. "Little girl, I merely wish to discuss a business matter with him. If all goes well, we shall be friends, and he will not come to harm." The implication of what might occur should negotiations falter hung heavily in the air. Very well, but do not speak out of turn, Yang Shui conceded. Zhao Han grasped Yang Shui's hand as they entered the tea house. Yang Shui did not withdraw her hand, and Zhao Han felt it inappropriate to let go, knowing it would be hurtful. Chapter 30. Wang Liang reports himself. Inside the Four Seasons tea house in a bamboo-themed private room, Zhao Han and Yang Shui sat together while Wang Liang and his son occupied the opposite side. For cups of tea emanated steaming vapors upon the table. May I inquire how to address the two of you? Wang Liang casually asked, reclining with one leg crossed over the other. Zhao Han replied coolly, Zhao Han. Zhao Han. Is it? You are the one who injured my son, Wang Yun. Wang Liang's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of aggression. Zhao Han retorted, and what of it? Such courage. Wang Liang laughed heartily. I have a great appreciation for audacity in the younger generation. Initially, I intended to break one of your legs, but I am willing to compromise. How about you give me your family's cherry tree as compensation for my son? Isn't that just extortion? Yang Shui could no longer contain her indignation. Recognizing that the demand for compensation was merely a pretext, their true aim was the cherry tree. Wang Liang chuckled. Young lady, one can eat recklessly, but one must choose their words wisely. This is merely a legitimate claim for compensation. Zhao Han is free to refuse, but the consequences of such a refusal could be dire. Yang Shui, seething with anger, felt her chest rise and fall rapidly, her lips clenched tightly. Her eyes ablaze with fury. Wang Yun's gaze flickered with lewd intent as he grinned. If you are unwilling to part with your fruit tree, then perhaps you could come to me instead. I am quite gentle with delicate flowers. The exquisite features of Yang Shui, coupled with her alluring figure, stirred a restless desire within him. Disgusting. Yang Shui spat without hesitation. Wang Yun, unfazed, wore a look of intoxication, even when angry. This beauty is captivating. Wang Liang furrowed his brow, irritated by his son's unrefined behavior. Enough. Only then did Wang Yun compose himself. Zhao Han, I am Wang Liang. You may have heard my name, so I urge you to consider your response carefully, Wang Liang stated bluntly. Zhao Han sighed. Are you threatening me? That is one way to interpret it, Wang Liang replied arrogantly. Zhao Han lifted his teacup and splashed its contents across Wang Liang's face. Ah. The scalding tea elicited a cry of anguish from Wang Liang as he frantically wiped his face. Dad, Wang Yun exclaimed, rising to glare at Zhao Han with fury. You bastard. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Han kicked him violently, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhao Han seized Wang Liang by the hair and forced his head down onto the table. You threaten me? I have faced terrorists at the border without fear. Do you think I would fear a petty thug like you? Do you possess the weight to instill such fear? The entire confrontation transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Yang Shui in stunned silence. Your military service does not grant you the right to act without regard for others. I will teach you a lesson in humility. Wang Liang seethed, filled with rage rather than fear. A mere retired soldier, what could he possibly do? With his connections, he could easily ruin Zhao Han. Zhao Han articulated each word with conviction. If you wish to teach me a lesson in life, then let me first instruct you on how to serve time in prison. He reached for his phone and dialed County Chief Wu. Mayor Wu, I hereby formally report Wang Liang, who, under the guise of running a business, engages in nefarious activities and flouts the law. I urge the county government to conduct a thorough investigation. Zhao Han, with a tone of firmness, declared that if you provoke me, I shall retaliate with a report. Wang Liang's expression instantly shifted to one of alarm. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Han released him and collapsed onto the sofa, remarking, You may attempt to flee. Let's see whether the police are faster than you. Despite Wang Liang's recent efforts to cleanse his reputation, his rise has been marred by bloodshed and violence. A thorough investigation would undoubtedly yield substantial evidence against him. It is possible that the relevant authorities have long possessed a trove of incriminating materials. They simply have not acted until now. However, Zhao Han's call today would compel them into action. No one can disregard the pressure he exerts. Do you dare to intimidate me? Wang Liang questioned, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. He could hardly believe that a veteran could possess such influence. Perhaps Zhao Han was merely bluffing. Wang Yun, having risen from the floor, cast a venomous glare at Zhao Han. "Father, this fellow is undoubtedly posturing. He is merely a wretched farmer, and if he possessed such prowess, he would not still be toiling in the fields after his discharge." Wang Liang found merit in this reasoning, aligning with his own thoughts, for otherwise it would defy logic. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, Wang Liang dialed a familiar acquaintance at the police station. "Hello, Director Chun. No worries, just calling to inquire." "Oh, I'm at the Four Seasons Tea House. Splendid. I await your esteemed presence to reminisce." Upon hanging up, Wang Liang smirked as he wiped the tea stains from his face. "Quite the performance. You nearly deceived me, unaware of my extensive connections? Who would dare to apprehend me? Engaging in a contest with me, I could ruin you. Director Chun from the County Bureau will arrive shortly. Your assault on me is sufficient to land you in jail, and I am eager to discover who ends up incarcerated." Brother Zhao, observing Wang Liang's confident demeanor, Yang Shui felt a wave of concern wash over her. Zhao Han, however, wore an expression of assuredness, offering a comforting glance. "Rest assured, all will be well." Indeed, at present, all seems well, yet soon it may prove otherwise. Wang Yun wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, seething with rage. "Do you realize the implications of assault? You will come to understand the length of your sentence when you stand in the defendant's seat and the judge renders the verdict." Zhao Han regarded him with a mocking gaze. As time ticked away, watching Zhao Han's calm demeanor, Wang Liang began to feel a twinge of unease. Could it be that the other party truly possessed such confidence? Yet, he had just spoken with Director Chun, who had stated that there were no operations planned for today. Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open. A contingent of police officers streamed in. "Director Chun has arrived." Wang Liang stood to greet him. The middle-aged man known as Director Chun looked at him with undisguised disdain, his voice icy as he stated, "Wang Liang, you are suspected of multiple counts of intentional assault. Please accompany us for an investigation." With a wave of his hand, two officers stepped forward, fastening a new rose gold wristwatch onto Wang Liang. Wang Yun was not spared from the chaos either, frantically struggling. "What is happening? Let me go? How could this be? Director Chen, surely there is some misunderstanding. I have diligently contributed much to Taiping County." Wang Liang was utterly bewildered. He realized that he had just made a foolish mistake. He had revealed his address to Director Chun. Otherwise, the other party would not have apprehended him so swiftly. Director Chun scoffed. "Diligent? I began investigating you the day I was assigned here. Your file is already an inch thick, and you still refuse to give up?" Wang Liang was struck as if by lightning, his face drained of color. He never imagined that Director Chen, who appeared to maintain a good relationship with him, had been secretly investigating him all along. Under normal circumstances, he might have been regarded as a typical case to be dealt with later. However, a single phone call from Zhao Han today hastened his downfall. Chapter 31. I saw everything. Wang Liang looked at Zhao Han, his eyes filled with despair. He never dreamed that a moment of greed would lead to the premature burial of his future. It was not entirely his fault, after all. The cherry tree in Zhao Han's possession was a veritable gold mine and a legitimate source of income. It was only natural for Wang Liang to be unable to resist the allure of greed. Had he been dealing with an ordinary person, perhaps he would have resorted to his usual methods of coercion and manipulation. But he was up against Zhao Han. As a man skilled in military boxing, could Zhao Han possibly indulge him? Such scum deserved to be imprisoned sooner rather than later. "Take him away," Director Chen commanded with a wave of his hand. Two policemen escorted the dejected and ashen-faced Wang Liang as he stumbled out. Wang Yun had ceased to struggle. All that remained was fear, and she cried inconsolably. "I don't know. I had no idea what my father was doing. Please let me go. I am innocent, innocent." "Innocence is not determined by your claims, but by the judicial authorities," Director Chen replied coldly. Wang Yun was dragged away like a dead dog. Director Chen turned to Zhao Han. "Comrade Zhao Han, I have heard of your esteemed name and admire your actions. I thank you for helping us apprehend the suspects Wang Liang and Wang Yun today. It is an honor to contribute to the social security of Taiping County." Zhao Han maintained a serious demeanor. Director Chen smiled and departed with his team. He was well aware that there must be personal grievances between Zhao Han and Wang Liang, but what of it? "Brother Zhao, who exactly are you?" To have even the county chief's phone number? Yang Shui inquired, her face full of curiosity. Zhao Han replied solemnly, "At this point, I shall no longer feign modesty. I will lay my cards on the table. However, you must be prepared. Indeed, I am a high-ranking official." A high-ranking official? Yang Shui's heart skipped a beat. To be able to command the county chief, how significant must his position be? "I am the village chief of Taoyuan village," Zhao Han declared. "Is that all?" Yang Shui let out a laugh, unable to contain herself at Zhao Han's earnest expression. "Village chief. Brother Zhao, you are too mischievous. I thought you held a much higher position." "Do not underestimate the significance of a village chief," Zhao Han said with a stern face. Yang Shui clutched her chest, still giggling. All right, great village chief. What a grand title indeed." Once the laughter subsided, Yang Shui curiously asked Zhao Han, "Can a village chief truly command a county chief?" "Not command, but report," Zhao Han clarified. Zhao Han corrected himself and then elucidated. Wang Liang's background has always been tainted, and he remains oblivious to the necessity of restraint. It is evident that investigations into him have long been underway. I merely added fuel to the fire. Without my involvement, he would inevitably face arrest, for the state will not tolerate such individuals roaming freely. No wonder Director Chen had mentioned that investigations into Wang Liang had already commenced. Yang Shui suddenly comprehended. Zhao Han rose and said, "Let us hasten to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Otherwise, we risk missing the closing hours." "Indeed, that scoundrel has delayed our important business," Yang Shui remarked, playfully shaking her fist. Her demeanor, reminiscent of a charming little girl, was quite endearing. "Zhao Ge from now on. Please call me Xiao Xue." "Very well, Xiao Xue. Just a gentle reminder. You should refrain from wearing such short, form-fitting skirts in the future." "Why? Do you find them unappealing?" "Not at all. They are quite attractive, and I have certainly noticed. However, the skirt tends to ride up when you move too energetically." "Ah, Zhao Ge, you are incorrigible." After completing the necessary formalities at the bureau, Zhao Han took Yang Shui to a restaurant for lunch. During the meal, he glanced at the back end of the Taoyuan fruit industry public account, which had already garnered over 3,000 followers. Clearly, the followers had taken the initiative to promote it. Zhao Han sent a message urging everyone to assist in publicizing the account, promising that if the follower count exceeded 10,000, he would increase the sale of cherries the following day. Numerous messages flooded in from local fruit vendors seeking to collaborate and procure goods from him. Zhao Han chose not to engage at the moment, as cherries were already scarce. He would address those inquiries once the other fruit trees bore fruit. When that time came, he envisioned substantial wealth, enabling him to lavishly renovate Taoyuan village. He aspired to shape it according to his vision. "Dao Ge, do you always play on your phone when dining with a girl? Am I not as appealing as your phone?" Yang Shui looked at Zhao Han with a hint of melancholy. "Of course, the phone allows for idle play. Can you do the same?" Zhao Han silently scoffed, though outwardly he maintained his composure. "I am merely checking the public account. Please enjoy your meal. Do not mind me. I am content simply observing you eat." "Observing me eat will not satisfy your hunger," Yang Shui retorted, rolling her eyes in playful discontent. Zhao Han replied dismissively, "Your beauty is indeed a feast for the eyes." Yang Shui's cheeks flushed crimson. Flattered yet embarrassed, she thought, Zhao Gu is quite adept at charming girls. He must be a seasoned flirt. She resolved to gather intelligence about Zhao Han from Guoguo and Xingxing. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Zhao Han, however, was too engrossed in monitoring the steadily increasing follower count of the public account to concern himself with Yang Shui's thoughts. He felt elated. These were individuals eager to offer him financial support. He recalled that several families in the village owned orchards that had fallen into neglect, similar to his own. Due to lack of profitability, he planned to lease those lands, employing villagers to assist with management, harvesting, and security, thereby enabling them to earn together. He would amass great wealth while allowing the villagers to earn modest sums. This was the true essence of achieving common prosperity. "Zhao Gu, what are you pondering?" Yang Shui, feeling slighted by his apparent disregard, asked, "Is it because my chest is not ample? Or my legs not long enough? Why do you lack any interest?" Zhao Han casually remarked, "I am contemplating how to lead the villagers of Taoyuan to achieve collective prosperity." Yang Shui responded, "Well, It appears I have a limited perspective. After their meal, Yang Shui initially hoped Zhao Han would accompany her for a stroll, but he declined. He was eager to return to the village to attend to matters. So he drove her back to Qingshi town and dropped her off at the kindergarten gate before heading back to the village. I'll take my leave now. I'll come back to pick up the child in the afternoon. Take care, brother Zhao, she called after the departing Zhao Han. Feeling a pang of frustration in her chest. He was truly a dense individual, destined to remain single. However, she soon sighed. Oh well, I suppose I shall pity him. If I don't even fancy this blockhead, then he is likely to be single for life. I shall extend my kindness and do a good deed. Comforting herself, Yang Shui's lips curled into a slight smile as she hummed a cheerful tune into the kindergarten. Conversely, Zhao Han had no such thoughts. Romantic entanglements were a distraction. Women would only impede my efforts to revitalize the rural economy and hinder my goal of leading the villagers to shared prosperity. Chapter 32. Contracting the orchard at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Han rode his motorcycle, a bag of cash in hand, racing back to the village. He headed directly to Chen San's home. Known as Chun the Lame, Chen San was among the earliest pioneers of orchard cultivation, much like Zhao Jiang. And his orchard was the largest in Taoyuan village, having made a modest profit in its early days. However, as neighboring villages observed the profits of Taoyuan's orchards, they flocked to the industry, and the inconvenient transportation routes of Taoyuan village soon led to a surplus of fruit. Approximately 3 or 4 years ago, the orchards of Taoyuan village became unable to sell their produce, resulting in all the orchards falling into disrepair. As the largest orchard owner, Chen San naturally bore the brunt of the losses. His despair over the financial ruin led to him falling from a fruit tree, resulting in his lameness. Years of hard work were undone in a single night. During his profitable days, Chen San had been arrogant, looking down on others and suppressing the orchards of his fellow villagers. With his wealth, he would pursue the wives of others, making him widely detested. After his downfall, he became the target of scorn and ridicule. Under the weight of multiple blows, both his orchard and his spirit withered, leading him to a life of alcoholism and despair. Now, Zhao Han had set his sights on Chen San's orchard. The expanse of Chun the Lame's orchard was vast. He had converted over 20 acres into orchards filled with peach, pear, apple, loquat, cherry, kiwi, and jujube trees, nearly 2,000 trees in total. However, due to its size and variety, when losses occurred, he was left with nothing. Yet now, with the spatial spirit fountain in hand, Zhao Han possessed the means to resurrect the orchard and restore its former glory. Thus, the abandoned orchard appeared to Zhao Han as a veritable gold mine, just waiting to be excavated. Unlike the north, the south is characterized by steep mountains, resulting in the village as houses being irregularly spaced, scattered haphazardly with winding paths leading to Chen the Lame's home. The home of Chen, known as the Cripple, lacked a courtyard, with a grain-drying area situated just in front of the house. Zhao Han soon noticed a woman seated on a stone pedestal at the entrance, vigorously scrubbing clothes. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with long hair elegantly gathered at the back of her head. Her fair, oval face exuded the charm of a captivating young woman, and her curvaceous figure was accentuated by her bent posture, revealing a hint of lace at her neckline. Upon hearing the sound of a motorcycle, she instinctively looked up. Han, what brings you here? Sister-in-law, I came to see Brother Chun. Zhao Han replied politely as he parked his motorcycle in the yard. This woman, named Wang Ying, was Chen's wife, having married him at the tender age of 16, when he had begun to earn from his orchard ventures. Despite the challenges that followed, including Chen's business failures and his resulting disability, she remained steadfast by his side, earning a commendable reputation in Taoyuan village. While the villagers harbored some disdain for Chen, they found it easy to get along with Wang Ying. P.S. napping. Wait a moment, sister-in-law, I'll go call him, she said with a warm smile, rinsing the soap from her hands before entering the house. She wore a pair of faded, tight-fitting jeans that clung to her shapely form, her stature modest, but her proportions admirable. Zhao Han clicked his tongue, thinking how fortunate Chen was to have married such a woman. Old Chen, wake up, Han is here. Chen was likely dozing in a bamboo lounge chair within the main room, and Zhao could hear the sounds from outside. Get lost. Chen snapped irritably. Old Chen, please wake up, Wang Ying's voice was soft, seemingly cautious not to disturb Zhao outside. Suddenly, Chen sprang up. What is all this noise? Can a man get some peace? You think just because I'm broke and crippled, you can treat me like this, huh? Brother Chen, I just came to check on you. Zhao Han sensed an imminent quarrel and hurried inside. Wang Ying cast him a grateful glance. Chen, though just over 40, appeared worn and haggard, with unkempt facial hair, remnants of sleep in his eyes, dressed in a tattered tank top and shorts. His complexion flushed from drinking earlier. What do you want to see? Do you wish to witness my demise? Chen remarked with a sardonic tone. Zhao Han, not wishing to engage with someone disabled, smiled and replied, Brother Chen, don't say that. Stop pretending to be the good guy. You suppressed my orchard back in the day. It's no surprise I resent you. Look at my miserable state now. Are you satisfied? If so, just leave. Chen retorted, embracing his bitterness. Old Chen, Han came with good intentions to see you. How could you say such things? Wang Ying's composure faltered as she frowned at him. Chen scoffed, feeling sorry for him. If you do, then go be with him. Go on, hurry. Wang Ying, taken aback, felt tears welling in her eyes, her body trembling from the sting of Chen's harsh words. Zhao Han's expression was somewhat gloomy as he spoke in a rather indifferent tone. Chen the Lame, the only reason I still call you brother is out of respect for your wife. Since you were so brazen as to disregard my goodwill, I shall no longer pretend. I am here to discuss a business deal with you. He understood Chen's psychology, a character warped by extreme inferiority and self-destructive tendencies. Unable to bully others, he resorted to tormenting Wang Ying to derive psychological satisfaction and vent his negative emotions, fully aware that she would never leave him. It was merely a reckless abuse of the tolerance and affection his family had for him. Many children exhibit such behavior during their rebellious phases. Discuss business? Chen the Lame chuckled, gesturing towards Wang Ying. Aside from this woman, I have nothing left to sell. Shall I offer her to you? You scoundrel. Humiliated in front of others, Wang Ying fled to the bedroom in tears. Zhao Han cursed, You truly are despicable. Your wife must have been blind to marry you. All the good women are wasted on swine. That was money I spent. I funded my brother's wedding. Chen the Lame shouted hoarsely, then waved his hand in irritation. Hurry up and tell me what business you want to discuss. I wish to lease your orchard, Zhao Han stated bluntly. Chen the Lame was taken aback. Have you lost your mind from military service? That orchard has been abandoned for 3 or 4 years. Are you out of your wits? Don't concern yourself with that. Just name your price, Zhao Han replied, uninterested in wasting time with such societal refuse. Chen the Lame, of course, would not refuse. With a glint in his eye, he said, 10,000, 1,000 a year. But you must not damage the fruit trees in my orchard. Of course, if you're willing to pay more, then you may do as you please. He set this condition so that once Zhao Han leased his orchard, he would be compelled to continue its management. If Zhao Han wished to use the land for other purposes, he would need to spend money to purchase all the fruit trees. All right. I agree to 1,000 a year. Shall we sign for 20 years? Zhao Han did not hesitate much, recognizing that 1,000 a year was quite reasonable given that it was over 20 acres of land, with fruit trees already established. The orchard had simply ceased to profit after being abandoned. Otherwise, such a price would have been unimaginable. Chen the Lame squinted. Hey, you really intend to lease my orchard and manage it again? Is that a problem? Zhao Han retorted. Chen the Lame beamed. No. I believe the orchard will surely thrive under your management. Just remember me when you make a fortune. In his eyes, Zhao Han was merely a gullible fool. Finally, someone was willing to take over the burden. He had no intention of driving the other away. As for whether Zhao Han would profit or not, that was of no concern to him. He merely hoped to recoup some of his losses. Thus, he aimed to elevate Zhao Han's spirits, allowing this simpleton to believe he would indeed strike it rich. Well then, I shall take your good wishes to heart. Now, let us draft a contract at the village committee, Zhao Han smiled. Chen the Lame hurriedly put on his slippers, limping out. Let us not delay. He feared Zhao Han might have a change of heart. Little did he know, Zhao Han was equally wary of him reneging on the deal. Upon arriving at the village committee, Zhao Han drafted a contract to lease Chun San's 22-acre orchard for an annual sum of 10,000 yuan, committing to a one-time lease of 20 years. After signing the contract, Zhao transferred 200,000 yuan to the account of the limping Chun. a sum derived from his military discharge compensation. Hansi, I'm off now. Wishing you a prosperous future, Chen said, grinning from ear to ear as he repeatedly checked his account balance, feeling as though he had struck gold. Zhao Han, equally beaming, replied, take care. He too felt like he had made a fortune, envisioning immense returns from the orchard over the next 2 decades. Both men were convinced they had profited, yet who truly stood to lose? After securing the lease on Chen's orchard, Zhao Han proceeded to approach 3 other households in the village that also owned orchards. These smaller orchards, consisting of only a few hundred fruit trees, were likewise leased successfully by Zhao. Given that these orchards had fallen into neglect, who would refuse the opportunity to reclaim some investment? Naturally, this left Zhao's military compensation nearly depleted, necessitating swift income generation. His next step was to hire villagers to assist in reviving the orchards, subsequently irrigating them with spring water. With the expansion of the orchards, the task of watering each tree individually had become cumbersome, prompting him to devise a new method. Upon returning home, Zhao Han shared his orchard leasing endeavor with his father, Zhao Jiang, who erupted in disbelief. You fool, aren't you too audacious? Do you think every fruit tree will yield the same bountiful harvest as our cherry trees? Zhao Jiang's anger was palpable, nearly causing him to faint. Zhao Han attempted to assuage him. Dad, it was merely a few 100,000 yuan. With the cherry trees in place, that amount can be recouped in mere days. What is there to lament? Yet you must treat money with due respect. Zhao Jiang felt his son had become somewhat reckless after earning a little profit. Zhao Han then tossed the earnings from cherry sales onto the ground. Today, we made 43,500. Zhao Jiang suddenly perceived that the expenditure for the orchard was indeed trivial in comparison to the income. Dad, could you hire some villagers to help with the weeding? I need to pick up your grandchildren from school. Zhao Han realized it was already nearly 4 o'clock. Zhao Han entrusted the hiring of workers to his father, who had spent a lifetime in the village, knowing precisely who was diligent and who was lazy. Zhao Jiang glared. Hurry up and go. Zhao Han quickly departed to fetch the children. How can money be earned so easily? Zhao Jiang mused, gazing at the cash strewn on the ground, suddenly troubled. Earning so much daily, how can one possibly spend it all? Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, he gathered the money and began to hire workers from house to house. Soon, word spread throughout the village about Zhao Han's acquisition of all the orchards. Villagers unanimously deemed him insane. Hansi has truly lost his senses this time. Things are no longer as they were, and orchards no longer yield profit. Indeed, the youth lacks maturity. Not necessarily. Isn't the county allocating funds for road construction? Once the roads are built, transporting the fruit will become easier. And then what? Even if the roads are completed, who will buy all that fruit? The villagers remained skeptical about Zhao Han's orchard venture, believing he was destined for ruin. At 4:20 in the afternoon at Jin's Sun Kindergarten, all the other children have been picked up, leaving only Xingxing and Guogua at the entrance. Yang Shui holds their hands, waiting for Zhao Han. It seems your father no longer wants you. Would you like to go with your aunt? Yang Shui teases the 2 kids. Guogua, licking a small pudding ice cream, innocently asks, will you buy me ice cream every day, Andy? Are you going to be obedient? Yang Shui inquires. Guogua nods vigorously. I will be obedient. Then tell Annie what your father usually likes. Yang Shui smiles and prompts. Guogua's eyes twinkle as he answers in a sweet voice. Daddy likes you, Annie. Yang Shui bursts into laughter, playfully pinching Guogua's cheek. You're quite the clever one. It's Annie who likes Daddy, Xingxing interjects. Yang Shui feels a blush creeping to her cheeks, and, slightly flustered, retorts, what do children know about liking? It just means wanting to be our mother. Xingxing, chewing gum with his hands in his pockets, strikes a cool pose. Yang Shui feels even more flustered. I do not. You do. Xingxing replies seriously. I absolutely detest clever children. Yang Shui feigns annoyance, pinching Xingxing's cheek before tentatively asking, can I? The question hangs in the air, laden with anxiety. If you buy me a remote control car, I'll help you chase after Daddy, the shrewd Xingxing proposes without hesitation. Guogua chimes in eagerly, I want ice cream. Yang Shui breathes a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with genuine joy. All right, Andy will buy you both some. Yay. Long live Andy. If Andy becomes my mother, I can eat ice cream every day. Guogua exclaims, bouncing with delight while holding the pudding. Xingxing smirks. thinking how foolish his little sister is. If Annie Yang really became their mother, there would be no such luxuries, as she would make them do practice exercises every day. However, for the sake of the remote control car, tolerating practice exercises might not be too bad. Yang Shui crouches down, looking at the two little ones. Now tell Annie what Daddy likes so she can win him over. Daddy likes Guoguo and dislikes Xingxing. Guoguo, the little genius, states gravely. Daddy likes white, enjoys exercising. Loves spicy food, hates sour food, and detests untidy people, Xingxing articulately explains. Yang Shui is taken aback. Guoguo gasps, how do you know all this, brother? I didn't know any of it. Humph. Xingxing puffs up with pride. Chapter 34. The Exhausted Xingxing. Midnight dog barking Yang Shui successfully enlists Guoguo and Xingxing as her allies with the promise of rewards, aiming to pursue Zhao Han. This can't be told to Daddy. Okay, it's our little secret, she says with a smile, extending her slender pinky. How childish, Xingxing retorts, hands still in his pockets, turning his head away while blowing a bubble. Yang Shui, feeling frustrated, exclaims, these clever little rascals are the worst. Boo-hoo, daring to mock me. Suddenly, she feels warmth on her finger. It's Guoguo's pinky hooking onto hers. I'm pinky swearing with Annie. Guoguo beams. Yang Shui feels a warmth in her heart. Indeed. Men can be such fools, but girls are the most delightful. Daddy is coming. Guoguo suddenly released her grip and dashed to the other side. Yang Shui stood up and indeed saw her brother Zhao arriving on a motorcycle. Daddy, look. Aunt Yang bought me ice cream. Guoguo exclaimed as she proudly showcased her treat to Zhao Han. Zhao Han turned to Yang Shui and said, thank you, Xiao Shui. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed his eyes. Yang Shui had changed into a pink embroidered qipao that hugged her curves exquisitely, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Paired with delicate high-heeled shoes, she appeared both elegant and alluring, reminiscent of a woman stepping out from a Republic of China film. It's just ice cream. What does it compare to your cherries? Yang Shui smiled coyly. Zhao Han dismounted and lifted Guoguo into his arms, then turned to Xingxing. Why are you still standing there? Dad, Aunt Yang wants to speak with you privately, Xingxing declared before climbing onto the motorcycle, leaving Yang Shui bewildered in her spot. When did I say I had something to discuss? She pondered. Xingxing made a supportive gesture from the bike, and she realized his intentions were deliberate. Regaining her composure, Yang Shui bit her luscious lips and said, I do have something to discuss with you. What is it? Zhao Han approached her, watching her father's retreating silhouette. Xingxing sighed with melancholy. I truly worry for this family. Dad, my assistance can only go so far. There's a new movie out. Could you accompany me to see it tomorrow? Yang Shui gathered her courage. Zhao Han hesitated. I've been quite busy lately, Xiao Shui. I'm terribly sorry. Xingxing chimed in. Dad, how did you manage to win over Mom? Even the matchmaker's steel has been bent by your charm. He sighed, then pretended to act cute as he rushed toward his father. Please, Dad, I want to see the movie too. I want to go as well. Guoguo shouted. Yang Shui couldn't help but smile. These two little rascals were rather endearing. Gaining confidence, she said, Zhao Gu, look, both Guoguo and Xingxing want to join. You may not dote on me, but surely you must indulge the children. It's not convenient to ride the highway at night, and my vehicle can't accommodate everyone. Zhao Han replied, somewhat helplessly. Yang Shui blurted out, you can drive my car. After all, she was a little affluent herself. Very well then, Zhao Han conceded. Yang Shui beamed, then I'll go ahead and book the tickets. Hooray. Long live Dad. Xingxing feigned excitement, though internally he felt no stirrings. Zhao Han playfully smacked his head. You little rascal, you always have the most trivial matters. Xingxing retorted, it's infuriating and unfair. You don't help me find Mom. Yet I'm trying to help you find a wife, and you hit me. I've sacrificed so much for this family. Zhao Gu, children are like this. It's quite normal. How can you blame him? Yang Shui interjected. Zhao Han chuckled awkwardly. You have a point. It's getting late. We should head back. Goodbye. Yang Shui waved. Goodbye, Aunt Yang. Xingxing and Guoguo echoed as they bid farewell. Yang Shui watched the motorcycle fade into the distance and pumped her fist, encouraging herself. Yang Shui, keep going. Today, she felt elated, for her greatest triumph was that Xingxing and Guoguo did not oppose her pursuit of Zhao Han. Stars and Guoguo are exceptionally intelligent, particularly Xingxing, whose brilliance seems almost otherworldly. She is acutely aware that to win Zhao Han's affection, she must also gain the acceptance of his two children. It appears she has succeeded in this endeavor, for her fondness for them is genuine. "Grandpa, we're back," Gugu exclaimed as she dashed into the yard the moment they stepped out of the car. Xingxing, unhurried, strolled inside, noticing the orange cat lounging by the fence. She kicked a pebble and casually called out, "Fat cat, come here." The lazy feline, named Diju, stretched and ambled over at a leisurely pace. Xingxing was taken aback. "Dad, this cat understands me. It won't turn into a fairy, will it?" Such a fuss over nothing, Zhao Han thought. After all, their pets were all quite clever. Xingxing paused, realizing that indeed, their three dogs had always exhibited remarkable intelligence. With this thought, she dismissed her earlier surprise and continued into the yard, ignoring Diju, who rolled his eyes at her. "You call me over, yet you walk away. How tiresome, these foolish humans." After Zhao Han parked the car, he joined them in the yard, observing Zhao Jiang as he held Guguo. "Dad, how did the search go? Can we start working tomorrow? I found 20 people. We can begin tomorrow." "The pay is 100 yuan a day," Zhao Jiang replied casually. In a small town, wages were modest, especially for such simple tasks, which merely consumed time. After all, there were 4 to 5 dozen acres to manage. "Very well," Zhao Han nodded, retrieving his phone and opening the public accounts back end. He was startled to discover that the follower count had surpassed 20,000. He then posted a message, "We'll meet at the usual place tomorrow morning. Each person is limited to 10 cherries." With the remaining cherries in short supply, he needed to regulate the quantity to avoid selling out before the other fruits ripened, thereby maintaining interest. Once the other fruits were ready and the trademark process for Taoyuan fruit industry was completed, he could collaborate with fruit merchants, supplying them without further hassle. Although the road was not yet constructed, he was confident that merchants would venture to procure goods, for while the mountain path may be arduous, the financial prospects were bountiful. Once this batch of fruit garnered sufficient profit, he could begin building a hospital and a school, significantly transforming the mountain village. In time, he might not even need to sell the fruits outside. Instead, he could attract tourists eager to spend money. This would be akin to earning effortlessly. How delightful that life would be. Woof, woof. That evening, as the family dined, the rambunctious Da Huang suddenly dashed out of the yard, barking furiously. Who could it be at this hour? Zhao Jiang frowned. Zhao Han set down his chopsticks. "I'll go take a look." With that, he rose and stepped outside. Chapter 35. The panda who came to dinner as Zhao Han exited the yard. He was taken aback. Da Huang was barking at none other than a panda. Indeed. A panda, black and white, round in shape, sporting 2 large dark circles around its eyes. It appeared adorably clumsy. The panda seemed eager to enter the yard, but due to Da Huang's presence, it lingered at a distance. "Da Huang, go inside," Zhao Han chided. "What gives you the audacity to confront a national treasure?" The large yellow creature emitted a couple of grunts before scurrying back to the courtyard, while the panda cautiously began to approach. It appeared to be fully aware of its status as a national treasure, exhibiting no fear of humans, and soon found itself before Zhao Han. With great care, Zhao Han reached out to stroke the creature. Although its fur was not particularly soft, the sheer delight that accompanied such a gentle interaction with this adorable being was immensely gratifying. After receiving a gentle touch from Zhao Han, the panda wobbled its fluffy rear and ambled into the courtyard. "Oh my, a panda! Look, a giant panda!" Star and Guagua exclaimed with excitement, abandoning their bowls and rushing outside upon sighting the panda. "Star, Guagua, come back. Don't get too close." Zhao Han quickly intervened, recognizing that while the panda appeared endearing, it was, after all, a bear, and there was a risk of aggression. Filled with excitement, Guagua and Star halted in their tracks, gazing at the panda from a distance. "It's been years since I've seen a panda descend from the mountains," Zhao Jiang remarked with a grin. In Sichuan province, while giant pandas frequently roam in many secluded villages, so Zhao Jiang was quite accustomed to such encounters. "Wow, look, it's coming towards us," Star exclaimed, her face alight with eagerness. "Step back and observe what it intends to do," Zhao Han advised. Initially believing the panda was drawn by the bamboo shoots sunning in the courtyard, however, it seemed otherwise. He swiftly entered the house, protecting Star, Guogua, and Zhao Jiang by guiding them behind the dining table. Can we give the panda a good scare for barging into our home? The panda clumsily stumbled over the threshold, falling and rolling upon landing. It quickly regained its footing, extending its front paws to paw at the dining table, but its short claws were unable to reach the dishes. It strained to rise on its toes, every pore seemingly exerting effort, whimpering in desperation as drool dripped from its mouth. The entire Zhao family stood in astonishment. Was the panda's target that plate of braised pork? Had it been lured by the savory dish? Did pandas even have such delicacies in their diet? Dad, it loves braised pork just like Guogua. Guogua exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the panda. Zhao Han nudged the plate of braised pork forward. In an instant, the panda's eyes widened, and it dove headfirst into the plate, devouring the food with gusto. Dad, it's smacking its lips. It's not a well-behaved child like Guogua, Guogua declared with pride, relishing her sense of superiority. Zhao Han chuckled, ruffling her hair. That's because Guogua is smarter than a giant panda. Then why isn't Guogua national treasure? She inquired, biting her finger and gazing at him with innocent curiosity. Zhao Han found himself at a loss for words and, resorting to the common parental tactic, darkened his expression. Why must children ask so many questions? Oh, Guogua replied, looking somewhat dejected. Star raised her head. Dad, what should we do? I'm still hungry. Let us wait a bit. Once it finishes eating, it should leave, Zhao Han pondered, suddenly struck by inspiration. He recalled that he had created a public account to attract followers for future advertising. This moment presented a splendid opportunity for garnering attention, especially considering the current popularity of short videos. He promptly took out his phone and recorded a video, which he subsequently posted on Douyin, captioned, "Having dinner." Little did I expect an uninvited guest to arrive and snatch my braised pork. Can I give it a good whack? After that, he paid no further attention to it, as he only had a handful of followers on Douyin, all of whom were acquaintances. He awaited the video to gain traction, convinced it would surely go viral. The panda devoured its meal with remarkable speed, licking the plate clean. Just when everyone thought it was about to leave, it leisurely wobbled its ample backside over to the fire pit, lay down, and commenced its slumber. In the rural areas of Sichuan province, cooking is typically done without a stove. Instead, a fire pit is dug in the main room, and a metal hook is suspended from the beams above to hang pots and pans while cooking. The fire pit, square in shape, radiates warmth, making it a favorite spot for cats to curl up and nap during chilly weather. To his surprise, the panda seemed to share this fondness. The crucial question was whether this creature intended to linger. Dad, it's not leaving. Can we keep it? Guogua exclaimed eagerly. After all, who could resist a panda? Zhao Han replied, No, we cannot. Pandas are a protected species and cannot be kept in captivity. We need not worry. It will surely leave by tomorrow morning. The family then resumed their meal, as the panda appeared solely interested in the braised pork, showing little regard for the other dishes. The following morning, upon waking, Zhao Han discovered that the panda, which had been sleeping by the fire pit, had indeed vanished. As expected, it had departed. Zhao Han felt a tinge of disappointment. Even though pandas could not be kept in captivity, if it had chosen to stay, he would not have objected. However, it was evident that last night's panda was merely a transient creature, indulging in its feast before wandering off. Zhao Han opened Douyin to check the status of his video, and notifications of comments and likes began to flood in. His video from the previous night had already amassed over 1 million views, 200,000 likes, and more than 10,000 comments, with the figures still climbing. Excitement bubbled within him. He was on the brink of becoming a sensation. Once he garnered a larger following, promoting advertisements would be far more effective than on public accounts. Whether selling fruit, attracting tourists, or even renting ad space, it promised to be a lucrative venture. Of course, he would also continue to manage his public account, as those followers could contribute financially as well. He treated all who offered support equally. Curious, he glanced at the comment section. Ah, what an adorable panda. Truly. Every household in Sichuan seems to have one. Wow, this panda actually eats braised pork. Pandas are omnivorous. How normal. I wish I could be that close to a national treasure. The original poster can give the panda a whack, but the panda is the one who slumbers at night. while the human is taken away in the morning. Reading these comments, Zhao Han's lips curved into a smile, and he decided to change his Douyin username to Rural Daddy's Daily Life. After washing his face, he ventured to the orchard to pick cherries, intending to film a video of the golden monkey to maintain the momentum generated by the previous night's video. Chapter 36. Uploading the video. Netizens weep with envy. Chirp. Chirp. Upon arriving at the orchard, the sounds of monkeys echoed through the trees. Zhao Han felt as though he had stepped into a high-level conference at Flower Fruit Mountain. Gleaming golden snub-nosed monkeys, basking in the morning light, leapt from the forest to welcome him. GG, slightly taller than before, eagerly approached to take the fruit basket from Zhao Han's hands. Today, he had brought 2 baskets, intending to sell a bit more. As he anticipated a bustling crowd of customers. GG, gather them all together, Zhao Han instructed, pulling out his phone. GG leapt into the midst of the monkey troop and called out loudly. Soon, dozens of golden monkeys were lined up neatly in rows, an awe-inspiring sight. Zhao Han captured this moment in a video and posted it on Douyin, captioning it. Once, the Jade Emperor tasked Sun Yukong with guarding the peach garden. Today, I, Zhao, have the golden monkeys safeguarding my orchard. To preempt any misunderstandings, he added a comment in the section below. These monkeys have come down from the mountains. They are quite intelligent, and I often feed them. We are familiar with each other, and they help me guard the orchard against other animals stealing the fruit. He felt the need to clarify, fearing backlash from those who might accuse him of exploiting animals. After all, there were many critics on Douyin. Now, fill both baskets to the brim. After recording the video, Zhao Han passed the 2 baskets to GG, who rallied the monkeys to begin foraging. Meanwhile, Zhao Han turned his attention to the other fruit trees. Following a nourishing irrigation from the spiritual spring, the other trees had also begun to blossom and bear fruit. It wouldn't be long before they ripened, just in time as the cherries were nearly sold out. With produce in hand and coins jingling in his pocket, Zhao Han felt optimistic about the future. Once the fruits were gathered, Zhao Han prepared to leave, but GG tugged at his pants leg, pointing toward the forest and chattering. It seemed GG wanted to lead him somewhere. However, Zhao Han was pressed for time. Where are you taking me? Let us do it later when I return in the afternoon. Chirp. GG released his grip on Zhao Han. He waved goodbye and turned to depart. Upon returning home, his father, Zhao Jiang, was busy preparing breakfast. Today's main dish was century egg and lean meat congee. The panda left last night, Zhao Jiang remarked, tossing firewood into the pit while conversing with Zhao Han. Zhao Han placed the fruit baskets on the shelf and casually replied, it must have departed in the middle of the night. Half an hour later, Xing Xing and Guo Guo awoke to find the panda absent, leaving the 2 little ones feeling somewhat dejected. Well, the giant panda has its own life too. Hurry and eat breakfast. After that, you'll go to school. And in the evening, we'll watch a movie. Zhao Han comforted Guo Guo. Guo Guo nodded glumly. Suddenly, Xing Xing's eyes brightened. The panda is back. Everyone turned to look outside, and indeed, the very panda they had seen the night before stumbled into view, clutching a bamboo shoot. Unfortunately, the bamboo obscured its vision, causing the panda to tumble clumsily onto the ground. This scene was both endearing and amusing, prompting peals of laughter from Guo Guo and Xing Xing. Zhao Han chuckled, thinking that this creature must have a nose as keen as a dog's, always arriving just in time for meals. Suddenly, the panda dropped the bamboo shoot and dashed towards the wooden frame on the other side of the yard. Upon the table lay 2 baskets brimming with cherries. Zhao Han, upon witnessing this scene, hurried outside to intercept the panda, lest it topple the baskets. Considering you have brought gifts today, I shall grant you a handful. But do not expect more, Zhao Han remarked, simultaneously grasping a handful of cherries and offering them forth. The panda, elated, opened its mouth wide, resembling a delightful emoticon, extending its fluffy paws to receive the cherries, which it promptly stuffed into its mouth. Once finished, it gazed longingly at Zhao Han. This creature seemed inherently adept at eliciting affection. That's all, Zhao Han stated with a serious expression. The panda lowered its head and wobbled back toward the dining table in the main room, clearly intent on scrounging for more food. We have no braised pork this morning, Guo Guo gently informed the panda, holding a small bowl. Xing Xing, equally eager, chimed in. Dad, may I touch it? It looks so huggable. Give it a try, Zhao Han mused. Sensing that this panda appeared quite friendly and unlikely to pose a threat, Xingxing cautiously reached out, gradually growing bolder, and began to affectionately pat the panda. I want to. Guogua abandoned her bowl to join the fray, and the two siblings reveled in their playful torment of the panda, which wore a resigned expression. Zhao Han captured this moment on video but refrained from posting it online, saving the footage for a later date. One mustn't indulge those fans too much, he thought, considering that even novelists keep a reserve of works. Dad, let us give it a name. It might come by every day, Xingxing suggested. Guogua raised her hand. How about calling it Dubai? But it has black on it too. Being so plump, it should be named Erpang, Xingxing countered. Zhao Han, bemused by the naming prowess of his children, declared, let us call it Gungun. All pandas are named Gungun. Hooray, Gungun. Would you like some porridge? Guogua offered her small bowl to Gungun. Zhao Han shot her a disapproving glance. Isn't that unsanitary? Hee, I don't mind Gungun being dirty, Guogua replied playfully. However, Gungun turned its head away. But it seems to mind you. Xingxing laughed heartily. Humph, bad Gungun, Guogua pouted. Zhao Jiang chuckled as he retrieved a large soup basin from the cupboard, filling it with porridge and placing it before Gungun. The panda promptly sat down and began to drink eagerly from the basin, suggesting that it had an appetite beyond just braised pork. Perhaps it had simply been well fed the previous night. Due to his military upbringing, Zhao Han ate quickly and afterward began to peruse the comments on Douyin. The video of the panda had gone viral, garnering him tens of thousands of followers, so the footage of the golden monkeys attracted considerable attention as well. The comment section was particularly lively. Wow, is the poster the king of all beasts? So many monkeys. Isn't the poster worried about them stealing? Sun Wukong is a lesson. Sichuan is truly a wonderful place, with golden monkeys and pandas. The natural environment must be splendid. I envy the poster. Where is this place? It looks so beautiful. Is the orchard open to the public? What a picturesque landscape, simply breathtaking. After basking in the daily envy of netizens, Zhao Han tucked away his phone and took a cloth to wipe down the car. Rolling, Big Yellow, Little Black, Little Flower, Big Orange, and Grandpa all bid farewell as they set off for school. After lunch, Guogua waved goodbye, placing Grandpa at the end, leaving Zhao Jiang with an ambiguous feeling. Rolling, however, paid no mind to Guogua, remaining seated, diligently licking from a bowl of soup. Big Orange lazily opened his eyes and meowed softly. Only Big Yellow, with his two pups, chased after the motorcycle for quite a distance, tongues lolling out. Indeed, dogs are humanity's best companions. Chapter 37, The Awkward Yang Shui and the Astonished Reporter at 8:50. They arrived punctually at the kindergarten, as usual, spotting Yang Shui waiting at the entrance. Today, she had donned a new outfit, long hair cascading over her shoulders. A pink off-the-shoulder knitted top paired with white wide-legged trousers, exuding both elegance and innocence. Aunt Yang, you look beautiful today, Guogua exclaimed. Unable to contain her excitement before even stepping out of the car, Yang Shui smiled and approached, lifting Guogua out. Guogua, you look lovely today as well. And Xingxing is quite handsome. She then went to embrace Xingxing. I'm not a 3-year-old who needs to be carried, Xingxing declared, attempting to assert his independence as he insisted on getting out by himself. Yet, he could not escape Yang Shui's affectionate grasp. She set him down on the ground with a cheerful smile. You're just 5, and still a little child who needs to be carried. Xingxing wore a look of exasperation. Hurry inside. Yang Shui gently touched his face. Xingxing rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat unceremoniously dismissed, reminding himself that he was the one who had assisted her yesterday. Don't forget the remote-controlled car you promised me, he huffed, striding into the kindergarten with an air of aloofness. Brother, hold my hand, Guogua exclaimed as she bounded over, forcibly taking his hand and skipping inside. Xingxing's cool demeanor shattered in an instant. Yang Shui playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling sweetly. Zhaoge, don't forget tonight, okay? This would be her first time watching a movie with Zhao Han. Though there are 2 little light bulbs tagging along, she thought, but deemed it inconsequential. Rest assured. I won't forget. I'm off now, Zhao Han replied with a slight smile, donning his helmet. Yang Shui had intended to say more, but settled for a gentle smile. Goodbye. Goodbye, Zhao Han said as he rode away. Ah, how infuriatingly unromantic men can be. Yang Shui stomped her foot at his retreating figure. Zhao Han caught this scene in his rearview mirror, stopping to inquire. Xiao Shui, what's wrong with your foot? Yang Shui replied, Ah, how embarrassing. It's nothing, just my shoes don't fit quite right, her cheeks flushing as her gaze wandered. Oh, then you should go back and change them, Zhao Han suggested, feeling relieved. With a twist of the throttle, he set off once more. Women are truly perplexing. Why wear ill-fitting shoes for the sake of aesthetics? In Taiping City, at the east gate of the central shopping plaza, the crowds were as bustling as the previous days. The police station had dispatched personnel to maintain order. The entire road was closed off, with traffic police directing vehicles to alternate routes. These individuals are truly insane. It's merely a matter of purchasing cherries, akin to an elderly woman scrambling for eggs. A police officer, tasked with maintaining order, remarked in exasperation. What do you understand? The Taoyuan cherries have become a sensational hit in recent days, rumored to cure impotence and premature ejaculation. They even possess beautifying properties. I have heard tales of individuals whose acne vanished after merely 2 days of consumption. Is that true? Is it really so remarkable? The incredulity was palpable. It seems there is truth to it. Otherwise, why would these people be so fervently clamoring for them? A small group of police officers gathered, animatedly discussing the phenomenon. Meanwhile, a media vehicle was making its way to the scene, inside which was Wang Bing, a reporter from Tongzhou Television. This morning, she received orders from the station to cover a story about a cherry vendor in Taiping County. She was initially taken aback, questioning whether this even qualified as news. As the least prominent reporter at the station, she felt she had no grounds to refuse, especially since it was precisely because such stories were deemed inconsequential that she was assigned to them. Sister Bing, don't be disheartened. At least you're finally covering a news story, the photographer encouraged. Wang Bing rolled her eyes. Come on. Can't you see everyone else is treating this as a joke? How can interviewing a cherry seller be considered news? The photographer chuckled awkwardly. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt, and as Wang Bing stepped out, she was taken aback by the throngs of people before her. What is happening? Is a celebrity arriving? You must be the reporter from Tongzhou Television. I'm here on behalf of the county government to assist you, a young man with a buzz cut approached, smiling. The reporters had been invited by the county government, as Mayor Wu wished to lend his support to Zhao Han in promoting Taoyuan cherries. It took Wang Bing a moment to regain her composure, staring blankly at the young man. What is going on? These individuals are all waiting to buy cherries. He calmly explained. What? Wang Bing and her colleague's eyes widened in disbelief. So many people have gathered, blocking the road, just to buy cherries? Are they made of gold? Exchanging bewildered glances with the photographer, both felt a surge of excitement. This was undoubtedly a major story. What a delightful surprise. Quick, turn on the cameras. Wang Bing swiftly shifted into her reporting mode. Greetings, dear viewers. I am Wang Bing from Tongzhou Television. And behind me is the bustling central square of Taiping County. As per reports, this crowd has gathered solely to purchase cherries. What enchantment do these cherries possess? Let us delve into the matter. Suddenly, the roar of an engine pierced the air. A young man clad in a white t-shirt and jeans, donning a helmet, rode in on a Yamaha. He is here. That man has arrived. The crowd erupted in a frenzy reminiscent of fervent fans encountering their idol. The officers maintaining order were left dumbfounded. Zhao Han skillfully navigated his motorcycle through the throngs before stopping at the entrance of the square. As announced on the public platform yesterday, there is a purchase limit starting today. Each person may buy no more than 10 cherries. Zhao Han shouted. Don't talk too much. Just give me 10. The person at the front tossed money into the air. I want 10 as well. In an instant, a deluge of currency enveloped Zhao Han. The reporters from Tongzhou Television Station were left dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting their lines as they stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Initially, she had been quite indifferent, thinking there was little merit in interviewing someone selling cherries. Yet upon witnessing the throngs of people, her heart ignited with fervor. It was only now that she comprehended the overwhelming popularity of these cherries. Even she began to ponder. Could the Tao Yuan cherries truly possess the miraculous qualities spoken of? After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and hastily recited her lines. As you can see, the situation here is utterly chaotic, with cash flying about like rain. The crowd is frenzied. It is simply unimaginable. It was over. In less than 10 minutes, Zhao Han's 2 baskets of cherries were completely emptied, each brimming with money. They had sold out. What a stroke of luck. I haven't been able to purchase any for 3 consecutive days. It's utterly maddening. Couldn't they arrange for a truck to haul in a full load? The disappointed crowd expressed their frustrations, exchanging colorful remarks directed at Zhao Han before turning to leave. This had become a daily routine over the past few days. Come on, let us go interview him, Wang Bing exclaimed. Her face flushed with excitement as she rushed towards Zhao Han, microphone in hand. Good day, sir. I am Wang Bing, a reporter from Tongzhou television station. May I have a moment of your time for an interview? She approached Zhao Han, her cheeks flushed and breathless from her hurried movements, observing her exhilaration. Zhao Han couldn't help but suspect that her fervor bordered on infatuation. What else could explain such a state? Certainly, Zhao Han nodded. Wang Bing, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, what has caused such a sensational scene surrounding your cherries? There's nothing particularly special about them, Zhao Han replied nonchalantly. My cherries merely enhance beauty, bolster health, and improve intelligence. Wang Bing's lips twitched slightly. Was this truly a mere triviality? These cherries are practically celestial fruits. Your claims are more extravagant than those of the finest courtesans. She pressed on skeptically. Do your cherries genuinely possess these miraculous effects? That question should be directed at the customers who purchase them. If they were ineffective, why would they exhibit such fervor? Zhao Han chuckled softly. Wang Bing found a kernel of truth in his words, but retorted. Is there any scientific evidence to support these claims? I plan to send samples of the Tao Yuan cherries to a laboratory for testing and research. You may interview me again once the results are available, Zhao Han stated. This was an essential course of action. Without scientific validation, he would risk accusations of false advertising. Moreover, with empirical evidence and relevant reports, the reputation of the fruits from Tao Yuan village would soar. Wang Bing was about to pose another question, but Zhao Han interrupted her. I must go deposit this money now. With that, he disregarded her further inquiries, turning to grasp the 2 baskets brimming with cash and mounting his motorcycle. With a twist of the throttle, he sped away. Arriving with 2 baskets of fruit and departing with 2 baskets of bills, how extravagantly opulent. The photographer gazed at the receding motorcycle, filled with envy. This was an effortless way to amass wealth. Wang Bing nodded in agreement, murmuring to herself, moreover, it only took a few minutes. Even the money printing machine can't compete with how quickly he earns. It's almost like a game. But soon, her excitement surged, and with a beaming face, she exclaimed, this is undoubtedly a significant news story worth long-term coverage. After sitting on the sidelines for so long, I finally have a chance to shine. You're getting ahead of yourself. Bing Bing. Once the station realizes the importance of this news, will you even get another chance? The photographer doused her enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Wang Bing instantly felt a chill run through her, sighing as if she had lost a loved one. You're right. What should I do now? Her opportunity to cover this story arose precisely because she was overlooked at the station, and this story, initially deemed insignificant, was handed to her due to a lack of interest from others. But once the true value of the news was recognized, would she still have a chance? There's only one solution. Get Zhao Han to designate you as the interviewer, the photographer calmly suggested. Wang Bing's eyes brightened at this thought. Indeed, before coming in, she had reviewed the materials provided by the station. Zhao Han was not only the village chief of Taoyuan, but also the owner of Taoyuan Fruits. If he were to appoint her as the reporter for the interview, the station would have no choice but to acquiesce for the sake of the story. Yet, she sighed again, but I'm not familiar with him. Why would he choose me? That depends on you, the photographer remarked with a knowing smile, scrutinizing her closely. At 25, Wang Bing had a slightly rounded, fair face, embodying a quintessential youthful charm. However, her tall stature, standing at 1.7 meters with long legs and a shapely figure, contrasted intriguingly with her mature ensemble of a white suit paired with a white pencil skirt and black stockings. The juxtaposition of her sophisticated style and delicate features created an alluring sense of contrast. Her only shortcoming, perhaps, was her lack of more pronounced curves. Wang Bing understood the photographer's implication and resolutely replied, "I would never resort to such measures. If she were willing to leverage her body, with her looks and figure, she wouldn't have languished in obscurity for so long. What are you thinking? Isn't he looking for a testing agency? You could help him make the connection. After all, there is no such agency in Taiping County, only in Tongzhou. Isn't that a way to establish rapport?" Wang Bing suddenly realized, of course. How did I not think of that? You truly are clever. In fact, she could indeed assist Zhao Han in contacting a testing agency, as she had connections in that field. Meanwhile, Zhao Han had arrived at the bank. After parking his car, he confidently walked in, carrying 2 baskets brimming with vibrant red banknotes. Instantly, he became the center of attention in the bank. Goodness, isn't that a bit ostentatious? He's using fruit baskets to carry cash. Don't tell me he's a fruit vendor. Bro, he actually is a fruit vendor. And a portion of that cash is from my contribution. Really? I thought he looked like a mining tycoon. His fruit is worth more than gold. A single cherry costs $100, and other fruits haven't even hit the market yet. Could it be Taoyuan cherries? The bank buzzed with whispers, as countless pairs of eyes regarded Zhao Han with astonishment, envy, and jealousy. "Good day, sir. Are you here to make a deposit?" Upon hearing the arrival of the god of wealth, the branch manager hastily emerged from his office, greeting him with a beaming smile. Naturally, he was well aware of the reputation of Taoyuan cherry and the bustling market of Taiping County, thus recognizing Zhao Han as a potential high-value depositor. It was imperative to cater to him with utmost diligence. Zhao Han nodded, stating, "I will deposit everything." The manager inquired, "Would you prefer a fixed term or a current account?" However, Zhao Han interrupted, "Current." "Very well, sir. Please follow me to the lounge for a cup of tea," the manager acquiesced. Knowing that whatever the god of wealth suggested must be adhered to, Zhao Han followed the manager into the lounge for tea. The bank staff promptly opened a new account for him and deposited his funds. Today, he had transacted a total of 110,000. "Mr. Zhao, here is your card," the bank manager said, smiling as he presented the bank card with both hands. Zhao Han accepted it, replying, "Thank you." Having visited many banks before, he found this experience unparalleled. Indeed, wealth commanded respect in the banking realm. Without money, the dynamic shifted entirely. "Not at all, Mr. Zhao. We hope for a long-term partnership with you at our branch. By the way, here is a small gift from us," the bank manager added, handing over an exquisite gift box. Zhao Han chuckled knowingly. "Shouldn't a deposit of 100,000 warrant essentials like rice and oil?" "Oh, Mr. Zhao, you are certainly not like everyone else," the bank manager flattered. "While others may only deposit 100,000, your sum today is merely a stepping stone to potentially millions in the future." "Thank you. I shall take my leave now," Zhao Han said as he rose. The manager promptly opened the door for him, accompanying him to the entrance. "Mr. Zhao, do take care, and we welcome you to return." It must be said that the manager's demeanor left Zhao Han feeling quite pleased, achieving his objective. Consequently, Zhao Han resolved to patronize this bank henceforth. Chapter 39. Wang Bing's request for mutual assistance after exiting the bank. Zhao Han had initially intended to return to his village, but unexpectedly received a call from County Mayor Wu. Thus, he made his way to the county government. Upon arriving at Mayor Wu's office, he observed several individuals waiting outside, including 2 familiar faces from his previous visit. "Mr. Zhao, please come in," announced Secretary Yang, sporting a crew cut, who emerged with an even more courteous demeanor. He was acutely aware of how highly Mayor Wu regarded village chief Zhao and recognized the immense potential of Zhao, who held the key to the prosperous Taoyuan fruit industry. Hence, he felt compelled to exhibit utmost respect. Zhao Han entered the office ahead of him. Who is this person? How audacious to cut in line. Yet Secretary Yang treats him with such courtesy? Once the office door closed, a newcomer in the corridor inquired. One of Zhao Han's previous acquaintances responded. "That is the village chief of Taoyuan." "A village chief?" Gasps of astonishment rippled through the waiting crowd. A mere village chief held more significance in Mayor Wu's eyes than they did. What exactly was the background of this village chief of Taoyuan? Upon entering the office, Zhao Han discovered the female reporter who had previously interviewed him was also present. Village Chief Zhao, it is a pleasure to see you again. Wang Bing revealed a sweet smile and initiated the greeting. With her youthful visage, she appeared particularly innocent when she smiled. Hello. Zhao Han responded and then turned to Wu County Chief with a hint of confusion. County Chief Wu, this is Xiao Zhao. I have arranged for the necessary procedures for Taoyuan fruit industry to be expedited by the Industry and Commerce Department. Wu County Chief pointed to the items on the table. Upon seeing them, Zhao Han was instantly overjoyed. From that moment forth, Taoyuan fruit industry would be his exclusive trademark. Moreover, with these procedures in place, the fruits from Taoyuan village could be sold widely and legally. Thank you, County Chief Wu. I didn't expect you to take such care over this small matter. Zhao Han expressed his gratitude earnestly. Wu County Chief laughed heartily. This is no trivial matter. Taoyuan village will be the cash cow for our entire county in the future. I am looking forward to your rapid development of the village. Additionally, the road repair funds have also been allocated. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. I will ensure that Taoyuan village becomes a hallmark of Taiping County. Zhao Han declared resolutely. Wang Bing, beaming with joy, remarked, County Chief Wu has a grand vision. And Village Chief Zhao is confident. Even as an outsider, I believe Taoyuan village will undoubtedly flourish. Not only is reporter Wang beautiful, but she is also quite eloquent. Wu County Chief chuckled, then addressed Zhao Han. Xiao Zhao, weren't you supposed to send samples to the testing institution for research and analysis? Reporter Wang's father works at the Tongzhou Plant Research Institute. Oh, what a stroke of luck. Could I trouble reporter Wang for a favor? Zhao Han's eyes lit up. Wang Bing smiled coyly. I would be more than happy to assist, as I too have a small favor to ask of Village Chief Zhao. Please, reporter Wang. Feel free to ask. It's only fair that we help each other, Zhao Han replied with a grin. Wang Bing glanced at Wu County Chief. A touch of shyness appearing on her face. Since it's almost noon, let me treat Village Chief Zhao to a meal. We can chat while we eat. Then I shall not decline your kind offer. Zhao Han perceived her discomfort at speaking in front of Wu County Chief. Wu County Chief noticed it too. The two then bid farewell to Wu County Chief and proceeded to a Chinese restaurant across from the county government. Reporter Wang, what is it that you wish to discuss? Now you may speak freely, Zhao Han inquired, looking at Wang Bing. Wang Bing smiled warmly. Just call me Bing Bing, Zhao Gu. Reporter Wang sounds rather formal. By altering her address, she immediately bridged the gap between them. All right, Bing Bing, please feel free to ask for my assistance wherever necessary. Zhao Han responded amiably. Wang Bing explained her request. Is that all? You merely want to designate me for an interview? I accept without hesitation. Anyone else who shows up will be sent away. Zhao Han readily agreed. Wang Bing's face lit up with delight. Thank you, Zhao Gu. I will stay in the county for a day. Tomorrow, please bring the samples. And I will take them back to my father. I will deliver the results to you as soon as they are available. That would be very kind of you. Allow me to toast you with this cup of tea in place of wine. Zhao Han lifted his warm cup of tea. Wang Bing smiled slightly. Cheers. Then, she seemed to remember something, her face flushing with embarrassment. Zhao Gu, I want to ask on behalf of a friend. Does your cherry help with breast enhancement? Oh, there are no outsiders here. Are you referring to yourself as your own friend? Zhao Han remarked with a playful smirk. Wang Bing, possessing a youthful visage, regrettably lacked the accompanying attributes that would complement such a face, only to be likened to an empty airfield. Wang Bing's cheeks flushed deeper, and with a hint of annoyance, she shot him a glare. I have already stated that this is my friend, a friend. All right, your friend it is. Tomorrow, I shall bring you something to try, and you will see for yourself. Zhao Han chuckled merrily at Wang Bing, who seemed to be deceiving herself. However, Wang Bing was truly exasperated yet felt a flicker of hope within, for she had exhausted every means to ensure that her future children and husband would not go hungry. She fervently hoped that the Taoyuan cherries could somehow rescue her barren landscape. After a satisfying meal, the two parted ways. Shortly after 1 in the afternoon, Zhao Han returned to Taoyuan village, laden with various business documents and funds for road construction. Woof woof. The Huang dashed out, his tail wagging vigorously as if it might take flight. Close behind was a rotund, black and white panda, waddling awkwardly in pursuit. Zhao Han was taken aback to discover that Gun had not yet departed. It seemed the panda was indeed intent on making its home with him. As soon as the motorcycle entered the yard, De Huang rushed to inspect it, while two little puppies followed closely behind, yapping excitedly. Gun attempted to mimic De Huang's antics. Zhao Han exclaimed in alarm, Gun, don't come over here. What are you joking about? Even a panda is still a bear. If you leap over and start pawing at my motorcycle, the paint will surely suffer. Gun halted, standing there with an adorably aggrieved expression, as if reproaching him for his unequal treatment. All right, no need to be upset. Let me take you out to show you off, Zhao Han said, dismounting and affectionately ruffling Gun's large head. Gun grinned like a silly emoji, then wrapped its four paws around his leg, refusing to let go. Zhao Han had no choice but to drag it inside, grateful for his strength. Otherwise, anyone else might have struggled. This only illustrates that neglecting cleanliness for an extended period can lead one to develop a panda-like appearance. After securing his bank card, Zhao Han took Gun to inspect the 4 orchards he had recently contracted, eager to see how the weeding had progressed. Once the inspections were complete, he planned to visit his own orchard to meet Gigi. After all, Gigi was to take him into the woods that morning, and Zhao Han was curious about her intentions. Weeds. He had never before accompanied a young girl through the thickets. Now he was to be guided by a monkey? His first experience was surprisingly to be with a monkey. Chapter 40. The panda slays the snake and collects monkey wine with verdant hills and crystal-clear waters beneath a cerulean sky. A winding stream meandered through the fields. On the rural path, Zhao Han walked ahead, with Gun wobbling along behind. De Huang, tongue lolling, sprinted ahead, pausing intermittently to wait for Zhao Han. Goodness, Hanzi, why is there a panda following you? Lu Hai, the butcher, exclaimed as he encountered Zhao Han, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of Gun. Zhao Han retorted cleverly, what are you talking about? I am not keeping it captive. It has chosen to stick with me. As he spoke, he waved his hand, prompting Gun to bound over, its plump behind swaying as it approached with a playful demeanor. How did you manage that? I seek a tutorial. I too wish to entice a panda down the mountain, akin to a steed of Chiyu. How splendid that would be. Lu Hai is quite envious. Zhao Han shrugged his shoulders. Isn't it just a mere panda? What is so extraordinary about it? I don't even find having a panda at home to be remarkable. Get lost. You're just pretending. You didn't go to the military. You must have worked at an inflatable doll factory, specializing in pretense, Lu Hai remarked. Zhao Han clicked his tongue. Jealousy. I can smell the envy wafting through the air. Let us go, Lu Hai. Lu Hai gazed longingly at Zhao Han's retreating figure. How he too yearned to possess a panda. As Zhao Han journeyed, he encountered numerous villagers, all of whom were astonished upon seeing the panda. Each time, he modestly claimed, I have no idea how this happened. The panda just decided to stay with me. I'm at a loss, truly. The villagers, hearing this, felt an urge to chastise him. Damn pretentious fool. Zhao Han arrived at Chun Keizi's orchard, where he spotted his father, Zhao Jiang, supervising a group of workers as they cleared weeds. Ah, Boss Zhao has come to inspect the work, jested one of the workers upon seeing Zhao Han. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhao Han replied, Please, everyone, put in a little extra effort. Can we finish this section today? Absolutely. We're starting with this largest orchard. The villager responded, Wow, is that a panda behind you, Hanzi? One exclaimed, noticing the leisurely approaching panda. Indeed, it's a panda. It's been years since I've seen one descend the mountain. This one is quite plump. Look, it's even hugging little Han. Zhao Jiang chuckled as he explained. This panda came to our home last night and hasn't left since. It even enjoys eating braised pork. Is that so? A national treasure in your home. What good fortune you have. The rural folk often held superstitions regarding such matters. It's peculiar. Ever since Hanzi returned, his orchard has been teeming with monkeys. Yesterday, I saw them not only refraining from stealing fruit, but also wielding sticks to drive away the birds. Now, with a panda in the house, I'd say Hanzi is truly blessed. The villagers unanimously agreed, and a flurry of theories emerged. In ancient times, such omens would have been sufficient for Zhao Han to declare himself destined by heaven. After a few casual exchanges, Zhao Han led the panda to his own orchard. Chirp, chirp. Gigi, accompanied by a troop of monkeys, emerged to greet them but hesitated, keeping their distance upon seeing the panda. After all, a panda is both an adorable and formidable creature. It's all right. It won T-bite. Zhao Han reassured Gigi before inquiring, "Where are you taking me this morning?" "Let us set off now." "Chirp." Gigi led the way, alternately scampering along the ground and climbing trees, energetically guiding Zhao Han into the forest. The forest primarily consisted of pine trees, intermixed with a few cedar trees and various wild fruit trees. The ground was carpeted with dry pine needles, which crunched underfoot and could be slippery, yet it felt refreshingly cool. Birds flitted about, chirping incessantly. After approximately half an hour, the once chattering monkeys fell silent. Ultimately, they halted before a cave. Gigi pointed at the cave, incessantly gesturing and chattering, yet the meaning behind its expression eluded Zhao Han. However, the traces at the cave's entrance suggested that it had once served as a habitat for this troop of golden monkeys. Suddenly, Da Huang, sensing an imminent threat, dashed in front of Zhao Han, fiercely growling at the cave's mouth. Zhao Han also heard rustling sounds emanating from within, as though something was poised to emerge. The monkeys grew increasingly agitated, their cries infused with terror and fury. Only Gong Gong sat calmly on a stone, munching on a bamboo shoot he had just broken off during their journey, embodying an unperturbed demeanor, albeit somewhat clumsy. Zhao Han took a few steps back, fixating his gaze on the cave entrance, eager to discern what lurked within. Soon, he beheld a pair of crimson eyes, followed by the appearance of a serpent's head. It was the size of an adult's fist, and its exposed length was as thick as a bowl. Zhao Han would have believed it could devour a human. This was evidently a python, resembling a king rat snake. The resemblance stemmed from Zhao Han's unfamiliarity with such a colossal specimen. King rat snakes, commonly found in Sichuan, are known for their ferocity and venom, typically measuring only 2 to 3 meters in length. Yet, this one was easily 5 to 6 meters long. The enormous king rat snake languidly flicked its tongue. Gigi clutched Zhao Han's pant leg, incessantly chattering at the giant snake, clearly indicating that it had encroached upon their territory and sought Zhao Han's assistance in driving it away. "Step back," Zhao Han urged, leading the retreat. However, Gong Gong remained engrossed in his bamboo shoot. "Gong Gong, come here," Zhao Han called. Gong Gong paid him no heed. The gigantic snake advanced towards Gong Gong, raising its head menacingly while emitting threatening hissing sounds. Suddenly, Gong Gong discarded the bamboo shoot, roaring fiercely as he revealed his sharp fangs, lunging forward to land a powerful paw on the giant snake's head, instantly shattering it, while the body writhed and convulsed. Thereafter, Gong Gong nonchalantly brushed himself off and leisurely returned to his previous spot, resuming his adorable bamboo munching. Zhao Han thought to himself, "I have finally come to believe that pandas are indeed formidable beasts." The monkeys erupted into excited chattering. Gigi then dashed into the cave, only to return shortly, holding 2 bamboo tubes in its hands, standing upright and eagerly presenting them to Zhao Han. He detected a fragrant aroma of wine, sweetened with the essence of peach blossoms. Rich and delightful, a sensory indulgence. Could this be the fabled monkey wine? Zhao Han mused, his eyes gradually lighting up, fixating intensely on Gigi. He had never anticipated that they would possess the skill to brew alcohol. He had uncovered yet another avenue for profit. Gigi, apprehensive, retreated a step, guarding the orchard, harvesting fruits, brewing wine. Zhao Han was destined to tread further along the path of exploiting the monkeys. Even capitalists would shed tears upon witnessing his endeavors. Chapter 41. Gigi was robbed by Chun Liang. The so-called monkey wine is a concoction made from various wild fruits collected by monkeys in the mountains, fermented together. It is essentially a serendipitous creation. However, the monkey wine in Zhao Han's possession is distinct, as this particular group of monkeys has stored it in bamboo tubes, indicating that they have deliberately crafted it. These golden-haired monkeys truly possess the art of winemaking. Thus, Zhao Han resolved to establish a distillery, determined not to squander the monkey's innate talents. Utilizing the fruits from his orchard for the monkeys to brew wine, he mused that selling the monkey wine for 100,000 yuan per jar would not be unreasonable. "Is there more?" Zhao Han inquired, glancing at Gigi. Gigi nodded affirmatively, chattering excitedly. It led the troop into a cave, where an unending supply of monkey wine was retrieved, totaling over 40 bamboo tubes. Zhao Han took out his phone to record a video, recognizing it as excellent content material. He checked his Douyin account and noted that within just a day and night, he had amassed 2 million followers. The comments on his 2 uploaded videos were flooded with inquiries about his hometown and expressions of a desire to visit. Reflecting on this, Zhao Han decided to seize the moment and attract even more traffic by posting the morning videos featuring Guogua and Xingxing the panda. Captioned, "This panda has taken a liking to me, arriving right on time for meals. I have named it Gungun." The comment section quickly erupted. "A panda? I want a panda too. Dad, do you need a 200-month-old baby? I can be your panda. I'm 36. Gungun is adorable, and the 2 kids are equally charming. Can I hug them, Dad? Scenic beauty, an orchard, pandas, golden-haired monkeys, and a complete family. This is the life I yearn for. I envy not the mandarin ducks or the celestial beings, but rather the devoted fathers, hoping for daily video updates." Zhao Han's Douyin account was aptly named The Daily Life of a Rural Dad, earning him the affectionate moniker of Dad among his followers. He noticed numerous advertisers reaching out for collaborations, but he ignored them, as he did not yet require income from such channels. Building traffic and a good reputation was the fundamental principle. In this new era, traffic reigned supreme. After closing Douyin, he checked his public account, which had surpassed 50,000 followers. Though the number was modest, they were all residents of Taiping County, fervent supporters of Taoyuan fruit industry, while Douyin followers represented potential customers. Those on his public account were tangible clients. Putting away his phone, Zhao Han instructed Gigi, "Bring all the wine home." He walked ahead, followed by a troop of monkeys carrying bamboo tubes and a clumsy panda. The sight was truly magnificent, with a unique aroma of wine wafting through the air wherever they passed. Upon returning home, Zhao Han discovered a young man sitting on a bench, playing with 2 small puppies. "Liangzi," Zhao Han exclaimed with delight. The individual was none other than his childhood friend, Chen Liang. Chen Liang looked up and, upon seeing the troop of monkeys behind Zhao Han, was nearly rendered speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. What on earth is going on here? When he finally laid eyes on the leisurely panda sauntering in at the rear, he was utterly taken aback. "Just like you, I have embarked on a breeding venture. Though you are tending to cattle, while I merely care for golden monkeys and pandas," Zhao Hanfeng nonchalantly bantered. Chen Liang's lips twitched as he anxiously rushed to Zhao Han. "Hanzi, we cannot engage in illegal activities. Your breeding farm is far too precarious. If you continue down this path, your days will surely grow troublesome." The notion of breeding golden monkeys and pandas was simply outrageous. Could this be feasible for an ordinary person? "Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. Am I that foolish? These monkeys and pandas are merely accustomed to my care," Zhao Han exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Chen Liang exhaled in relief, yet his eyes widened in disbelief. "Accustomed? Goodness, you've only been back for a few days. How could you manage that?" "I have no idea." Zhao Han shrugged innocently, feigning nonchalance. "They insist on clinging to me, which is quite bothersome, you know? Oh well. You probably wouldn't understand my plight. It's rather vexing." Chen Liang remarked. "Listen, is that even coherent?" Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a delightful aroma and inhaled deeply. "What is that scent? It's exquisite. Ah, this is authentic monkey wine. Brewed by this group of monkeys in the mountains," Zhao Han replied, picking up a bamboo tube. Chen Liang stared at Zhao Han in shock. "You actually have monkeys brewing wine for you. No capitalist exploits as severely as you do. Aren't you afraid of being invited for tea? What nonsense. Do you think I'm that kind of person?" "This is what they used to brew, a gift for me," Zhao Han said, feeling somewhat guilty, as he indeed intended to have the monkeys brew wine. Chen Liang gazed at Zhao Han with envy. "This is truly eye-opening. I suspect you must possess some sort of animal-controlling cheat. Otherwise, it's hard to fathom why you have such an affinity with animals. It's remarkable. Cheat. You've read too many novels. Cut back on that nonsense." Zhao Han scoffed nonchalantly before changing the subject. "By the way, what brings you here? Do you have something to discuss with me?" "You guessed it correctly. I'm indeed a freeloader. Can't I come by when I have nothing to do?" Chen Liang retorted, then pointed to a toy beside the chair. "Didn't you say you'd bring gifts for my niece and nephew?" As their uncle, I can't go back on my word. Zhao Han, rather unreserved, brazenly inquired. Didn't you bring anything for me? You call me uncle? If you dare to say it, I'll dare to give. Qin Liang replied with a playful grin. Fool, get lost, Zhao Han scolded. Qin Liang laughed heartily, then, with a more serious demeanor, added, Actually, I do have something to discuss. My son's 100-day celebration is approaching. You must come and show your support. Damn. I knew you had ulterior motives. You bring a gift for my son and expect one in return, right? Zhao Han pointed out. Qin Liang chuckled. Well, a person may not attend, but the gift must arrive. I'm counting on it. Hurry and leave. You're being too pragmatic now. Let us sever ties. Zhao Han pretended to kick him. Qin Liang turned and dashed off. The 100-day banquet is on the 20th of this month. Don't forget. I'm leaving. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. What now? Zhao Han inquired. Qin Liang chuckled, swiftly snatching a bamboo tube of monkey wine from Gigi's hands before turning and sprinting away. Gigi, flustered, hopped on the spot, shouting in a language that was incomprehensible yet undoubtedly laden with indignation. What a scoundrel! Even bullying monkeys. A monkey is not human, and you are even less so. You are more beastly than a beast. Zhao Han laughed and scolded towards the courtyard entrance. Qin Liang replied with a hearty laugh. Thank you for the wine, brother monkey. Do bring it to the banquet for a feast. This rascal remained unchanged. Zhao Han mused silently, nostalgia washing over him as he reminisced about his youth. Chapter 42. Yang Shui's self-strategy begins after Qin Liang departed. Zhao Han directed the monkeys to place all the monkey wine in the corner of the hall. He then retreated into his space, emerging with a basin of spiritual spring water. The monkeys, though the water was colorless and tasteless, seemed to sense an enticing aroma, and they erupted into excitement, clamoring towards Zhao Han. Even Gungun clung tightly to Zhao Han's leg. Form an orderly line, one at a time. Everyone will get their share. Those who push will be left out, Zhao Han admonished. Gigi promptly leaped down from his shoulder, chattering as it organized the monkeys to queue up properly. Gungun, initially eager to push forward, reluctantly joined the line at the back upon witnessing the monkeys' orderliness. All right, let us begin, Zhao Han announced, placing the basin of spiritual spring water on the ground. One by one, the monkeys approached to drink. Gigi, armed with a broom, stood vigilantly nearby. Any monkey reluctant to leave after drinking received a swift reprimand. Thus, all the monkeys in Gungun indulged in the spiritual spring water, their fur becoming sleek and shiny, their eyes reflecting a newfound intelligence. All right, you may disperse now, Zhao Han urged. Gigi led the monkeys away, opting for an unconventional route across the rooftops. Zhao Han's intention behind feeding the monkey troop with the spiritual spring was to utilize them for irrigating the 4 newly contracted orchards with the precious water. With 3,000 to 4,000 fruit trees in those orchards, it was far too laborious for him to water each tree individually. He had monkeys at his disposal, making the task efficient and discreet. He had no intention of divulging the existence of the spatial spring to anyone, prioritizing caution. Once the monkeys had vacated, Zhao Han settled into a sunlit lounge chair, indulging in petting a panda. Since the panda bore the character for cat, it was fair game for affection. After all, if one could pet a human, why not a panda? While engrossed in this delightful task, he suddenly recalled the small gift from the bank manager that he had yet to unwrap. Da Huang, go fetch that bag from the fruit basket for me, Zhao Han commanded, giving Da Huang a gentle nudge. Da Huang, panting with enthusiasm, dashed to the fruit basket and soon returned with a white gift bag clamped in its mouth. Good boy, Zhao Han praised, patting the dog's head before unveiling the contents of the bag. Inside was an exquisitely crafted white gift box. Upon opening it, he discovered a silver crescent moon pendant necklace, clearly a gift intended for a woman. It likely bore a value of several thousand. A substantial investment by the bank to court him as a potential major client. However, Zhao Han had no intention of keeping it for himself. He planned to present it to Yang Shui when they went to the movies that evening. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Han called his father, Zhao Jiang, to inform him that he and Xingxing would not be returning home for dinner. He then rode his bicycle away from the village. By 4:30, Zhao Han arrived at the kindergarten, only to find that all the children had already been picked up. Not seeing Guoguo and Xingxing at the entrance, he secured his bicycle and made his way directly to Yang Shue's office. Wow, Auntie is amazing, truly amazing. It's my turn now, it's my turn. Upon reaching the door, he heard the excited, animated voices of two little ones from inside. Curiously, Zhao Han peered in to discover Yang Shui engaged in a game with the two children. Xingxing and Guoguo held the controllers, while Yang Shui, with a gentle smile, occasionally offered them guidance. The scene was particularly harmonious, and Zhao Han stood at the threshold, unwilling to disrupt the warm atmosphere. However, Yang Shui seemed to sense his presence and suddenly turned her head towards the door, her eyes sparkling. "Brother Zhao? Daddy!" Guoguo exclaimed, abandoning the controller and rushing towards Zhao Han, chattering excitedly. "Annie Yang is playing games with us. Annie Yang is so amazing. Even Big Brother can't beat her." "I'm just not familiar with this game." Xingxing quickly interjected, defending herself. Yang Shui looked at Zhao Han and smiled. "Xingxing is quite remarkable. She learns quickly. Even with games. I've never encountered such a genius." "Humph." Xingxing proudly lifted her chin. Guoguo stuck out her tongue, teasing, "Conceited brother. Shall we set off now?" Zhao Han inquired. Yang Shui replied, "I'll go change my clothes." "No need. You look lovely as you are," Zhao Han promptly interjected, aware that changing clothes could be quite time-consuming for women. Yang Shui beamed with delight. "Really? Just ask them." Zhao Han gestured towards Guoguo and Xingxing, who both nodded vigorously. Then let us depart. We'll have dinner first, and by the time we finish, the movie will be just about to start." Yang Shui smiled brightly as she picked up a small white bag from the table. "Daddy, carry me," Guoguo called, tilting her head up. Zhao Han bent down to lift her and descended the stairs. The four of them resembled a harmonious family of four. Outside the kindergarten stood a new white Audi Q4, Yang Shui's vehicle. "Brother Zhao, the keys," she said, pulling out a keychain adorned with a doll pendant from her handbag and handing it to Zhao Han. Once inside the car, Zhao Han handed a gift box containing a necklace to Yang Shui in the passenger seat. "This is for you." "What is it?" Yang Shui asked curiously, opening it to reveal a beautiful necklace, her eyes lighting up and her cheeks flushing red. She hadn't anticipated that Zhao Han would gift her a necklace. Did this mean Zhao Han had feelings for her as well? Indeed, her efforts were yielding results. Embarrassed yet overjoyed, she gazed at Zhao Han with affection. "Brother Zhao, please help me put it on." "Xia Xue, don't misunderstand. This was a gift from the bank when I made a deposit," Zhao Han said, realizing she had likely misconstrued the situation. Yang Shui's cheeks turned even redder as she interrupted him. "Brother Zhao, you don't need to explain. I understand. It was merely shyness." Yet he crafted such an awkward excuse. Brother Zhao was truly adorable. She had already entered a state of self-delight, enthusiastically romanticizing the moment. Zhao Han felt that Yang Shui's understanding was perhaps misguided. "Xiao Shui, this is truly not something I purchased." I believe you," Yang Shui replied, her expression radiating tenderness, as if conveying that she would trust him regardless of his words. Zhao Han found himself at a loss. "All right then." Yang Shui let out a soft hum. "See, you've admitted it." Subsequently, Zhao Han helped Yang Shui fasten the necklace around her neck. Xingxing watched the scene unfold with a sense of existential despair, feeling like an unnecessary presence. I should be under the car, not inside it. Yet, he felt a certain satisfaction, as his father had finally taken the initiative, validating his countless worries. "Thank you. It's beautiful. I really like it," Yang Shui said with a warm smile after donning the necklace. "Annie should kiss Daddy," Guoguo added. "That's how it is on television." Yang Shui's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, biting her rosy lip, her 10 delicate fingers intertwining nervously. "What are you children saying?" Zhao Han's face turned equally red as he scolded Guoguo, before turning to Yang Shui to apologize. "Children speak without restraint." Before he could finish, Yang Shui's tender lips swiftly pecked his cheek, leaving a crimson mark, and then she turned away. Chapter 43. Zhao Han's heart in turmoil, feeling the lingering warmth of the kiss on his cheek. Zhao Han froze in place. He truly did not anticipate that Yang Shui would kiss him. Oh. Xingxing and Guoguo cheered in delight. "Brother Zhao drive?" Yang Shui's neck turned scarlet, her heart racing, her voice trembling. It was her first moment of such audacity. Zhao Han shot a glance at the two mischievous spectators in the back seat and silently started the car. Even if he were slow on the uptake, he realized now that Yang Shui was attracted to him. The pertinent question arose. Was he attracted to Yang Shui? He felt he should be. After all, she was beautiful, had an enviable figure, a kind heart, and wealth. She was practically perfection. However, he had no intention of remarrying. In a flurry of conflicting emotions, Zhao Han finally confessed. Xiao Shui, my heart feels rather chaotic. Brother Zhao, please do not put pressure on yourself. Just interact normally. I believe feelings develop over time, Yang Shui said. Her blush still evident. The night breeze outside the car caressed her lustrous hair, making her fair and rosy complexion all the more enchanting. Zhao Han nodded, choosing to remain silent. Yang Shui suddenly asked shyly, Brother Zhao, may I take off my shoes? I've been in high heels all day, and they're rather uncomfortable. This is your car, Zhao Han reminded her. Yang Shui replied earnestly, but you are in the car as well. One should not consider only oneself but also regard the thoughts of others. She was indeed a girl with commendable values. Understood, but you don't have athlete's foot. Do you? Zhao Han joked. Yang Shui blushed and glared at him. Of course not. Girls' feet are always fragrant. Only you men have those big, smelly feet, humph. Guoguo's feet are fragrant too. Yours are the stinky ones, Guoguo chimed in. Xing chose to ignore the childish banter, thinking to himself that he didn't have stinky feet at all. Yang Shui removed her pink high heels and propped her feet upon the central console, reclining comfortably. This posture accentuated her graceful figure. Zhao Han glanced over. Yang Shui's delicate feet were not large, perfectly fitting within a gentle grasp, pristine and flawless. With her tender toes adorned in red nail polish, exuding a hint of allure, Zhao Han discovered his foot fetish. Ascending from her feet were her long, beautiful legs, leading him to realize he had a leg obsession as well, and further up, a fascination with her curves. However, truthfully, he was merely an unabashed lecher. Feeling the heat of Zhao Han's gaze sweeping over her, Yang Shui experienced a tingling sensation coursing through her body. His stare seemed to penetrate her garments, brushing against her skin, evoking a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Zhao Gu, please stop looking and focus on driving. Be careful not to cause an accident, she finally admonished. Men truly are incorrigibly lustful. Zhao Han's face instantly flushed crimson with embarrassment, and he promptly turned his head away, resolutely concentrating on the road ahead. In the vigor of youth, having not been with a woman since his divorce, he too felt the stirrings of desire. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Yang Shui couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter causing more than just her delicate frame to tremble. There was also her ample bosom, which seemed to sway with her mirth. While some might swoon at the sight of a size 3, Zhao Han was captivated by a size 32. At 5 o'clock, they arrived at the central shopping plaza in Taiping City. After parking, Zhao Han and Yang Shui, laughing and chatting, each held a child's hand as they made their way to the elevator. They ascended to a restaurant on the 4th floor. Since Yang Shui had made a reservation in advance, providing her phone number, the waiter guided them to a private room. Xiao Shui, a surprised voice called out. Yang Shui turned to see her close friend Yi Ying. Ying, what a coincidence. Xiao Shui is this? Yi Ying's brow furrowed as she observed Zhao Han and the two children. You've really ended up with a farmer. Yang Shui felt a flush of shyness, but, fearing Yi Ying might speak inappropriately, exchanged an apologetic glance with Zhao Han before pulling her friend aside for a private conversation. Ying, please don't say anything reckless. Rest assured, I won't mock him, even for your sake. Do you think I'm a mindless villain from a novel? Yi Ying rolled her eyes, her frustration evident. Xiao Shui, you, a young lady, are really going to become a stepmother? Yang Shui remained silent, clearly acquiescing to the implication. Yi Ying's exasperation mounted. You have education and looks. How could you settle for a divorced farmer? Is it just because he is handsome? Will you be farming with him in the future? She genuinely felt her friend deserved better. I can support him, Yang Shui replied with a slight smile. Moreover, don't underestimate farmers. How many families don't have farming roots spanning 3 generations? Besides, Zhao Gu is quite adept at earning money. How impressive could someone who toils in the fields be? Yi Ying scoffed, rolling her eyes again. I was planning to introduce you to a branch manager. He's only 30 and has a promising future. Isn't he better than your current choice? Then why don't you marry him? Perfectly, I won't compete with you, Yang Shui replied with a playful grin. Yi Yingying felt a sense of helplessness. Well, he is in the next private room. Come with me to meet him. If it turns out to be uninteresting, we can let it go. How about that? No, even if it's just a formality, it would still be quite disrespectful to Brother Zhao. Yang Shui decisively refused. Then interrupted Yi Yingying's further words. I can't keep Brother Zhao waiting too long. I must leave now. She waved goodbye and returned to Zhao Han's side, taking Guoguo's hand. Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Zhao. Let's go. I'm quite hungry. We should eat a lot this time. Zhao Han smiled faintly, not inquiring about her conversation with Yi Yingying. Watching Yang Shui's retreating figure, Yi Yingying sighed helplessly, realizing her foolish friend was beyond saving. She lamented. And she even said Brother Zhao is quite good at making money. No matter how much he earns, can he compare to that farmer selling Taiyuan cherries? If you were to find someone like that, I wouldn't say anything. But to choose someone who is merely handsome and lacks substance. Can I just stand by and watch you leap into the fire? Yi Yingying returned to her private room and addressed a young man in his 30s, Manager Wang. Do you remember I mentioned introducing my best friend to you? Ha ha. Of course I remember. I've been looking forward to it. Manager Wang chuckled in response. Yi Yingying smiled slightly. My best friend is in the next room. Why don't you come over and meet her? If you don't, I'll bring her to you. We must arrange for you two to meet. All right then, everyone, I must step out for my lifelong affair. Manager Wang excused himself to the group and followed Yi Yingying out of the room. In high spirits, Manager Wang reflected on the day he had secured a potential major client for the bank, and now he was on the verge of addressing his lifelong matters. Life was indeed delightful. Chapter 44. Yi Yingying, completely stunned in the private room. I want to eat this, and this. Star and Guoguo were kneeling on their chairs, leaning over the table, poring over a menu larger than their combined heads, with Guoguo incessantly pointing at desserts. All right, Guoguo, if you eat too many sweets, you'll get cavities. Zhao Han promptly intervened. Oh, Guoguo pouted, responding in a sulky tone. However, when she spotted other appealing dishes, she became jubilant once again. Indeed, her selections were solely based on how attractive the dishes appeared. Zhao Han took the menu from them and handed it to Yang Shui. Shui, why don't you order? These two little rascals are just being chaotic, practically wanting to order an entire table of desserts. That's fine, girls love desserts. Yang Shui replied with a gentle smile as she took the menu. After selecting a few dishes, she returned the menu to Zhao Han. Brother Zhao, see if you want to add anything else. Zhao Han took the menu, slightly astonished, for every dish Yang Shui had chosen aligned perfectly with his taste. They had only shared a meal together once, and he was surprised that Yang Shui had remembered his preferences so well. Shui, you truly. Zhao Han felt both touched and embarrassed, for he could not recall her preferences at all. Yang Shui playfully winked. Brother Zhao, don't get too sentimental. I might blush. Zhao Han shook his head and handed the menu to a nearby server. Please prepare the dishes as per this selection. Please wait a moment, the server replied before departing. Just then, the door to the private room swung open once more. Zhao Han and Yang Shui instinctively turned their gaze toward the entrance. Yi Yingying entered, accompanied by Manager Wang. The moment Yang Shui caught sight of Manager Wang behind Yi Yingying, her expression soured immediately. Yi Yingying, with a smile, greeted Manager Wang, Mr. Zhao. However, Manager Wang interrupted her, beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum, and dashed over to Zhao Han's side. Mr. Zhao, what a delightful surprise. Yi Yingying was momentarily taken aback by the scene. Yang Shui, too, felt a twinge of astonishment. She had not anticipated that this man Yi Yingying brought along would know Zhao Han, and it seemed there was an air of deference in his demeanor. Indeed, what a coincidence. Zhao Han replied with a restrained smile. Manager Wang turned to Yi Yingying, his tone laced with mock reproach and jest, saying, If you had mentioned earlier that you knew Mr. Zhao, we would have approved your loan long ago. Yi Yingying had invited him to dinner this evening in hopes of securing a loan of $3 million from their bank. However, due to some issues with her qualifications, Manager Wang had been hesitating over whether to approve the loan. Yi Yingying, momentarily bewildered, asked, Manager Wang, how do you know him? How could a farmer like Zhao Han possibly be acquainted with you? And why are you being so courteous? Haha, miss ye, mister. Zhao is quite the notable figure in Taiping County now. The Taoyuan cherries are in such high demand that they are nearly impossible to acquire. Who in the world doesn't he know of him? Manager Wang laughed heartily, his admiration for Zhao Han evident. Yi Yingying, in disbelief, pointed at Zhao Han and exclaimed, "Are you saying the Taoyuan cherries belong to him?" Although they were sold at 100 each, the private market had surged to 1,000 each. A fact she was well aware of. Yet, she had never imagined that the owner of the Taoyuan cherries would be Zhao Han, the very person she had looked down upon. It suddenly dawned on her what Yang Shui had remarked earlier in the lobby. Brother Zhao is quite adept at making money. This was not merely about making money, he was practically printing it. Miss Yi, were you unaware? Manager Wang was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the current situation. Hearing his words, Yi Yingying's face shifted through shades of green and white, standing there awkwardly, utterly at a loss. Had she known, would she have continued to disdain Zhao Han? She had previously thought Yang Shui's choice was misguided, but it turned out that Yang Shui had indeed secured a golden husband. Conversely, she now felt like a jester, ridiculous in her assumptions. Just when she was engulfed in embarrassment, Yang Shui spoke up. "Yingying, weren't you in the next room? What brings you here?" This question, though seemingly innocuous, was a means to extricate Yi Yingying from her predicament. Despite her disdain for Yi Yingying's presumptuousness, Yang Shui also recognized that Yi Yingying had assisted her on numerous occasions. Thus, while she was irritated, she could not bear to let her friend suffer humiliation. Yi Yingying cast a grateful glance at her, quickly regaining her composure, and playfully chided, "Shui, you should have mentioned that you were dating such an exceptional man. We nearly created a misunderstanding." Manager Wang instantly grasped the situation. Yi Yingying had intended to introduce him to Yang Shui, but was unaware that Yang Shui was already involved with Zhao Han. "It is as I suspected. I lack the fortune for Miss Yang and Mr. Zhao are indeed a match made in heaven." Manager Wang chuckled heartily, praising Zhao Han and Yang Shui. Although Yang Shui was undeniably beautiful, he felt no sense of imbalance. Rather, he was pleased, as this misunderstanding allowed him to foster a closer relationship with Zhao Han. If their previous interaction was merely a professional collaboration, then from this day forth, they could at least be considered acquaintances. Upon hearing Manager Wang declare that she and Zhao Han were a perfect match, Yang Shui blushed and discreetly glanced at Zhao Han. She was acutely aware that her feelings were unreciprocated, and they had yet to define their relationship. Thus, she feared Zhao Han's potential denial, which would deeply sadden and embarrass her. Zhao Han smiled slightly and said, "Let us take Manager Wang's auspicious words to heart. Shall we not share a few drinks together?" Realizing that Zhao Han did not refute the notion, Yang Shui breathed a sigh of relief, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to tasting honey. Manager Wang politely declined, stating, "I shall refrain from lingering here as a third wheel. But I hope to have the honor of inviting you to dinner one day, Mr. Zhao." Of course, Zhao Han nodded in agreement. "I wish you and Miss Yang, along with the two little ones, a delightful meal." With that, Manager Wang took his leave. Yi Yingying cast a grateful glance at Yang Shui, avoiding eye contact with Zhao Han, and followed Manager Wang out. The private room returned to a serene silence. Yang Shui explained to Zhao Han, "Yingying wanted to play matchmaker for me and Manager Wang. When I declined, she took matters into her own hands. I hope you do not hold it against her." "How could I? After all, she was considering your interests, and she spoke to me with respect." "You have a good friend," Zhao Han remarked with a smile. He harbored no absurd notion that everyone in the world should revolve around him. Although he felt a twinge of irritation at Yi Yingying's condescension, he did not let it fester into hatred. He possessed enough magnanimity for that. Yang Shui sighed with relief. "That is good to hear. However, I still wish to apologize on behalf of Yingying. Her actions were disrespectful to you, regardless of intent. Now, let us not dwell on this any longer. What movie shall we watch tonight?" Zhao Han shifted the topic. "A comedy," Yang Shui replied, and the two of them began to discuss films, while Guogua and Xingxing chimed in with their own enthusiastic remarks. The atmosphere in the private room was harmonious and warm. Chapter 45. Yang Shui's intense pursuit of Zhao Han. Manager Wang, "I am truly sorry." Once outside the private room, Yi Yingying hastily apologized to Manager Wang. He smiled amiably, saying, There is no need for such formality, Miss Yi. This fortunate misunderstanding has actually brought me closer to Mr. Zhao, for which I owe you thanks. Regardless of Yi Yingying's thoughts, the outcome was beneficial for him, and that was all that mattered. Adults seldom concern themselves with the reasons behind events, focusing instead on the benefits derived. In any case, it is my oversight, Yi Yingying said with a wry smile. I will drink 3 cups as penance. Ah, Miss Yi. Our branch has strict lending policies. 3 million is no trivial sum. However, if Mr. Zhao could provide a guarantee, I would be willing to approve a low-interest loan for you, Manager Wang said leisurely, although he bore no ill will towards Yi Yingying for the misunderstanding. He remained uncertain whether Zhao Han held any grudges against her, thus offering Zhao Han an opportunity to express any displeasure. Manager Wang is truly a wise individual, adept in social interactions, and skilled in navigating various situations with grace. Upon hearing this, Yi Yingying's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and apprehension. Was she really expected to seek Zhao Han's assistance? Moreover, would Zhao Han even be willing to help her, considering their lack of familiarity? After contemplating this, Manager Wang turned and departed. Yi Yingying bit her crimson lip, standing still as she gazed towards the private room where Zhao Han was, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Ultimately, she sighed softly and turned away. After dining and watching a film, they returned to Qingshu town, the clock striking past 9 in the evening. Brother Zhao, it's quite late, and riding the mountain roads at this hour isn't safe. Perhaps we should just stay here? Yang Shui suggested as the car halted in front of the kindergarten. Zhao Han was taken aback, feeling a tad embarrassed as he rubbed his hands together. Isn't this progressing a bit too quickly? He was caught off guard, feeling shy. Brother Zhao, what are you thinking? I merely meant that we could rest at the kindergarten. Yang Shui realized his misunderstanding and shot him a playful glare. Zhao Han felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Oh, I see. No, I want to go home. Daddy, I want to see Gun Gun. Guogua in the back seat insisted. Xingxing chimed in. I want to see Gun Gun too. What is Gun Gun? Yang Shui inquired. Puzzled. Guogua, brimming with excitement, replied, Gun Gun is a panda that loves to eat braised pork. Daddy has videos of it on his phone. Hurry and show Auntie. A panda. Yang Shui's eyes sparkled with delight. No woman could resist the charm of such a fluffy creature. Zhao Han retrieved his phone and played a video he had posted on Douyin. This is it. Wow. It looks so adorable. Is it still at your house? Can I go see it? Yang Shui's heart melted at the sight. Guogua, feeling a twinge of jealousy, exclaimed, Auntie, Guogua is cute too. Gun Gun is just so mischievous. Ultimately, I bear too much. Gun Gun would muse if it could speak. Zhao Han and Yang Shui exchanged amused glances, bursting into laughter simultaneously. Children truly are delightful. Yang Shui turned to pinch Guogua's cheek. All right. Guogua is adorable, and Auntie likes Guogua too. You must also like your brother. Guogua tugged at the motionless Xingxing. Xingxing rolled her eyes. Do you think I am as childish as you? You are quite foolish. Hee. Brother is not being good. He always pretends to be an adult. Guogua teased with a grin. Xingxing huffed, choosing to ignore her. Yang Shui continued watching videos, becoming even more excited after seeing a clip of golden monkeys. Your Tiwan village is so beautiful. Can I come visit this weekend? Always welcome, Zhao Han replied with a gentle smile. Guogua beamed. Auntie, you must come to our house. We have so many fun things. All right, it's really getting late. We must head back now, Zhao Han said, putting away his phone. Soon after, Xingxing and Guogua exited the car, each holding their toys, Xingxing with a remote-controlled car and Guogua with a large Barbie doll, both gifts bought by Yang Shui that evening. Brother Zhao, please ride safely tonight, and send me a message when you arrive, Yang Shui reminded him earnestly. Okay, you should also head home and rest early. Zhao Han replied. Zhao Han nodded and departed with the 2 children. Yang Shui watched as the motorcycle's taillight vanished into the darkness, a delightful smile gracing her lips. It felt as if life was beginning to flourish. Upon returning to the village, it was 9:30. Zhao Jiang sat on the doorstep, smoking a leaf cigarette. Why are you back so late? Seeing the motorcycle enter the yard, Zhao Jiang knocked his pipe and stood up. Before Zhao Han could speak, Guogua eagerly exclaimed, Because tonight, Daddy and Aunt Yang took us out for delicious food and a movie. Aunt Yang? Zhao Jiang paused. Then his eyes twinkled with a smile. So that's it. How was the evening? Did you have fun? Dad, what are you thinking? Zhao Han said with a frown, well aware of his father's intentions. Zhao Jiang shot him a glare. You're not even 30 yet, and you're planning on being a lifelong bachelor? Just mind your own business, Zhao Han replied. Parking the motorcycle and lifting Guo Guo and Xing Xing down, Zhao Jiang grumbled, mind my own business? If I hadn't tea, would you have grown up this big? Grandpa. Look, Aunt bought us toys. Guo Guo rushed over with the doll. Zhao Jiang donned a smile again, holding one child in each arm. Come on. Tell Grandpa how happy Aunt Yang was tonight. Guo Guo chattered animatedly. Zhao Han shook his head in resignation and took out his phone to message Yang Shui. I have arrived. Yang Shui replied instantly. That's good. Sleep early. Zhao Han, good night. Yang Shui, good night, brother. Zhao Degu had directly transformed into brother. Zhao Han was taken aback, then chuckled silently. This woman was becoming increasingly proactive and bold, her advances leaving him slightly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Yang Shui clutched her phone, blushing in her bedroom, rolling around in her blanket, habituated to sleeping in the nude. She inadvertently revealed much of herself, yet no one was there to appreciate it. The following day, Thursday, Zhao Han, as usual, took 2 baskets of cherries to send the children to kindergarten. Good morning, Aunt. As soon as they got out of the car, Guo Guo and Xing Xing rushed towards Yang Shui, both accustomed to charming her. Good morning, go on in, Yang Shui said, patting the little ones on their heads before turning to Zhao Han. You look beautiful today. Was I not beautiful before? Yang Shui playfully retorted. Zhao Han quickly rectified himself. You're all beautiful. I must go deliver cherry samples to the reporters. I'll take my leave. Be careful on the road, brother Zhao. Zhao Han teased her. Am I not your brother? Humph. How annoying. Yang Shui turned her head, blushing, refusing to engage him. While she could type brother on her phone, she found it impossible to say it out loud. Zhao Han laughed heartily and rode away. Chapter 46. Zhao Han just earned another 5 million. After selling cherries in the morning, Zhao Han went to deposit the money. As usual, he carried 2 full baskets of cash. In the bank, he basked in the envy of countless onlookers. Manager Wang, whom he had met the previous night, personally came to attend to him. Mr. Zhao, congratulations on your prosperity. This hardly counts as prosperity. We farmers merely earn a modest living, Zhao Han replied. Others who overheard his words wished they could strike him down. Is this truly what one might call hard-earned money? It is nearly akin to a windfall. Manager Wang chuckled softly. Mr. Zhao, you are quite the humorist. Why not take a moment to relax in the lounge with a cup of tea? Upon entering the lounge, Zhao Han retrieved his phone to peruse the comments on his latest Douyin video, which he had uploaded earlier that morning featuring the monkeys transporting the coveted monkey liquor. It is worth noting that he currently boasts over 3 million followers, and every video he has posted thus far has surpassed 10 million views. The comment section remained as lively as ever. Incredible. There truly exists such a thing as monkey liquor. Once I am wealthy, I shall acquire a phone that can capture the aroma. I am so eager to taste it. A comment lamented, the stay-at-home dad is neglecting his child, solely focused on exploiting the residual value of monkeys. The follower count is soaring, over 1 million new fans in a single day. Hey dad, are you selling that monkey liquor? I'll offer you 100,000 for a bamboo tube. Zhao Han received numerous private messages from affluent individuals eager to purchase the monkey liquor he possessed. After all, for the wealthy, hundreds of thousands are mere trifles, akin to acquiring a rare delicacy to savor. Their spending on gaming alone could reach millions, a concept utterly incomprehensible to the average person. Zhao Han had not initially intended to sell this batch of liquor, but one particular offer was simply too enticing. A businessman known as Mr. 91 Qin privately messaged him, proposing 5 million for all the monkey liquor in his possession. Who could possibly refuse such an offer? Thus, Zhao Han was thrilled and replied that he would only allow Mr. Qin to collect the liquor in person. Mr. 91 Qin responded, no problem. Please provide me with your phone number and address, and I shall contact you upon my arrival. Zhao Han sent over the requested information. Reflecting on his day's earnings of around 100,000, which still seemed trivial in comparison to the true wealth of those around him, he remained, in essence, a pauper. Mr. Zhao appears quite pleased. Has something joyous transpired? Manager Wang inquired. placing a cup of steaming tea before him with a smile. Zhao Han nonchalantly replied, "Nothing much. Merely finalizing a deal worth 5 million. Manager Wang acknowledged, momentarily taken aback. 5 million. Yet, when spoken by Zhao Han, it seemed as insignificant as 500. Comparison can be a cruel measure. Ahem, congratulations, Mr. Zhao. Your financial acumen is truly enviable, Manager Wang remarked, quickly deciding to ingratiate himself further. That 5 million, if deposited in their branch, would significantly enhance his performance metrics. Thus, the wealthy are indeed the patrons of banks. Zhao Han leaned back, crossing his legs, and took a sip of his tea. It will be temporarily deposited with your bank. I appreciate your support in my endeavors. Should you require a loan in the future, feel free to ask for amounts under 10 million. Manager Wang exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Han chuckled. It's all about mutual convenience these days. One must have a few allies. Absolutely, Mr. Zhao, your words are most insightful. Manager Wang had transformed into Zhao Han's sycophant. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhao Han took his leave. At the Taiping Grand Hotel, Wang Bing had spent the night there. Zhao Han knocked on the door. As the door swung open with a gentle thud, Wang Bing, impeccably dressed, stepped aside. Zhao Degu, please come in. She gestured toward a small bag of cherries. This is for you. Don't eat them all at once. Just save a few samples. Zhao Han playfully handed over the bag, quipping as he did so. Wang Bing's eyes sparkled with delight. They are truly enormous. They look so tempting. I must try one. Without a moment's hesitation, she plucked a cherry from the bag, biting into it without washing it first. As the juice burst forth on her tongue, she felt almost weightless. These cherries are extraordinary, she exclaimed, her disbelief evident as she stammered. I had a sleepless night and felt rather sluggish, but after tasting this cherry, it's as if my mind has been revitalized. She had encountered various fruits and foods before, each claiming miraculous effects, but this was a genuine experience. Zhao Han remarked. All the fruits from our Taoyuan fruit industry possess such qualities. Soon, other fruits will be available. We welcome you to visit Taoyuan Village to taste them and, in return, promote our brand. With a playful wink, she replied, I certainly wouldn't let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Zhao Han inquired. When might we see the footage from yesterday's interview? I'll head back shortly. It will air in tomorrow's Tongzhou News, and you'll also find it online. Wang Bing responded, adding, once it's broadcast, it's sure to create quite a stir, followed by skepticism. You must be prepared for that, Zhao Degu. Rest assured. I have always been resilient, Zhao Han chuckled, then teasingly added, moreover, once the test results are released, they will serve as a rebuttal to the skeptics. Indeed. This will only enhance the reputation of the fruits from Taoyuan Village. Wang Bing nodded in agreement. Zhao Han rose. I must take my leave. There are matters to attend to at the orchard that cannot be delayed. Safe travels, Zhao Degu. I look forward to our next encounter and wish you ever-growing success. Wang Bing said warmly. Zhao Han cast a glance around the airport and returned her sentiment. I wish you continued prosperity as well. You are quite humorous, Zhao Degu. She replied with a half-smile, her irritation barely concealed. Zhao Han laughed. Just a jest. Wishing you smooth sailing in your endeavors. Now, I must be off. Until next time. Upon returning to Taoyuan Village, Zhao Han gathered the monkeys, ready to assign them their tasks. After all, the first orchard had been cleared of weeds, and it was time to irrigate the fruit trees with the sacred spring water. He divided the orchard into sections. Orchard 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. With Orchard 1 being the plot belonging to Chinkazi, and Orchard 2 situated behind his own home. Zhao Han first took the monkeys door to door to borrow water buckets, as he lacked sufficient supplies at home. Once the buckets were secured, he led them to Orchard 1, where he reclined in the shade, leisurely engrossed in his phone while the monkeys diligently ferried buckets to fill with the sacred spring water for irrigation. He recorded the scene of the monkeys watering the fruit trees and uploaded it to Douyin, captioning it, Life is not easy, the monkeys weep. What of a national first-class protected animal? Even to eat, one must work. Chapter 47. The Rolling Monkey Faces a Beating. The astonished professor as a man with over 3 million followers, Zhao Han's uploaded videos garnered views at an astonishing pace. Goodness. Is he truly using a nationally protected animal to work in the fields? Could this be considered animal cruelty? Officer, This individual is abusing a first-class protected animal. Please apprehend him swiftly. The golden snub-nosed monkey remarked, I can trust the fruits from trees that I watered myself. This is the life of a deity. It resembles the scenes from my dreams. How enviable. Let us team up to steal the monkeys. Please provide the address of the caretaker. The video showcasing a group of golden snub-nosed monkeys, resembling sprites as they carried buckets of water to irrigate the fruit trees, captured the hearts of countless viewers. After a long day, watching such delightful content was sure to lighten one's mood. Zhao Han casually replied to several comments before putting away his phone, pondering what would be an appropriate gift for Chen Liang's son's 100-day celebration. Gifting money seemed rather trite. His gaze fell upon the fruit trees adorned with blossoms, and he couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, these fruits would make the perfect present. With today being the 12th, there were still 8 days until the 20th, by which time all the fruits would be ripe. More than 50 golden snub-nosed monkeys toiled until the afternoon, finally completing the watering of the fruit trees in Orchard 1. One by one, the monkeys collapsed onto the ground, tongues lolling as they gasped for breath, their buckets scattered about. This indicated that these monkeys were indeed diligent, as they had not indulged in the spring water. Otherwise, they would not be so exhausted. Well done. You should be commended. Now, rise and drink some water. Zhao Han stood up and brought out a basin of spring water. The monkeys, previously panting, instantly revived, springing back to life like coiled springs. Even the lazy rolling monkey, who had been dozing, stood up and squatted before Zhao Han, gazing at him expectantly. Zhao Han shot him a glare. Not you, you sloth. You've spent the day napping and done nothing. Rolling monkey, feeling quite aggrieved, protested, but I was clearly serving as your pillow. Observing the monkey's endearing antics, Zhao Han was convinced that this creature was acutely aware of its status as a national treasure. Scram! Zhao Han pushed Rolling Monkey aside and placed the basin of spring water on the ground. To his surprise, the push sent Rolling Monkey tumbling backward like a ball, rolling several times before coming to a halt against a fruit tree. Clumsily, it got back on its feet and scampered back, squeezing out several monkeys that were gathered around the basin drinking spring water, its head alone taking up most of the basin's space. Chirp! Chirp! The displaced monkeys formed a circle, jumping and pointing at Rolling Monkey, undoubtedly expressing their discontent. Just drink a few sips. Relying on your status as a national treasure to act this way, are we? Zhao Han seized Rolling Monkey by the scruff of its neck, intending to drag it away. However, this creature clung to the basin with its front paws, its tongue lapping at the water, pulling the basin along with it. Suddenly, one of the monkeys squeaked, then dashed underneath Rolling Monkey's armpit to tickle it. Rolling Monkey immediately released its grip on the basin, curling up into a ball, a silly grin spreading across its face. Once the other monkeys discovered Rolling Monkey's ticklishness, several more joined in, chirping excitedly as they pounced upon it to tickle. Gigi, with hands on hips, exclaimed, "We are all nationally protected animals. How could I possibly indulge you?" The clumsy movements of the rolling creature made it wary of exerting too much strength, thus leading to its being bullied by the troop of monkeys, causing it to scurry in all directions. Zhao Han chuckled as he captured this scene, intending to share it with netizens for their amusement the following day. Wang Bing had returned to Tongzhou, rather than heading to the television station first. She took the remaining cherries to the Botanical Research Institute to visit her father. "Oh, Wang Bing has come to see your father." Most of the staff at the institute were familiar with her. "Yes, Aunt Wu, is my father in the laboratory or the office?" Wang Bing inquired with a beaming smile. "Professor Wu is in his office. You may go," came the response. "All right, thank you, Aunt." Wang Bing entered her father's office. "Knock, knock, knock. I'm coming in." A male voice called from within. She opened the door, announcing, "Ding dong. Comrade Lao Wang, your precious daughter has returned from her trip. You might as well not have come back. Your presence only serves to irritate me," Professor Wang replied, a man in his 50s, lean and bespectacled, exuding an air of scholarly decorum. Wang Bing, with a playful grin, closed the door and placed the remaining handful of cherries on the desk. "Dad, guess what delightful treasure I brought back for you?" "Cherries?" Professor Wang looked at the fruit, his expression a mix of skepticism and curiosity. "Indeed, these are Tao Yuan cherries. Quite the sensation in Taiping County, hard to come by at 100 yuan each. They are said to possess miraculous properties for beauty and longevity, she declared. Sitting atop the desk, Professor Wang scoffed lightly. Nonsense. These cherries are merely larger and more visually appealing. Come on, just try one, Wang Bing urged. Curiously, he picked one up and popped it into his mouth. As he chewed, his expression grew increasingly serious. These cherries are extraordinary. How can a mere fruit have such an effect? He marveled, astonished. As an authoritative expert in plant studies, he distinctly felt his mind becoming clearer and his mood lifting after consuming the cherry. This was utterly unscientific. Wang Bing, brimming with pride, remarked, "Dad, do you feel how astonishing this is? I had the same reaction the first time I tasted them, which is why I brought these back for you to study. I hope you can expedite the testing report. My friend is eagerly awaiting it." Before she could finish her sentence, Professor Wang seized the remaining cherries from the desk and hurried toward the office door. "Dad, where are you going?" she called after him. "To conduct experiments. Tell your mother I want to be home tonight. You can come by tomorrow to collect the report," he replied, excitement and urgency evident in his demeanor, eager to uncover the secrets of these miraculous cherries. With a resigned shrug, Wang Bing exited the Botanical Research Institute and took a taxi to the television station. Upon her arrival, she proceeded directly to meet with the director of the Tongzhou Evening News team. She knocked on the director's office door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Wang Bing entered, greeted by the director, who casually remarked, "Ah, it's Xiao Wang. How did the interview go? Smoothly, I hope?" Seeing Wang Bing, Director Niu spoke in a perfunctory manner, clearly unconcerned, as interviewing a farmer selling cherries hardly seemed newsworthy to him. If it were not for someone speaking on behalf of the municipal government, the television station would not have ventured to interview in Taiping County. Wang Bing responded, "It went smoothly, and this is indeed a major news story that can be continually reported." Although she was reluctant to speak the truth, lying seemed utterly pointless, and she harbored a flicker of hope that the station leadership would not unceremoniously replace her midway. "Oh?" Director Niu raised an eyebrow, questioning whether Wang Bing had lost her senses as she began to speak nonsensically. Wang Bing handed over the storage card. Director Niu furrowed his brows, gazing at Wang Bing's earnest expression, and ultimately decided to play the interview video. As the video played, Director Niu's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. Were these people out of their minds? Watching the passionate throng on the screen, Director Niu's mind went blank. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that a farmer selling cherries could create such a stir, regardless of whether the cherries had any merit. This was undoubtedly significant news, a story capable of igniting a sensation across the internet. Containing his excitement, Director Niu calmly remarked to Wang Bing, "You did quite well. You must be tired from your trip to Taiping County. You should go rest." "Director Niu, what about the follow-up reports on this news?" Wang Bing tentatively inquired. Director Niu replied nonchalantly, "You need not concern yourself with what comes next. The station has its arrangements." It was indeed a fluke that Wang Bing was sent to cover this at all, now that it had been discovered to possess considerable news value. It was certainly not going to be handed over to her. "Director Niu, no one was willing to go at first. That is why I took the assignment. Why can't I continue reporting?" Wang Bing felt a chill settle in her heart. Director Niu's expression darkened. "Wang Bing, the station knows how to operate. You need not instruct me. Leave." With a stoic expression, Wang Bing turned and exited. Once outside the office, a sardonic smile crept onto her lips. Fortunately, she had already prepared a contingency plan. Otherwise, this scoundrel would have reaped the rewards. In Taoyuan village, after instructing the monkeys to irrigate the first orchard with the spring water, Zhao Han dismissed them. As for the borrowed buckets from various households, he was in no hurry to return them, as 3 more orchards still required their use. Subsequently, Zhao Han visited his uncle Zhao Hai's home. "Zhao Han has arrived. Please sit." Zhao Hai, who was weaving a bamboo basket, greeted him warmly. Zhao Han settled onto a small bench and said, "Uncle, the county has approved the funds for the road repair. I wish to discuss the matter with you." "Oh, this is excellent news." Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he set aside his work. "What are your thoughts? When do you plan to commence?" "Within the next 2 to 3 days. I would appreciate it if you could inform the villagers to complete their tasks promptly." Zhao Han outlined his plan. "Understood." Zhao Hai nodded and posed another question. Have you contacted anyone regarding the excavators? I plan to have Wang Kuei reach out to his acquaintances regarding the excavators and materials. I will handle the negotiations myself. Wang Kuei knows people from all walks of life. Zhao Han expressed his agreement. Wang Kuei has made many connections over the years. It is indeed a wise choice to have him make the inquiries. It is settled then. It is almost 4 o'clock. I shall head to the town to fetch the children. Zhao Han rose and departed. He reminded himself to ride safely on the way. After leaving his uncle's home, Zhao Han called Wang Kuei to arrange for excavators and other necessary tools. Wang Kuei expressed his eagerness over the phone, acknowledging that once the road was repaired, access to his farm would be greatly facilitated. Upon returning home, Zhao Han mounted his motorcycle and set off for the town. Just as he revved the engine, Gigi dashed in and leaped onto the vehicle. You wish to accompany me to the town? Zhao Han chuckled. Gigi nodded enthusiastically. Gigi. Very well then. Let us go together to pick up Guogua and Xingxing, Zhao Han exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Arriving at the kindergarten precisely a few minutes past 4, he found the entrance bustling with parents and children. Mama, look, a monkey. How adorable, exclaimed one child. Wow, a little monkey all aglow. Another chimed in. Is that Sun Yukong? It looks magnificent. The parents and children at the entrance were captivated by Gigi on Zhao Han's motorcycle, engaging in animated discussions. After all, Gigi's appearance was undeniably charming. That is my dad, Guogua declared proudly, leaping up and waving. Daddy, Gigi, Guogua is here. Gigi. Gigi hopped off the motorcycle and hurried over to assist Guogua and Xingxing with their backpacks. Wow, all the children gazed enviously at them, while Guogua and Xingxing wore expressions of utmost pride. At that moment, they were the most dazzling children in the entire kindergarten. Guogua, can I touch it? One child asked eagerly. I'll bring you beef jerky tomorrow. Another chimed in. The excitement among the children grew palpable. Yang Shui watched Gigi with wide-eyed curiosity and a desire to touch. May I pet it? Please? Auntie, feel free to touch it. You can even pet Daddy if you wish, Guogua mischievously replied. Yang Shui's cheeks flushed, yet she was soon captivated by Gigi, cautiously reaching out to touch. As her hand brushed against Gigi's head, a smile broke onto her face. The sensation was delightful. The other children, too, extended their hands to touch. Gigi. Faced with the multitude of eager hands, Gigi was quite startled, hastily retreating to the motorcycle and hiding behind Zhao Han. He cautiously peeked out to observe the scene. Thanks to Gigi's presence, the excitement at the kindergarten entrance persisted until 4:30 before tranquility returned. Is that the Monkey King I saw in the video last night? Yang Shui inquired, gazing at Zhao Han. He nodded. Its name is Gigi. So adorable. I must visit you this weekend, Yang Shui exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement. Zhao Han replied, You are warmly welcomed. I shall let you freely interact with the monkeys. Gigi interjected, Why should we assist you in your romantic pursuits? The thought of it made him impatient. Yang Shui's eyes sparkled with joy and anticipation. Zhao Han lifted Guogua and Xingxing onto the motorcycle and bid farewell to Yang Shui. We shall take our leave now, goodbye. Wait, I have something to say, Yang Shui called out, hesitating before continuing. Ying mentioned wanting to treat you to a meal, but I fear she may have ulterior motives. I refrained from agreeing, not wanting to put you in a difficult position. Zhao, I hope you do not resent me for taking the initiative. She glanced nervously at Zhao Han, her small hands twisting together, her eyes filled with apprehension. Why are you so anxious? If you care for me, how could I possibly blame you? Zhao Han chuckled softly, finding Yang Shui adorably foolish at times. Yang Shui sighed in relief. As long as you don't blame me, that's all that matters. Let her make the reservation, Zhao Han suggested. Yang Shui was taken aback. Why did you agree? I consider your feelings. I cannot disregard yours. If I refuse, how could your friend face you? Zhao Han shook his head. Yang Shui felt a surge of joy, overflowing with happiness. You are truly wonderful, Zhao Ge. I'll have her make the reservation, and I'll contact you later. All right, I'm off. Zhao Han waved. Goodbye, Ani. Yang Shui smiled and waved back, goodbye. The motorcycle roared away. At the Tongzhou television station, Director Niu summoned the evening news anchor. We need to modify tonight's news, include this segment, and publish it on our official account online. Moreover, this story warrants follow-up coverage. There's substantial value to explore. Assignedly die to it. Chapter 49. News broadcast. Exorbitant cherry shocks the internet after Zhao Han left. Yang Shui quickly took out her phone and video called Di Yingying, asking her to make the reservation for the following evening. Aren't you the heartless woman who rejected your husband? Why should I make the reservation? Yu Yingying asked weakly. Yang Shui, radiating happiness, replied, I did refuse, but I informed Zhao Gu, and he, fearing I might be embarrassed in front of you, agreed. Your Zhao Gu is truly kind to you, Yi Yingying remarked, feeling a pang of envy as she watched the smile bloom on Yang Shui's face. Yang Shui giggled. He has always been good to me. That goes without saying, humph. In truth, Zhao Han interacted with her as a normal friend would. While she had been the one consistently putting in the effort, yet she was already quite content with that. Damn it. I can smell the scent of romance through the screen. This single dog feels deeply wounded, Yi Yingying said before ending the call. Yang Shui wrinkled her nose, letting out a light hum, and skipped cheerfully into the kindergarten. Ever since Zhao Han, Guogua, and Xingxing appeared, her world had transformed into a vibrant tapestry. That evening, Zhao Han's family gathered for dinner. The television was on, as Zhao Han remembered Wang Bing mentioning that his interview would air that night. Xingxing and Guogua were busy eating, their faces smeared with rice and oil, looking quite messy. Zhao Jiang had to periodically wipe their mouths. Gungun had his own bowl now, sitting at the door, happily devouring a bowl full of braised pork, making slurping sounds that left the De Huang family drooling. Gungun offered a piece of braised pork to De Huang, who opened his mouth, but Gungun swiftly popped it into his own mouth, grinning broadly. Woof woof. De Huang barked a few times. I still have much to learn from you in the art of being a dog. Xingxing set down her bowl and stood up. Gungun is so mischievous. I'll go get a bowl of meat for De Huang too. Sit down. De Huang has already eaten. If there isn't enough food for people, how can you feed the dog? Zhao Han admonished. He served meat to both De Huang and Gungun, and it was De Huang who finished first. Before he settled down in front of Gungun, Xingxing sat back dejectedly. Daddy, the big dog is so pitiful. Can we give it another bowl, please? Guogua said in a sweet voice. Zhao Han immediately donned a cheerful expression. My good daughter is truly kind-hearted. Go ahead and serve the dog. Yay, Daddy is wonderful. Guogua planted a kiss on Zhao Han's cheek and hurried to the pot of stewed meat, scooping out a few pieces to feed the dogs. Xingxing stared in disbelief. What are you staring at? Eat your meal, Zhao Han admonished. Xingxing shook his head helplessly. His father's double standards were too evident. Big dog, hurry and eat. Little dog, you join in too, Guogua called as she distributed the food among the three dogs. However, the dogs devoured their meal swiftly, finishing within moments before returning to wag their tails in front of Gungun. Gungun, being mischievous, incessantly teased De Huang and the two little dogs with the braised meat, making them howl. Zhao Han could no longer bear to watch. Gungun was behaving more dog-like than the dogs themselves, so he prepared to serve the dogs more meat. What are you doing? Sit down. You've already fed the dogs 2 bowls. Do you need to serve a third? You won't have enough for yourself. Zhao Jiang glared at him. Zhao Han resignedly returned to his seat. Hee, Xingxing couldn't help but laugh. He felt as though he was witnessing his own past self. It seemed this was a family tradition. Zhao Han, with a dark expression, quietly focused on his meal. Xingxing's eyes twinkled, and he looked at Zhao Jiang with a playful expression. Grandpa, just a little more meat for the dog, okay? Please? All right, my dear grandson is truly compassionate. You go ahead and feed them, Zhao Jiang replied with a smile. Zhao Han was left speechless. Dad, your double standards are too pronounced. One could only say that at this moment, it was like a reflection of the past. Dad, Xingxing stuck out his tongue at Zhao Han, bouncing off to feed the dogs. At 8 o'clock, the Tongzhou evening news began. Let us move on to our next story. Everyone has tasted cherries. But have you ever encountered cherries priced at 100 yuan each? Recently, the Taoyuan cherries from Taiping County have soared to astronomical prices. Let us take a look at the footage from the scene. As the host concluded, the screen transitioned to footage from the previous day when Wang Bing interviewed Zhao Han. That's Dad. Dad is on TV. Guogua exclaimed loudly, pointing at the television screen. Yes, Dad is on TV. When I grow up, can I be on TV too? Zhao Jiang teased Guogua, his face radiating pride. To the elderly, as long as it wasn't illegal or criminal. Appearing on TV was a matter of pride. After all, it was viewed that way in their era. With the airing of the Tongzhou Evening News and the simultaneous release of the interview video on official accounts online, the phrase Taoyuan cherries began to gain traction. Those who watched the video were astonished. The online community erupted in debate. It's a publicity stunt. This must be a hoax. 100 yuan for a cherry? Why not just steal them? Exactly. Those people must be hired actors. What is this about beauty and intelligence enhancement? Does he think these are heavenly fruits? You do not understand, so refrain from your incessant chatter. I am indeed a native of Taiping County, and the Taoyuan cherries are truly invaluable, possessing remarkable beautifying effects. Goodness! Just look at that fruit basket, brimming with wealth. It seems the profits are too easily acquired. Wow, the vendor selling cherries is exceptionally handsome. I do not care. His good looks render all his words credible. Everyone, please quiet down. Have you not seen that the Tongzhou TV station has announced the samples of the cherries have already been sent for testing? We shall await the results to discern the truth. Aside from a few locals from Taiping County, the online community has been vociferous in their condemnation. As this matter is indeed shocking. The interview video has been shared widely across various social media platforms, its popularity soaring to unprecedented heights, reaching a level of notoriety that has become widely recognized. Even Su Qingyao, far away in Jiangzhou, stumbled upon this video, observing Zhao Han within it. She could not help but shake her head, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Zhao Han, her former husband, had fallen to such disgraceful depths as to become a fraud. It was indeed shameful. Her decision to divorce him was evidently justified. Moreover, former acquaintances, comrades, and superiors of Zhao Han have also seen the video, inundating him with calls. Concerned he might be straying onto a treacherous path, as such matters are seldom believed, perceived instead as false advertisement. Zhao Han could only offer explanations one by one. Although his former leaders and comrades remained skeptical, they chose to temporarily place their trust in him, awaiting the test results. The following day, Friday, in the early hours, the Tongzhou Plant Research Institute released the testing report on the Taoyuan cherries. This report instantly caused a tremendous uproar, elevating the Taoyuan cherries to an entirely new echelon. Chapter 50. Zhao Han. Behind me stands the support of the Nation Tongzhou Plant Research Institute. According to the experimental research conducted by our esteemed botanist, Professor Wang Helen, the Taoyuan cherries are rich in iron, vitamins, and various beneficial elements for the human body, exhibiting significant effects in beautification and health enhancement. This research report ignited a viral sensation online. The topic of Taoyuan cherries had captured widespread attention overnight. The early morning release of this report by the Tongzhou Plant Research Institute undoubtedly provided robust scientific validation for the myriad extraordinary claims regarding the cherries. Everyone was astounded, yet simultaneously exhilarated, for who does not adore such a fruit? Although priced at 100 yuan each may seem extravagant, the average individual can still afford to purchase a few with minimal sacrifice. Goodness, are Taoyuan cherries truly that remarkable? They must indeed be celestial fruits. I have subscribed to the Taoyuan Fruit Industry public account, which claims that their other fruits, yet to be launched, possess similar effects. How were they cultivated? It is laughable. Just last night, so many influencers and critics were disparaging Taoyuan cherries, and now the results are in. Haven't their faces been thoroughly smacked? I see a global tycoon rising, so young and handsome. I am already en route to Taiping County, willing to spend my last penny to purchase Taoyuan cherries for my son, who perpetually scores a mere 20 in mathematics, hoping to boost his intellect. The tide of public opinion online has shifted dramatically. Those who once disparaged Taoyuan cherries have hastily deleted their remarks, only to fervently extol their virtues. After all, it is a universal truth that everyone wishes to partake in the celebration of success. In Jiangzhou, Su Qingyao was toiling through the night, when she suddenly noticed a flurry of messages popping up in various WeChat groups. Upon investigation, she discovered that these discussions revolved around the inspection reports and the Taoyuan cherries. With a derisive snort, she surmised that the report from the Tongzhou Plant Research Institute must have validated the false claims made by Zhao Han, thereby sealing his fate. Thankfully, she had divorced him early on. Otherwise, she feared she might have been ensnared in the scandal. though a flicker of sympathy stirred within her. It was overshadowed by a sense of detached amusement. She clicked on the link shared in the group and was met with the published report from the Tongzhou Plant Research Institute. The haze of fatigue that had clouded her mind dissipated instantly, replaced by disbelief as she fixated on the computer screen. Impossible. How could this be? She murmured, unwilling to accept the implications. Did this not suggest that Zhao Han could easily acquire the wealth she had longed for? What then of her sacrifices in abandoning her husband and child? Had she become the subject of ridicule? Su Qingyao sat frozen in her office, her complexion oscillating between shades of green and white, her gaze vacant and unfocused. Yet, she quickly steeled herself, resolve hardening her features. She had forsaken her family for wealth and status, thus, she could not allow herself to be outdone by Zhao Han. She must not fall short. In Taiping County, Yi Yingying, plagued by insomnia due to her company's troubles, was aimlessly scrolling through videos. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a short clip featuring a screenshot from the Tongzhou Plant Research Institute, her eyes widening in astonishment. During the period when Taiwan Cherries faced online vitriol, she had worried for Zhao Han and had even urged Yang Shui to communicate with him, imploring her to issue an apology to quell the rising anger before it spiraled out of control. After all, in her view, even if Taiwan cherries were delicious and visually appealing, they could not possess the miraculous effects Zhao Han had touted. His promotion had been excessively exaggerated. However, Yang Shui, in response to her concerns, had merely asserted her unwavering belief in Zhao, confidently insisting that Taoyuan cherries were indeed extraordinary. Though Yi Yingying remained skeptical, the revelation in the report now validated Yang Shui's claims. Taoyuan cherries truly possessed remarkable properties. With the backing of scientific evidence, Yi Yingying could already envision the impending explosion of popularity surrounding the cherries. This represented an immeasurable fortune. Leaning against her bedside, she murmured, "It seems you have an impeccable eye for men, Xiaoxua." That night, countless individuals were stirred into action by Zhao Han's fortunes. Zhao Han was roused from his slumber this morning by the incessant ringing of his phone. Groggily, he opened his eyes and reached for the device resting on his pillow. Upon seeing the caller ID, he immediately became alert and sat up. "Good morning, Commander." On the other end was his former superior from the military, a man adorned with gleaming stars on his shoulders. "Xiao Xiao, you truly are remarkable. Just after your discharge, you've already stirred up quite the sensation. It is no surprise that you are one of my soldiers, bringing me pride," the former leader remarked. Zhao Han, puzzled, responded, "Old Commander, didn't you inquire about the Taoyuan cherries yesterday? You still aren't aware?" The old leader seemed astonished. Zhao Han, bewildered, asked aware of what. "The testing report from the Tongzhou Plant Research Institute has been released, and it has caused quite the uproar online." The old leader paused for a moment, then continued. "Speaking of business, I saw on your public account that you claimed Taoyuan fruit industry's other fruits have similar effects as the Taoyuan cherries. Surely, you are not exaggerating?" "The report proves it," Zhao Han asserted decisively. The old leader replied with an affirming grunt, "I have already communicated with the higher-ups. 30% of the annual share of Taoyuan fruit industry's produce must be prioritized for our military. In a couple of days, someone will come to you to sign a contract." "Thank you, old Commander," Zhao Han expressed with genuine gratitude, realizing the leader was looking out for him. The Taoyuan cherries had only just gained popularity in Taiping County when they caught Wang Liang's attention, and now they have taken the internet by storm. Everyone is aware that Taoyuan fruit industry is a veritable cash cow, attracting many who would seek to seize it. With the military's robust backing, Zhao Han knew these troubles would dissipate into thin air. The military is an entity one must never offend. The old leader exuded confidence. "Even though my soldier has retired, he is not someone who can be easily trifled with. You have shed blood for the nation, and the nation will not allow you to shed tears." Indeed, Zhao Han felt a surge of emotion. He had never regretted his 7 years of service, traversing various places. Those years were the most precious treasure of his life. During that time, he had also created immense value, dedicating his youth and passion to his country. After hanging up the phone, however, sleep eluded him. It was barely past 5 in the morning. He donned his clothes and stepped outside, where the dawn was just breaking. He watched as the sun slowly ascended from the distant valley. The morning's glow painted the sky beautifully. The plump little dog, Gun, resting beside the fire pit, lifted its head to glance at him before dozing off again. The large yellow dog wagged its tail and bounded over to him. Zhao Han patted its head and pointed at the rising sun, saying, "Look, De Huang, the sun is rising." De Huang barked a couple of times, looking up at the sky, puzzled by his master's words. Chapter 51. Why do you only kiss them and not me? After freshening up, Zhao Han took a fruit basket and headed up the mountain. Upon arriving at the orchard on the back hill, he, as usual, handed the basket to Gigi so it could take the monkeys to pick cherries. Meanwhile, he set off to inspect the other fruit trees. The peaches and other fruits in the orchard were nearing ripeness, and at this rate, they would be ready to eat by tomorrow. The fruits, nourished by the spiritual spring, were significantly larger than ordinary ones. Their hues were vibrant and evenly distributed, appearing perfect, like exquisite models. Each fruit tree was laden with fruit, its branches bending under the weight, symbolizing a bountiful harvest. Morning dew clung to the surface of the fruits, making each one look tantalizingly delicious. Suddenly, Gigi scampered over, pointing at the peaches on the tree and then at its own belly. Zhao Han gently patted its small head, saying, "It is not yet fully ripe. By tomorrow, you shall be able to feast upon it." Gigi, brimming with joy, leapt about in delight, while waiting for the monkeys to gather cherries. Zhao Han shared the video of the previous day's amusing spectacle, where Gun was besieged by a troop of monkeys on Douyin, spreading joy among netizens. He was astonished to discover that his follower count had surged by several 100,000 overnight, reaching over 4 million on Douyin. Yet, what left him even more astounded was the phenomenal growth of his WeChat public account, Taoyuan Fruit Industry, which had surged by a staggering 1 million followers. This number continued to rise. Through private messages in the back end, Zhao Han discerned that these individuals had followed him after viewing a report from the Tongzhou Plant Research Institute, thus becoming his potential customers. What a treasure this is, Zhao Han mused. Though he possessed 5 orchards, he realized the yield would barely suffice. After all, he was obligated to sell 30% to the military, leaving only 70% for external sales, which would undoubtedly fall short. Nevertheless, Zhao Han had no intention of expanding the orchard scale, for his vision was to transform Taoyuan Village into a tourist haven rather than a mere fruit paradise. Additionally, the growth cycle of fruit trees was excessively lengthy. In the future, he might only plant watermelons and cantaloupes, which had shorter growth cycles. After harvesting the cherries, Zhao Han returned home to prepare breakfast. Since Zhao Jiang was to eat in orchards 4 and 5, today's breakfast needed to be hearty. He kindled the fire pit, washed the rice, and hung the iron pot over the flames. Into the pot, he added some cured meat and sausages. He planned a simple breakfast of 4 dishes: a tomato and egg flour soup, stir-fried pork with green peppers, shredded potatoes stir-fried, and dry-fried chicken. Additionally, he stewed a pot of pork meant for feeding the dogs, cats, and Gun. One must not be stingy with a national treasure. As for Da Huang and his 2 canine offspring, along with the orange tabby, they only enjoyed a better diet due to Gun's influence, as they typically subsisted on leftover food. Rising early, Zhao Jiang emerged from the bedroom clad in a blue, vintage cadre suit. Zhao Han kept the cooked rice warm by the fire pit, suspended the iron wok from a hook, and while stir-frying, he responded, "I was awoken by a phone call and could not return to sleep. Have the cherries been picked?" Zhao Jiang, as was his custom, rolled a cigarette, a ritual he had maintained for many years upon waking. Zhao Han replied, "They have been harvested. Today will be the last sale. The other fruits in the orchard will ripen by tomorrow, and I shall call the fruit vendors from the city to collect them, sparing me the trip. Moreover, there aren't many cherries left. I plan to keep those for myself." "That's splendid. It's a hassle to go to the city every day. This provides a perfect opportunity to repair the roads." Zhao Jiang nodded in agreement. "Well, is it Daddy who made breakfast today? It smells wonderful." Gua, with her tousled hair, dashed out wearing fuzzy green dinosaur pajamas and bunny slippers. To everyone's surprise, she had not lingered in bed this morning. Zhao Jiang, alarmed, exclaimed, "Oh dear, my precious granddaughter, you should not fear the cold. Zhao Han, hurry and dress her warmly before she comes out. She should wear several layers." There's a chill that makes your grandfather feel cold. Then you should cook, Dad. Zhao Han relinquished the position of chef to his father and carried Guogua into the house. Guogua giggled, playfully bouncing on his shoulder. Upon entering the bedroom, Zhao Han first tended to his daughter's hair, remarking, "Why is Guogua not sleeping in today?" Guogua replied, "I'm hungry. The dishes Dad made smell so good." Zhao Han smiled softly, "Then be a good girl, don't fidget. Wash up quickly so we can eat." Guogua obediently nodded. As Zhao Han dressed Guogua and stepped out of the bedroom, he noticed Xingxing already washing her face and brushing her teeth outside. "Guogua, you woke up as early as your brother today," Guogua cheerfully said, approaching Xingxing with her water cup and toothbrush. Xingxing rinsed her mouth and replied, "You're the good child for waking up so early every day. Otherwise, you're just a lazy bug." Guogua hesitated, then meekly said, "Then I'll just continue being a lazy bug." Xingxing rolled her eyes. It was then that Guogua squatted down to brush her teeth, though she was restless and soon began playing with the little dog. After breakfast, Zhao Han rode his bike with Xingxing and Guogua to the kindergarten. "Goodbye, Grandpa," Guogua waved. Zhao Jing smiled and waved back. "Goodbye. Guogua, be good at home, and remember to listen to Mama Da Wang." Guogua, resembling a little adult, reminded all the animals. Just after finishing his meal, Gungun sat in the yard, carelessly peeling bamboo shoots, not paying any attention to Guogua. Only 3 dogs barked in response. "Off we go." Zhao Han started the motorcycle. Half an hour later, they arrived at the kindergarten, being the first to arrive. Yang Shui stood at the entrance, wearing a vintage blue spaghetti-strap dress, waiting eagerly. The morning breeze tousled her hair and skirt, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting. Upon seeing Zhao Han's motorcycle, a smile graced her lips, enough to dazzle the entire summer. "Good morning, Aunt Yang," the 2 children chimed in unison. "Good morning." Yang Shui approached and kissed each child on the cheek before helping them down from the bike. The 2 little ones, understanding and considerate, held hands and entered the kindergarten without lingering. Zhao Han joked, "Shui, that's not fair. You only kissed them and not me." "Brother Zhao," Yang Shui replied, her voice sweet and slightly playful, tinged with a hint of reproach. Hearing her, Zhao Han felt his heart flutter. The color is like a knife that cuts to the bone, he thought, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. "From tomorrow on, I won't be going to the city to sell fruits, so you don't have to come so early." "All right. Ying has already reserved a table for us at 9 tonight, the same restaurant as last time," Yang Shui said, brushing aside the hair blown into her face by the wind. Zhao Han nodded. "Okay, I'll take my leave now." "Brother Zhao," Yang Shui suddenly called out to him. Zhao Han instinctively turned back, only to have a soft, tender red lip press against his cheek. By the time he came to his senses, Yang Shui had already run into the kindergarten, calling back from a distance, "Is it fair now?" Chapter 52. Are you a television station or a brothel? Watching Yang Shui run with her skirt fluttering like a butterfly, Zhao Han touched the imprint of her kiss on his face. A smile involuntarily graced the corners of his lips. He began to relish the sensation of this companionship. Subsequently, he hummed a little tune as he rode away on his bicycle. Arriving in the county town at 9 in the morning, the wind today was particularly boisterous, and the crowd was unusually raucous. Countless customers awaited Zhao Han's arrival like devoted stone guardians. Some were busy arranging their bedding, having camped out overnight to secure a spot. Some sought a place to ensure they could purchase cherries, while others aimed to sell their positions. Zhao Han's presence had indeed invigorated the local economy. He has arrived. The esteemed Zhao boss is here. As the familiar motorcycle approached, the eager customers who had been waiting in the restricted area became animated. "Zhao boss, I saw you on the news. Ignore the foolish comments online. We have always believed in you. Please prioritize supplying locals. Zhao boss has become famous. It will be even harder for us to buy now. Please limit each person to just 1 today." The crowd's fervor was palpable, their currency burning with urgency. Yet Zhao Han remained indifferent. Regardless of whether he limited purchases to 1 or 10, his profits would remain unchanged, so why bother? In the distance, a business vehicle harbored Li Dai, a journalist assigned to replace Wang Bing, who was astonished by the scene unfolding before her. At 26, Li Dai was a seasoned reporter from Tongzhou Television, possessing an alluring appearance and a captivating figure. She had ascended the ranks through her charm and was a favored personality within the station. This is simply sensational, she mused. The photographer complimented her. The more popular Taoyuan cherries become, the more you'll shine in your ongoing coverage of Zhao Han. This will be a fleeting opportunity, as Taoyuan cherries gain traction online. Media outlets from across the country will clamor for interviews. Our Tonggo station is merely a small player, Li Dai sighed. The photographer continued to flatter her. With your beauty and figure, a little charm will surely leave Zhao Han utterly captivated, and he will designate you as his exclusive reporter. Your flattery knows no bounds. Li Dai replied with a hint of pride, retrieving her makeup mirror to touch up her appearance, then loosening a shirt button to reveal a glimpse of her fair skin. What do you think? Does it work? Her ambitions ran deeper. She pondered if she could seize this opportunity to enchant Zhao Han and ultimately wed him, transforming into a wealthy matron. To her, Zhao Han, despite his impending fortune, was merely a former fruit vendor with limited experience. Enticing him would be a piece of cake. The photographer felt parched at the thought. Li Dai smirked, observing the 2 baskets of cherries swiftly devoured, and she exited the vehicle. Let's proceed. Clad in a miniskirt and a shirt that barely concealed her neckline, she sashayed towards him. Good morning, Mr. Zhao. I am Li Dai, a reporter from Tongzhou Television. May I request a moment of your time for an interview? Where is Wang Bing? Zhao Han inquired directly. Li Dai's expression faltered for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Wang Bing is occupied with other assignments, so the station has sent me to interview you. I am Li Dai, she replied, her voice deliberately sweet, feigning warmth as she tugged at her collar. This gesture captured the attention of several onlookers. Are you all day just being frivolous? Can you bring some positive energy instead? If you don't replace Wang Bing, I refuse to give an interview, Zhao Han stated bluntly. That flamboyant vixen should keep her distance. Zhao Han is a serious man, and he prefers genuine women. He could sense the disdain in Li Dai's gaze. A contempt for his status, though she adeptly concealed it behind her newfound wealth. Li Dai was left feeling both embarrassed and furious. How could she, with her ample bosom and long legs, be outshone by Wang Bing's flat figure? Just because he is a farmer with money doesn't mean he possesses any taste. Mind your manners. Sister Li is our station's star, the photographer cautioned. Zhao Han scoffed. Star? Are we a television station or a brothel? His words elicited uproarious laughter from the onlookers drawn by Li Dai to watch the game. Return the way you came. I will only accept an interview with Wang Bing, Zhao Han declared, grabbing his money and speeding off on his motorcycle, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Li Dai was furious, stomping her feet, muttering through gritted teeth. Just a lucky farmer. What is he acting so high and mighty for? She then pulled out her phone and called Director Niu. How's it going, Xiao Dai? Is the interview with Zhao Han proceeding smoothly? Director Niu inquired softly, having an affair with Li Dai, which is why he entrusted this task to her. Li Dai, brimming with anger, began to complain melodramatically. Oh, Director, don't even mention it. Zhao Han specifically stated he would only accept an interview with Wang Bing. That little vixen must have slept with him and is now teaching him to threaten our station. It's infuriating. She loathed Zhao Han but felt powerless to retaliate against him, redirecting her frustration towards Wang Bing. Oh, did he truly say that? Director Niu's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Li Dai felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed. Would I lie to you? That's exactly what he said. Then return immediately. I will send Wang Bing over, Director Niu replied flatly. Li Dai was alarmed. Director, aren't you just granting that harlot Wang Bing what she desires? How to do my job is not for you to instruct, Director Niu retorted before abruptly hanging up. Knowing the importance of the situation and preparing to send Wang Bing over. Fuming, Li Dai, in a fit of rage, falsely accused Wang Bing in their work group, claiming that Wang Bing had slept with Zhao Han for the interview opportunity and that he was threatening the station to ensure only she could interview him. The work group exploded with chaos. Humph. If I cannot have it, neither shall you, little harlot, Li Dai sneered. The photographer was drenched in sweat. Realizing that offending anyone is less perilous than crossing a woman, her wrath was terrifying. Ding, ding, ding. Li Dai's phone rang again, seeing it was Director Niu. She quickly answered, Hello, Director. What nonsense are you spreading in the group? Li Dai, you have gone too far. Is Zhao Han's private life something you can slander? Immediately clarify and apologize. Furthermore, you are suspended for reflection, Director Nyo said angrily before hanging up. Zhao Han possesses the golden goose and is destined to become a wealthy magnate. Not only does he command respect, but even the station director must treat him with utmost courtesy. How could he possibly stand idly by while Li Dai tarnishes Zhao Han's reputation? Thus, Li Dai has effectively sealed her own fate. Standing there in a daze, her mind blank, it took her a considerable time to react. Eventually, she collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 53. Wang Bing negotiates road construction matters in the office of the evening news department at the Tongzhou television station. A knock resounded at the door. "Come in," called the director. Wang Bing entered. "You called for me, director?" "Ah, it's you, Xiao Wang." The wrinkled face of Director Nyo broke into a smile reminiscent of a wilting flower, and he promptly rose to greet her. "Please, have a seat while I pour you some tea." Wang Bing was somewhat taken aback. When had the old man ever treated her with such deference? "Director Nyo, if you have something to discuss, please just say it." "Your antics make me uneasy," she replied, a seasoned observer of the subtle dynamics at play. Director Nyo maintained his genial demeanor, seemingly unperturbed. "Xiao Wang, Mr. Zhao has specifically requested you for an interview. Our Tongzhou station is small, and we rely on you to secure Mr. Zhao's attention." Realization dawned on Wang Bing. It was indeed due to Zhao Han that she felt a surge of satisfaction. Having finally regained her composure, she was not about to let the opportunity slip away. "Director Nyo, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Wasn't this assigned to Li Dai?" "Do not mention her," he interjected. "That foolish girl spread malicious rumors about you and Mr. Zhao in the work group, which is utterly unacceptable. I have temporarily suspended her." Wang Bing was taken aback. She had not checked WeChat and was unaware of the situation. She promptly retrieved her phone and opened the work group, only to find Li Dai sincerely issuing a reflection and apology. Scrolling back through the messages, she discovered the extent of Li Dai's transgressions, her body trembling with rage. However, upon realizing Li Dai's suspension, her anger dissipated. She brought this upon herself. "Indeed, she did," Director Nyo concurred, "and thus, I must trouble you further with Mr. Zhao's matters." He beamed as he set a cup of tea before her. Looking at the older man, Wang Bing felt a wave of distaste. She understood that Director Nyo likely believed she had an affair with Zhao Han, which was why he was so obsequious. Nonetheless, she was disinclined to clarify, for she indeed needed to leverage Zhao Han's influence to bolster her own position. "Very well, since the station has assigned me, I shall comply," Wang Bing replied nonchalantly. Director Nyo's face lit up with joy. "Xiao Wang, you truly possess a sense of the bigger picture. Your distinction between public and private matters is commendable. Your interview vehicle is rather old. You may use Li Dai's instead." Wang Bing marveled at how, by merely aligning herself with Zhao Han's prestige, her circumstances had dramatically transformed. Such is the intricacy of adult society. After Zhao Han had deposited his funds, he returned to Taoyuan village. Wang Kuei had called him, informing him that the excavator and mixer truck were ready and waiting at his home for a discussion regarding pricing. Wang Kuei's residence lay 500 meters west of the village entrance, where a factory constructed of fire bricks housed bamboo rats, aptly named the Dakwai Bamboo Rat Breeding Farm. Bark, bark, bark. As Zhao Han's vehicle entered the courtyard, a large wolf dog, tethered by an iron chain, began to struggle and bark ferociously. Upon hearing the dog's barks, I immediately deduced that Hanzi had arrived. Wang Kuei emerged with a smile. Although it was only mid-March, the weather had already grown increasingly warm, and Wang Kuei was clad in nothing but a red tank top. Zhao Han cast a stern glance at the wolf dog, which promptly recoiled, whimpering as it tucked its tail and retreated to its den. Witnessing this scene, Wang Kuei's eyelids flickered. Truly, he was more fearsome than a beast. Even the dog trembled before him. "Where are the others?" Zhao Han inquired as he retrieved his keys and exited the car. "They're inside," Wang Kuei replied. "They're all acquaintances of mine. I can get you a discount on account of our friendship." "Then let's proceed." Zhao Han led the way into the house, exuding an air of ownership as if he were the true master of the place. Wang Kuei saw nothing amiss with this. Upon entering, they discovered 3 middle-aged men gathered around a table engrossed in a card game. One of them, upon noticing Zhao Han, suddenly sprang to his feet. Boss Zhao, is that really you? The others were taken aback by this unexpected recognition. Wang Kuei, equally bewildered, wondered why they were addressing Zhao Han as boss when he had informed them that Zhao was the village chief. Do you know me? Zhao Han asked, his expression one of confusion. The middle-aged man chuckled. Just the other day, I purchased cherries from you. When I heard from Lao Wang that your surname is also Zhao, I couldn't help but wonder if you might be the same person. To my surprise, it indeed is you. What a coincidence. Oh, so you are the esteemed boss Zhao of Taoyuan Cherries. I had no idea you were also the village chief. A pleasure to meet you, boss Zhao. The other two men eagerly stood to shake his hand. Wang Kuei was left utterly perplexed. What is going on here? I haven't been out in days. Is there something I should know? He scratched his head in confusion. The man referred to as Lao He, who had been the first to recognize Zhao Han, responded. Lao Wang, you can't be serious. You really didn't know? The Taoyuan cherries sold by village chief Zhao are priced at 100 yuan each. And they are in such high demand that he makes tens of thousands a day. How could you not be aware of this? What? Wang Kuei's eyes widened in shock. 100 yuan each, earning tens of thousands daily. These phrases echoed incessantly in his mind as he gazed incredulously at Zhao Han, never having imagined that he possessed such remarkable capabilities. The commotion he had stirred upon returning was astonishing, and yet he, a fellow villager, had been oblivious. However, he still couldn't comprehend why the fruits from Zhao Han's orchard fetched such exorbitant prices. Zhao Han, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, just earning a bit of honest money. Let us not dwell on that. Please, have a seat. Boss Zhao, you are far too modest. Please, you sit first. The others insisted with utmost respect. This formality made Wang Kuei feel somewhat awkward, as if a radiant aura surrounded Zhao Han. Once Zhao Han took his seat, the others followed suit. Can you provide excavators, concrete mixers, and asphalt? Zhao Han inquired. Absolutely, Boss Zhao. I can supply sand, gravel, and asphalt at the lowest prices. Just let me know what you need. They eagerly affirmed. We intend to contract this road, Zhao Han interjected, raising his hand. Let us agree on a fair price, but the road must be constructed to perfection. Rest assured, Boss Zhao, we will not cut corners, Old He assured emphatically. Subsequently, they settled on a price and the payment method for the project, reaching a verbal agreement for the time being. Old He and his two partners would undertake the road construction, but they needed to hire villagers from Taoyuan as laborers. The payment for the road would be disbursed in 3 installments. After finalizing the collaboration, the three took their leave. Zhao Han praised Wang Kuei for finding reliable partners and prepared to head home. Wang Kuei promptly inquired, Brother Han, why can your cherries sell for such a high price? Zhao Han, without looking back, retorted, search online for yourself, and departed on his motorcycle. Wang Kuei took out his phone and searched for the term Taoyuan cherries, and was astonished by the plethora of related articles that appeared. After perusing a few, he was left in a state of shock. He never imagined that such a treasure lay hidden in the small village of Taoyuan. He felt fortunate to have realized his folly. Otherwise, confronting Zhao Han might have led to dire consequences. Chapter 54. Awaiting the arrival of funds. Riding a panda to steal honey. Woof woof. Howl howl howl. As the vehicle entered the courtyard, De Huang bounded over with 2 little puppies, wagging their tails and climbing onto him. Get down, Zhao Han admonished, pushing De Huang aside. After disembarking, Zhao Han scanned the area but could not find Gun Gun. Feeling puzzled, had this fellow wandered off again? Since he could not locate him, he decided not to search any further, for no one dared to harm a national treasure. Zhao Han ventured to the back hill orchard to find Gigi, asking it to lead the monkeys to help water the other orchards. Each time he sought out Gigi, he had to trek to the orchard, which left Zhao Han feeling somewhat fatigued. He contemplated purchasing a mobile phone for Gigi, as it would facilitate communication, provided Gigi could understand him. After all, the monkeys ought to keep up with the technological age. While the monkeys were watering, Zhao Han took out his phone to check the comments on the video he posted that morning. The video showcasing Gun Gun being playfully mobbed by the monkeys had garnered 8 million views in just half a day. His Douyin account had surpassed 5 million followers, and the comments section was filled with humorous netizens. Gun Gun remarked, when did a noble national treasure like me get bullied to this extent? Just wait for me to report this. Pandas are a first-class protected species, as are golden monkeys. If they were injured during the scuffle, who would be at fault? Clearly, it was the caretaker's mistake for not ensuring Gun and GG were kept apart to prevent such altercations. The arguments presented were logical and convincing. Yet why did the monkeys and pandas need to vie for a bowl of water? These netizens, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that the bowl contained a magical spatial spring. After glancing through several popular comments, Zhao Han opened the back end of his WeChat public account and posted an announcement. Taoyuan cherries are sold out, but Taoyuan fairy peaches, Taoyuan snow pears, and Taoyuan yellow apricots will be available tomorrow. I will no longer set up a stall. Those interested may come to Taoyuan Village for transactions. Prices vary for different fruits. With a purchase limit of 100 for each type, bulk buyers will be prioritized. Hurry. The article garnered over 10,000 reads as soon as it was published, with comments flooding in below. Do the pears have the same effect as the cherries? Only the cherries have undergone testing, right? What if the other fruits do not exhibit the same effects as cherries? Moreover, it seems that the prices of peaches are higher than those of cherries. Does this not increase the risk? Zhao Han paid no heed to these comments, for he firmly believed that many would still come tomorrow. After all, even though the other fruits had not been tested, the reputation of Taoyuan cherries preceded them. His words were worthy of trust. Those who hesitated and missed this opportunity would find it challenging to encounter such a favorable chance again. Once the road was repaired, Zhao Han would not engage in mass sales of fruits to attract tourists. Instead, he would invite them to come and pick their own. The limit on purchases would change from 100 to merely 10 per person. Selling fruits externally would only enrich him, while tourists could uplift the villagers together. Having served as a soldier for 7 years and being the village chief, Zhao Han possessed a sense of social responsibility and vision. After watering orchard number 3, it was already noon, and Zhao Han prepared to return home for lunch. Upon arriving, he discovered that Rolling had come back. The little creature sat at the door with its back to him, burying its head, and its shoulders trembled as if it were crying. Rolling, what is the matter? Zhao Han inquired. Rolling turned around, and Zhao Han was taken aback. Rolling's large face had swollen considerably, with its eyelids and cheeks puffed up, one ear larger than the other, creating a comical sight. Rolling hurriedly rushed into Zhao Han's embrace, weeping pitifully. Yet, Zhao Han couldn't help but chuckle. Rolling, dear, do not cry, he said, but his amusement betrayed him. Rolling began to cry even more fiercely. All right, no more tears. A bear must maintain its bear demeanor. How did you get stung by a bee? Zhao Han noticed that there were dead bees stuck in Rolling's fur, indicating that its swollen face was indeed the result of a bee's sting. Rolling jumped down from his arms and stood on its hind legs, scratching Zhao Han's leg with its paw, pointing towards the door. It seemed intent on seeking revenge. All right, let us go for vengeance. Zhao Han followed Rolling into the bamboo forest. Inside, he discovered a large wild beehive, and a gap was visible on its surface, with honey oozing out from it. The industrious bees were diligently working to patch the opening. Rolling gestured excitedly at the beehive from a distance, clearly wishing to steal some honey. The gap in the beehive must have been created by it. However, instead of obtaining honey, it had ended up with a swollen head from the stings. Be good. Watch this. Zhao Han, eyeing the crystalline wild honey, felt his mouth water. This wild honey was indeed a precious find. He accessed his space and retrieved a small basin of spirit water, pouring it onto the ground near the beehive. Instantly, the bees were drawn to it. No creature could resist the allure of spirit spring water. Employing the tactic of drawing the tiger away from its mountain, Zhao Han seized the opportunity to snatch the beehive and quickly climbed onto Rolling's back. Rolling, run, he urged. Without hesitation, Rolling dashed away. The panda's speed in the forest could reach up to 50 kilometers per hour, proving to be quite swift. Zhao Han found himself precariously balanced atop the rolling creature, teetering dangerously on the brink of falling several times. In a daze, he finally understood why Qi Yu had been defeated by the Yellow Emperor in ancient times. It was no wonder that Qi Yu, upon riding such a beast, would face defeat. A swarm of bees buzzed behind him, but they were soon outpaced by the rolling creature, as their maximum speed was merely around 25 kilometers per hour, half that of the rolling creature. Had it been otherwise, the creature would have suffered far worse than just a swollen face and ears from bee stings. Clutching the beehive, Zhao Han galloped home on the creature, just in time to find Zhao Jiang preparing lunch, bemused by the sight of his grown son acting like a child. "Dad, look! Wild honey!" Zhao Han exclaimed, dismounting and showcasing the beehive in his hands. Zhao Jiang's eyes lit up. "This is a treasure. Guogua and Xingxing will surely adore it." "I like it too," he added. "Don't worry about my preferences," Zhao Han reminded him. Zhao Jiang, unfazed, retorted, "Your likes are of no concern to me. This is for my grandchildren." "Oh, the love of a father is as formidable as a mountain," Zhao Han mused. He broke off a piece of the beehive, revealing glistening honey, sweet and fragrant. The creature drooled at the sight, having sacrificed much for this honey. Zhao Han tossed a piece to it before sampling some himself. It was overwhelmingly sweet, almost dizzying. "Dad, you handle this. Find a jar to store the honey. I'll prepare lunch," Zhao Han instructed. Zhao Jiang, having previously kept several hives, knew how to manage honey. Unlike Zhao Han, who considered it a skill. "All right, just leave it there," Zhao Jiang nodded. Chapter 55. A television reporter visits the village with the children absent at noon. Zhao Han and his father made do with reheated leftovers from breakfast. Even the rolling creature had to settle for scraps. After all, a national treasure couldn't he indulge in lavish meals every day. Otherwise, the panda might develop high blood pressure, and Zhao Han would find himself legally liable. Suddenly, De Huang dashed out, barking, "Woof, woof, woof. Who's coming?" Zhao Jiang stood up to head outside. Zhao Han followed suit, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. As he stepped out of the main room, he spotted his sister-in-law Wang Ying entering the courtyard, accompanied by a man and a woman, laughing and chatting amicably. "Xiaoying, who are these folks?" Zhao Jiang inquired, gazing curiously at the somewhat familiar strangers behind Wang Ying. Zhao Han recognized them immediately and interjected before Wang Ying could speak. "Dad, they are here to see me." The two were indeed Wang Bing and her photographer. "Indeed," Wang Ying chimed in, admiration evident on her face. "Let me explain, Uncle Zhao. Hanzi has made quite a name for himself. These reporters from Tongzhou have come specifically to interview him. I happened to run into them while cutting pigweed at the village entrance." From her earlier conversation with Wang Bing, she had learned of Zhao Han's remarkable achievements. It made sense why he had taken over their family orchard. He truly lived up to his military background, skillfully not only selling the fruits of Taoyuan village, but doing so at exorbitant prices, cherries for 100 yuan each. Goodness, even the thought of such prices was staggering. As she gazed longer, she increasingly felt that Zhao Han was enveloped in an aura of mystery, rendering him a figure of admiration for those around him. "Oh!" It suddenly dawned on me. Zhao Jiang slapped his thigh fervently, realizing with clarity. "I've seen you on television. You were the one who interviewed my son Han, weren't you?" "Indeed, it was I, Uncle," Wang Bing replied with a cheerful smile, turning her attention to Zhao Han. "I have come specifically to interview you today, Brother Zhao, and I sincerely apologize for encroaching upon your time once again." "Oh dear, my girl, what are you saying? Being on the news is a commendable matter," Zhao Jiang exclaimed warmly, hastily arranging chairs for the two. "Please, have a seat." "Auntie, Han, I must return to prepare lunch, so I shall take my leave now." Wang Ying turned to depart. Zhao Han quickly interjected, "Sister-in-law, travel safely." Wang Ying glanced back thrice as she exited the courtyard. "Thank you, Uncle." Wang Bing and the photographer expressed their gratitude as they sat down on the wooden benches. Once seated, a palpable sense of relief washed over them. Zhao Han inquired with a smile, "The mountain path must have fatigued you, hasn't it?" For those unaccustomed to traversing mountainous terrain, the experience can be akin to a near-death ordeal. Although the path to Taoyuan village is relatively gentle, accommodating motorcycles, it is still strewn with pebbles. It is indeed a bit tiring, especially since I am wearing high heels today, Wang Bing replied with a wry smile, but soon her spirits soared. "Nevertheless, it is worth it. The scenery in your village is simply breathtaking and captivating." She never anticipated that Taoyuan village would remain devoid of a proper road. Otherwise, she would have certainly refrained from donning high heels. In such a remote area, apart from the stunning views, there is little of note. Zhao Han chuckled lightly. Wang Bing rolled her eyes playfully. Brother Zhao, if you say such things, I might take them as boasting. The cherries of Taoyuan are a sensation online. Would you still call that trivial? She perceived Zhao Han as displaying arrogance, as if engaging in a subtle show of extravagance. Zhao Han merely shook his head in silence. For it was the merit of the spatial spiritual spring. Otherwise, Taoyuan village would indeed have little to boast about, which explained its prolonged state of poverty. Suddenly, the photographer gasped audibly and toppled backward, landing squarely on the ground. Zhao Han and Wang Bing simultaneously turned their gazes toward him. The photographer, eyes wide with astonishment, pointed tremblingly towards the entrance of the main hall. A bear! A bear! Wang Bing instinctively followed the sound, her eyes widening in shock as she exclaimed, "Goodness!" Only after speaking did she realize she had uttered an expletive in front of others, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Yet, the astonishment in her eyes was undeniable. Before them stood a plump, rotund panda, upright and wobbling as it approached, licking a bowl of food. Indeed, it was a panda, a national treasure, and a standing national treasure at that. Subsequently, Wang Bing and the photographer, who was unworthy of a name, watched as the panda squatted down in front of Zhao Han, looking up at him with its empty bowl, making soft groans. Still hungry? Go ask Grandpa for a refill, Zhao Han gestured towards Zhao Jiang, who had already taken up a smoking pipe. The panda, clutching its bowl, waddled over to Zhao Jiang. Zhao Jiang grinned widely and patted its head with the pipe. Let us go, you glutton. Zhao Jiang walked ahead, and the panda, bowl in mouth, scampered after him. Its four legs working in unison, its rear swaying joyfully. Zhao Han then turned to Wang Bing and the photographer, offering a slight smile. The little pet I have at home is named Gun Gun. Indeed, he was indulging in a bit of bravado. After all, as a man who kept a panda, was it so excessive to flaunt it? Wang Bing replied, You call that a little pet? Who on earth would dare to keep a national treasure as a pet? You must be joking. Wang Bing cautioned. Brother Zhao, you really ought to be careful. This is against the law. The photographer nodded in agreement, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at rice. Zhao Han laughed heartily. Rest assured, Gun Gun came to my home of its own accord. I did not force it. I have posted videos online, and the relevant authorities have not raised any objections. It is quite common for wild pandas to descend from the mountains in rural Sichuan. As long as it is not a case of forced captivity, there should be no issue. Wang Bing patted his chest in a show of bravado, then looked at Zhao Han with envy. Brother Zhao, you can be considered one of the few individuals to own a panda. I'm feeling quite envious. May I touch it? The photographer raised his hand. Whether man or woman, no one could resist the allure of a panda, a creature so adorably captivating it could steal one's heart. Zhao Han kindly reminded, Let us discuss that after we conclude our main business. Shall we begin the interview first? Oh, right. Wang Bing suddenly realized and hurriedly said, Let us start the interview. Brother Zhao, would you like to review the questions I've prepared? No need, let us dive right in. I trust you know what to ask and what not to. Zhao Han replied. Soon, all parties took their places to commence the interview. Hello, dear viewers, I am Wang Bing, a reporter from Tongzhou Television. Beside me is Mr. Zhao Han, the owner of the recently viral Taoyuan cherry and the proprietor of Taoyuan Fruit Industry Company. Mr. Zhao, hello. Hello. Mr. Zhao, I see from your public account that you will soon be launching other fruits in the Taoyuan series. Do these fruits share the same benefits as the Taoyuan cherry? Certainly. I will also be sending out samples for testing afterwards, Zhao Han replied with poise. Wang Bing elegantly leaned to one side, legs together, continuing with his inquiries. Mr. Zhao, you are on the verge of becoming quite wealthy. Do you have any plans for the future? Upon hearing the question regarding future plans, Zhao Han felt it struck a chord within him. He addressed the camera with confidence. In addition to being the owner of Taoyuan Fruit Industry, I am also the village chief of Taoyuan. Therefore, I bear an inescapable social responsibility. The profits from Taoyuan Fruit Industry will be used to improve the lives of the villagers, such as building hospitals, establishing schools, and significantly developing tourism in Taoyuan Village. Of course, I will not confine my efforts to my own little corner. I was once a soldier, and during my travels across the nation, I encountered many children living in dire conditions. Thus, I am also committed to charitable endeavors. This was Zhao Han's genuine sentiment. He believed that a sum of money should suffice to satisfy one's desires, while anything beyond was merely a number. It was far more meaningful to engage in worthwhile activities. He was not one of those unscrupulous capitalists who sought only to exploit employees and drain the impoverished without giving back to society. He held a deep disdain for such individuals. Mr. Zhao is truly a person of positive energy, Wang Bing remarked, a hint of admiration gleaming in his eyes. Subsequently, she inquired, Mr. Zhao, would it be possible for everyone to follow the camera to your orchard? Of course, Zhao Han replied, shrugging his shoulders and rising to lead the way. The orchard is located on the back hill. It is currently the only one available for sale. As Wang Bing and the cameraman followed Zhao Han to the orchard, the first sight that greeted them was a large group of golden, snub-nosed monkeys. It's the golden snub-nosed monkeys, Wang Bing exclaimed. Chirp, chirp. Gigi, leading the troop, scampered down from the trees. Wang Bing felt a twinge of anxiety. They're coming over. Not to worry, these monkeys are quite familiar with me. I often let them help guard the orchard, Zhao Han reassured her, waving his hand. Gigi, come here. Gigi bounded over to Zhao Han. He gently scratched its head, causing Gigi to squint its eyes in bliss, radiating an aura of contentment and relaxation. Indeed, Wang Bing's eyes lit up, her excitement palpable. These monkeys are utterly adorable, the most beautiful golden snub-nosed monkeys I have ever seen. The ones in the zoo lack their spirit. These are the true sprites of nature. Feel free to touch them, Zhao Han invited. Is that all right? Wang Bing's eyes widened, and she cautiously extended a hand to stroke Gigi. Wow, so soft and comfortable. The cameraman, burdened with his equipment, could only watch enviously as Wang Bing interacted with the monkey. After a while, she reluctantly withdrew her hand and followed Zhao Han to the mountaintop, where the entire orchard lay before them. Wow, how beautiful. Quick, get the shot, Wang Bing exclaimed, utterly mesmerized by the view. The cameraman captured the breathtaking scenery. They then ventured into the orchard to admire the fruits, and Wang Bing and the cameraman felt akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Wow, such gorgeous peaches. Just like the celestial peaches from the dramas. They look so fragrant. Dear viewers, do you see this apricot? Its vibrant yellow resembles shimmering glass beads. Every fruit was flawless, so appealing that one wished to display them rather than consume them. After finishing the orchard tour, the interview concluded, and the cameraman turned off the camera. Wang Bing shifted out of work mode. Brother Zhao, may I taste a fruit? She asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Me too, the cameraman chimed in, raising his hand. Go ahead and pick some. I'll make sure to bring back a few of each for your father to study, so he can prepare a report to quell any disbelief, Zhao Han replied. Brother Zhao, are you treating my father like a mere tool? Wang Bing shot him an exasperated glance. Zhao Han chuckled softly, but I believe Professor Wang would certainly relish the opportunity. Wang Bing found herself unable to refute this, knowing well that her father would indeed be fascinated by these new fruit varieties. It's getting late. I must return to Tongzhou City before the end of my workday, Wang Bing remarked, glancing at her watch. It was already 3 in the afternoon. Zhao Han nodded, then let us head down. I need to pick up my child from school shortly. You're married, Wang Bing exclaimed in surprise. My child is already in kindergarten, Zhao Han joked. Do you feel as though your dreams have been shattered? Wang Bing burst into laughter. That foolish woman, Li Dai, still wishes to marry you and become a wealthy lady. Her? I have no interest in a woman I cannot control, Zhao Han replied, maintaining a serious demeanor. Wang Bing was taken aback. Are you so possessive? No. It's just that Li Dai's ball is too large, and my control skills are inadequate. I can't manage it with one hand. Zhao Han nonchalantly drove the car onto the highway. Wang Bing remarked. The photographer commented, the speed is too fast. The wheels are practically rolling over their faces. Meanwhile, at Chen Keizi's home, they were having lunch. Why are you so distracted today? Chen Keizi frowned, glancing at Wang Ying across the table. Wang Ying sighed. I was thinking about Hanzi. It's been too long since he has done anything. Is he getting restless? You want him to plow your rice field, but sadly, he's not interested in you, Chen Keizi said dismissively. Wang Ying, feeling indignant, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm thinking about how Hanzi is making money with his orchard. Hey, He's making money with the orchard? If he breaks even, he should consider himself fortunate, Chinkazi scoffed. The highlight of his days was selling his dilapidated orchard to Zhao Han. After all, he had already received the money and signed a contract. Even if Zhao Han faced losses later, there would be no turning back. Seeing him so smug made Wang Ying furious. Do you think Hanzi is like you? His orchard is thriving. Cherries sell for $100 each. 100? What nonsense are you talking? I've heard about his orchard. Who would pay $100 per cherry? Are they making ghost money? Chinkazi derided. Wang Ying was determined to set him straight and took out her phone to search for news. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Chinkazi scoffed, but casually took the phone. After a glance, his expression slowly froze. How is this possible? He exclaimed, standing up abruptly. Wang Ying remarked indifferently. Hanzi has been an officer in the army. If he couldn't manage the orchard, would he have contracted all the orchards in the village? I must go find him. Chinkazi declared, abandoning the phone as he limped out. Wang Ying rose. What do you want with him? Damn it. If the orchard is so profitable, I'll offer him 200,000 for 20 years. Wouldn't that be a loss for me? When have I ever suffered such a loss? Chinkazi protested, feeling envious and jealous of Zhao Han. He intended to confront Zhao Han for more money or to reclaim his orchard. Wang Ying, flustered, chased after him. You want to backtrack on a signed contract? Have you no shame? Do you still want to live in the village? Don't stop me. I have no shame. I want money. Chapter 57. The mighty Zhao Han sets an example due to the rough road and Wang Bing's high heels. Zhao Han rode the bike to escort them. Their vehicle was parked on the road leading into the village. As Zhao Han returned home, he happened upon the quarreling Chinkazi and Wang Ying. Upon seeing him, they halted their argument. Brother Chun, sister-in-law, what are you two arguing about? Zhao Han inquired, perplexed. Chinkazi, brimming with anger, responded, Zhao Han, you're just in time. I was about to come find you. Wang Ying interjected, Hanzi, it's none of your business. He has been drinking and is in a drunken stupor. She then admonished, Chin-san, come back with me. Shut your mouth. Chinkazi glared furiously. Zhao Han swiftly interjected, sister-in-law, please cease the quarrel for now. If there are matters to discuss, let us proceed to the courtyard. He then mounted his bicycle and entered the yard. No sooner had he dismounted than Chun, the cripple, limped in. Zhao Han, you scoundrel. What have I done? Zhao Han feigned innocence. I haven't done anything to your wife, have I? Zhao Jiang emerged. Xiao Ying, what is the matter? What has gotten into your husband? Uncle Zhao, I sincerely apologize. I truly am sorry, Wang Ying repeatedly expressed, nearly in tears. Zhao Jiang sighed. Enough. Dear child, I understand. It is not your fault. Let Chen-sen speak. Gun crawled over the threshold and obediently sat beside Zhao Jiang, observing Chun and Wang Ying. Zhao Han, I wondered why you suddenly contracted my family's orchard. It turns out you've discovered a lucrative method. How cunning of you. Chen accused, pointing a finger at Zhao Han, his anger palpable. Zhao Han appeared bewildered. No, I did not contract your orchard to make a profit. Am I to do charity work? Or is my money simply burning a hole in my pocket? Chun's words were laughable, akin to an old woman chuckling in bed. At a loss for words, Chun resorted to being unreasonable. Regardless, I refuse to accept the 20,000 you offered for the orchard. You must provide me with an additional 50,000, or return the orchard and nullify the contract. Oh, Chun, listen to the nonsensical things you are saying, Wang Ying exclaimed, her chest heaving with indignation, feeling utterly embarrassed. Silence while I speak, Chen shouted at her, then turned to Zhao Han with a menacing look. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Are you trying to play the rogue with me? Zhao Han smiled thinly, exuding an air of danger. Wang Ying panicked. Han, do not stoop to his level. He is just a drunken fool. Sister-in-law, step aside. I must address this matter, Zhao Han replied expressionlessly. Chun, though somewhat uneasy, maintained his bravado. Wang Ying, do not interfere. I want to see what he will do. Can he kill me? Suddenly, Gun charged towards Chun, standing upright and roaring ferociously. By heavens! Chun fell to the ground in fright. Wang Ying rushed to assist him. Old Chun. Gun, return. Zhao Han commanded. Gun shot a fierce glance at Chun before lying down and leisurely turning away. Chun's face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Han looked down at him, a mocking smile on his lips. If even a mere beast can frighten you thus, what audacity do you have to threaten me? Gun retorted. Who are you calling a beast? Zhao Han did not harbor any animosity towards Chun, for he had never regarded him seriously. However, should Chun choose to provoke him, he could hardly expect leniency. Chun, still shaken, pointed a trembling finger at Zhao Han, but words failed him. Zhao Han's expression darkened. The contract is signed. The money has been received, and how much the orchard earns is my own affair. It has nothing to do with you. Now be gone. Chun, the cripple, trembled with fear, scrambling to his feet with the support of Wang Ying, limping awkwardly as they hurried outside. Uncle Zhao, Hanzi, I sincerely apologize. Wang Ying repeatedly expressed her regret. By the time Chun reached the doorway, his emotions had calmed somewhat. Feeling insulted and embarrassed by his departure, he declared fiercely, Zhao Han, don't get cocky. I'll burn down the orchard tonight. You dare to cross the line, huh? Then you shall not leave, Zhao Han retorted, pulling out his phone to call Mayor Chun. Mayor Chun, it's Zhao Han. Zhao Village Chief, what a rare visitor. You've been quite the sensation lately. Mayor Chun replied warmly. Zhao Han continued, there's a man named Chun San from our village causing a ruckus at my home, attempting to extort 500,000 from me and threatening to set my orchard ablaze. Will the police intervene? What? How dare he? Mayor Chen's eyes flared with rage upon hearing this. Zhao Han's orchard was akin to a gold mine, vital to the economy of Qishir Town. Anyone attempting to sabotage it was undermining the town's prosperity, and that was unacceptable. I will call the police immediately to bring him in for questioning, Mayor Chen asserted. After ending the call, Zhao Han turned to Chun, saying, when you return from detention, you'll learn to behave. You actually called the police. Chun panicked, then attempted to defend himself. I merely threatened you. I Haven Tea truly set your orchard on fire. Threats carry criminal intent. Moreover, you already attempted extortion, albeit unsuccessfully. Zhao Han replied, his expression impassive. Chin, drenched in sweat from fear, forced to smile. Hanzi, we're from the same village. There is no need for such extremes. I was wrong, I admit it. If admitting guilt were sufficient, we wouldn't need the police, Zhao Han responded curtly. He had already extended an olive branch. He wouldn't gamble with someone like Chun, who was capable of anything. What if he truly set the orchard ablaze? That would be an immense loss. With scoundrels like Chun, the law must wield its iron fist. A few days in detention would teach him a lesson. Additionally, Zhao Han intended to set an example for the other 4 families who had contracted their orchards to him. You're too ruthless. Truly a scoundrel. Chun trembled with anger before turning to flee, hoping to evade the storm for a few days. Wang Ying called out several times, Old Chun, Old Chun. Zhao Han looked at Wang Ying and said, Sister-in-law, this is all his doing. I can't be blamed. She understood. Wang Ying wiped the tears from her eyes with a sigh. Let him spend a couple of days in there. It'll temper his unruly nature and prevent further trouble. Her expression turned anxious. He won't be detained for too long, will he? And he won't have a criminal record, right? Rest assured, I will arrange it. It will only be a detention of 10 days to half a month, Zhao Han reassured her. Indeed, as he had stated, Chen had not committed a heinous crime. Chapter 58, Zhao Han, in need of a lesson. In the parent-child sports day, oh dear, that girl Xiaoying marrying Chen is truly a waste. Zhao Jiang lamented after Wang Ying left, tapping the leg of the stool with his smoking pipe. What about your fate? How are things with that young teacher Xiaoyang? Zhao Han inquired, as Zhao Jiang stroked his balding head. Zhao Han wore a look of exasperation and said, Dad, Xiao Shui and I are merely friends. Please refrain from letting your imagination run wild. Of course, even he struggled to believe his own words. Yet, it is human nature to adopt a more conservative stance when discussing matters of the heart in the presence of one's parents. I heard from Xing and Guogua that teacher Yang is quite fond of you. You should seize the opportunity. Do you want me to teach you a few tricks? Zhao Jiang suddenly took on the role of a mentor. Zhao Han twitched the corner of his mouth. Dad, what exactly do you plan to teach me? You've only had one woman in your life, Mom. After she left, you spent half your life as a bachelor. What do you know? Zhao Jiang reacted as if his tail had been stepped on by a cat. Zhao Han teased. Getting flustered, are we? You little rascal. So, You think I can't take you on now? Embarrassed by his son discovering his hidden truths, Zhao Jiang, in a fit of anger, took off his shoe to strike him, intending to remind Zhao Han of his childhood experiences with shoe soles. Zhao Han swiftly jumped on his motorcycle, revved the throttle, and sped off. I'm off now. I want to be back for dinner with Xing Xing and the others. My friends are treating. That rascal. Zhao Jiang stood at the gate, watching the motorcycle disappear, a smile breaking across his face. On the road, Zhao Han encountered a familiar figure, Chen, the limping man, who was just about to leave the village with a backpack. Hey, isn't that Chen? You've really changed in just a few minutes. Zhao Han called out from a distance. However, Chen took off running. Zhao Han twisted the throttle and pursued him. Chen continued to flee, and Zhao Han kept up the chase. Eventually, Chen, exhausted and breathless, could run no longer, as one of his legs was still not fully functional. Keep running, keep running. You're out of steam, but I still have plenty of fuel. Zhao Han laughed. Chen, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, retorted. What grudge do you hold against me, Zhao Han? Did you really come chasing after me on a motorcycle? You're overestimating yourself. I'm just on my way to pick up my child. Zhao Han replied curtly. Then why were you running away? You're just exhausting me. They found themselves trapped in a cycle of insults when suddenly the rumble of motorcycle engines echoed. Two officers from the police station rode past them on their motorcycle. Zhao Han looked at Chen and said, All right, now you can run. This time they are truly after you. Damn it, Zhao Han. Chen cursed in frustration and hurriedly turned to run back. Zhao Han called to the officers. Officer, the one with the black backpack is Chen-san. Thank you. The police pursued Chen, who, in his panic, hastily discarded the black backpack. Zhao Han, suppressing his laughter, shouted, Officer, the one in the red vest, is also Chen-san. Chen, reacting instinctively, attempted to remove his vest. However, the motorcycle was too swift. Before he could fully take it off, he was apprehended by the two officers. You fool. You are the only one running on this road. What good does tossing your backpack or removing your vest do? Do you think you're Chow Chow? Zhao Han rode off, leaving the scene. The officers could not help but chuckle. With your level of intelligence, you might as well bid farewell to a life of crime. Chen, the cripple, finally realized he had been tricked. His face alternated between shades of blue and white, yet he found himself powerless to change the situation, nearly succumbing to internal distress from his frustration. Chen had wasted time on 2 occasions. By the time Zhao Han arrived in town, it was already 4:30. All the other children had been picked up, leaving only Xingxing and Guoguo, who were under the care of Yang Shui, so Zhao Han felt no anxiety. Upon entering Yang Shui's office, Zhao Han immediately spotted Xingxing and Guoguo engrossed in their toys. Yang Shui sat on the sofa, peeling an apple, her legs crossed elegantly. The hem of her skirt revealed a glimpse of her smooth, slender calf, with her toes playfully swaying in her high heels. Daddy! Guoguo was the first to notice Zhao Han, abandoning her toy to rush into his embrace. Xingxing clapped his hands and stood up. Yang Shui rose to greet him. Zhao Dege, you're here. Let us get going. Ying has already arrived and is looking quite lovely. Zhao Han picked up Guoguo and admired Yang Shui with a compliment, perhaps anticipating their dinner outing. Yang Shui had changed into a striking black strapless gown that accentuated her fair collarbone and delicate shoulders, exuding an alluring charm. Her waist was slim, and her curves were graceful, with the skirt barely covering her calves, revealing only her elegant black strappy heels. In that outfit, her tall stature radiated poise, more dazzling than any television star. Flattered by Zhao Han's praise, Yang Shui beamed and offered him an apple. Have some, she urged. I'll drive in a bit. Zhao Han shook his head, cradling Guoguo as he made his way out. Yang Shui extended her hand. Xingxing, let's go. Reluctantly, Xingxing took her hand and followed Zhao Han downstairs. Though he often attempted to act grown-up, to the adults, he remained just a child. Zhao Han parked his motorcycle at the kindergarten and drove Yang Shui as Audi 4 towards Taiping County. Daddy, today the teacher said there will be a sports day next week at the kindergarten, and you have to participate too, Guoguo exclaimed, peering over the back seat. Zhao Han admonished, sit properly. Okay, Guoguo complied obediently, while Xingxing helped fasten her seatbelt. Zhao Han turned to Yang Shui. Is that true? Yes. We frequently hold such events at our kindergarten. Next week is the Parent-Child Sports Day. You must attend, Yang Shui confirmed with a nod. Zhao Han replied, all right. I'll carve out some time amidst my busy schedule to snag a championship. Zhao Degu, you're such a braggart. Yang Shui teased playfully. You underestimate the other parents. Daddy isn't bragging, any. Daddy is the best in the whole world. Guogua chimed in eagerly. Xing. Though annoyed by his father's double standards regarding him and his sister, wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. Indeed, their father was the greatest in the world. Yang Shui chuckled softly. All right. Your daddy is the greatest in the world. Is that acceptable? It seemed that children universally viewed their fathers as the most formidable heroes. That's just how it is, Guogua remarked, sensing the dismissive tone in Yang Shui's voice, which left her feeling discontented. Zhao Han remarked, all right, Guogua. If Auntie does not believe, we shall show her our prowess. Guogua and Xing nodded in unison. Yang Shui chuckled. Well, I shall eagerly await that moment. At 5 o'clock, the quartet arrived at their destination.